Hey guys, welcome back to my channel. What if Naruto had Mega Charizard Spirit? Movie. The world of planet Earth, a world inhabited by humans and the mysterious creatures known as Pokemon, that live far and wide on land, sea, and air on all four corners of the globe. Some known as Master of Creations, rulers of areas, guardians of peace, and simple residents of the wild. No one really knows how the world was created, but there is a theory. Legend has it that the universe has been created by one single Pokemon that is referred as to a god, which is Arceus. When Arceus was hatched from one single egg, Arceus created three legendary dragons known as Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina. Each one had control over a specific power, which are time, space, and dimensions. With each of their powers, all the planets in the universe was created. In Earth, there were different continents or regions some people like to call it, which are the Kanto, Hoenn, Johto, Sinnoh, and Unova regions. Our story takes place in the Kanto region in a place called Pallet Town. In Pallet Town, the townspeople were happy and peaceful. Inside Pallet Town, there was a building called Pokemon Trainer Academy, or PTA for short, which taught children from the age of 5 until they finally turn 10, where they can finally begin their journey. Inside PTA was a class that held numerous amounts of children who were 10 and now ready to begin their very own Pokemon journey. This is the class that held our hero, so without a further ado, let the story begin. A man smiled proudly as he looked at his class full of 10-year-old children who were now waiting for him to talk. This man had his hair tied up into an upwards ponytail and had a scar arose his nose. He wore blue simple shoes, blue jeans, and a green t-shirt with a lab coat over it. This man was Iruka Umino and is a teacher of PTA along with being a professor. Iruka scanned his class and went over the most noticeable kids out of everyone. The first was a boy and was the top of the class for the boys. This boy wore white shorts, a blue shirt with his family's logo on his back, and blue sneakers. This is Sasuke Uchiha and son of Fugaku Uchiha, owner of the Uchiha TM's Industries. The next was a girl and is the top of the class for the girls. This girl wore a red dress with white on the collar of the neck and pink shoes. This girl had pink hair and green eyes. This is Sakura Haruno and is a fangirl of Sasuke's. The next was another girl and is second of the class of the girls. This girl wore a purple shirt with bandages covering her belly, purple shorts, and purple shoes. This girl had dull blonde hair and pupil-less blue eyes. This is Ino Yamanaka and daughter to Inoichi Yamanaka, an interrogator, also being another fangirl of Sasuke's. The next was a boy and is second of the class for the boys. This boy wore brown shorts, a gray jacket covering half of his face, gray sneakers, and shades. This boy had black hair that spiked up and was very quiet. This is Shino Aburame and son of Shibi Aburame, top bug-type trainer. The next was also a boy and is third of the class for boys. This boy wore blue shorts, a gray jacket with a hood, and blue sneakers. He had brown hair and wearied markings on his face. This is Kiba Inuzuka and is the son of Sume Inuzuka, owner of Inuzuka Breeding Industries. The next was another boy and is fourth of the class for the boys. This boy wore black short and a yellow shirt with a green sleeveless vest over it. This boy had brown hair that spiked up, but was spilt into two sides with a headband on his head and swirls on his cheeks. This is Choji Akamichi and son to Chusa Akamichi, owner of Akamichi Food Industries. The next was a girl and is the third of the class for the girls. This girl wore dark blue pants and a beige jacket. This girl had dark blue hair, white pupilless eyes, and is very shy around people. This girl is Hinata Hyuga and daughter to Hikari and Hiyashi Hyuga, top fighting type trainers. The next was a boy and the fifth of the class for the boys. This boy wore black short and a mesh shirt with a gray sleeveless shirt over it. This boy had spiked up hair and tied in the same way as Iruka. This is Shikamaru Nara and son of Shikaku Nara, chief of police and investigation. The last was a boy and is the one Iruka paid attention to the most since he is like him, an orphan. The boy wasn't good or bad in class. If you had to classify him, he would be in the middle. Iruka knew if that he actually tried in class, he would instantly be at the top. This boy wore black pants, black sneakers, and a crimson-red t-shirt. He had sun-kissed blonde hair, bright blue eyes, and 3 whisker marks on each cheek. This is Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, son of Minato Namikaze, the champion of the Kanto, Hoenn, Johto, Sinnoh, and Unova region, and Kushina Uzumaki, the top coordinator of the Kanto, Hoenn, Johto, Sinnoh and Unova region. When Naruto turned 6 and was waiting for his parents to return home from the Sinnoh region, the plane they rode crashed, killing everyone in there including his parents. When Naruto found out, he locked himself in his room for 1 month, but when he came out, he was never the same. Naruto is still cheerful, but not as much. He also stopped trying in school, making Iruka worried. But when Naruto was 8, Iruka noticed that Naruto started to act more strange, like he would always look around as if checking that no one looked at him. Shaking his head from his thoughts, Iruka began his speech. "All right, class, listen up." The class immediately stood straighter. "Since all of you are now 10, you're on your way to becoming a Pokemon trainer," class cheered. "So today we will go to Professor Sarutobi's lab to get your own starters. So with that said, I want all of you to line up and follow me." The class eagerly followed his instructions, except with Naruto being the one to normally walk to Sarutobi's lab along with Shino and Hinata. When they reached the lab, they met Professor Sarutobi, who all told them to go out on the back. They followed his instructions and they were all in awe as they saw the different types of Pokemon. Iruka then told the class to find one and bring it back for further instructions. As soon as he said that, the class excitedly ran around the field. Naruto was slowly observing all of the Pokemon he saw. He saw some Pidgeys, Caterpies, and Rattatas. He also saw some Pokemon he didn't know until his eyes fell on one that caught his eyes and knew that this was his partner. To the east was a Charmander. When some see it, they would want to catch it, right? Well, this one had the opposite effect. It made people who saw him immediately run away or make bad comments about it. The reason? Well, instead of being a regular Charmander, this one was black in color and had a red belly. Its eyes were red with a pattern of 3 tomos surrounding the pupil, and its flames were a dark crimson color instead of orange. The Charmander brought his head down in disappointment when no one wanted to pick him as a partner, making him feel like a freak. Charmander was about to cry when he felt a hand on top of his head. Looking up with wide eyes and slight tears, he saw Naruto petting him softly in the head while giving him a warm smile. "Hey there, little guy. I can see that you feel like an outcast since you look different from other Charmanders, right?" The Charmander nodded with sad eyes, thinking that he was going to make fun of him. "Well, don't be. When I see you, all I see is a powerful Pokemon destined to do great things. So I want to ask you, want to be my partner?" The Charmander widened his eyes again before he smiled and let out a char in agreement. He then jumped at Naruto and licked his face, causing Naruto to laugh. Unknown to them, Iruka and Hiruzen were watching with smiles. Hiruzen turned to Iruka and put a hand on his shoulder, catching his attention. "That boy will do great things in the future, Iruka." Iruka smiled and watched Naruto and Charmander play. "I know, Professor Sarutobi. I know." After 1 hour, the whole class finally got their partners, with Sasuke getting Squirtle, Sakura getting Bulbasaur, Shino getting Weedle, Kiba getting Growlithe, Ino getting Nidoran female, Choji getting Munchlax, Shikamaru getting Meowth, and Hinata getting Abra. Iruka then started. "All right, class, now for the next week, you will spend time with your partner training, playing games. Whatever you want, and when you return I will give each of you 5 Pokeballs and a Pokédex. Oh yeah, whoever has a better relationship with their partner will get a bonus prize from me, so good luck." The class then scattered and went home, leaving Naruto and Charmander. Naruto looks down at Charmander and says, "Well, we should probably head out too, Madara." Charmander looked at him confused before Naruto explained. "Well, I thought since you're my partner now and how you're different from other Charmanders, I wanted to name you and I came up with Madara. So you like it?" Charmander, now known as Madara, smirked before it nodded his head. Naruto smirked back and picked him up. "All right, buddy, hang on tight." Before Madara knew it, they disappeared in a flash. At Naruto's house, Naruto and Madara suddenly appeared in front of Naruto's house, with Madara staring at Naruto in awe, making him chuckle. The reason why Naruto was able to teleport was because of something he discovered when he turned 8. He was just in his house inside his parents' room looking at a picture of them which was hanged up on the wall. He then stood up and placed his hands on it and accidentally put too much pressure and fell through a secret passage. When he finally landed, he looked around to see lots of books and gadgets. As he looked around, he heard a voice which he immediately knew was his father. He listened and was shocked to find out that his parents were Aura Guardians. He was further shocked, though, when he was told that he was to train to become an Aura Guardian like his parents. Surprisingly, Naruto finished his training in only half a year. So after he finished training, he decided that he should train in other fields as well as experiment with his aura. After 1.5 years later, he was now an expert in breeding, making inventions, and etc. Also, when he experimented with his aura, he was shocked and excited to find that he was the first Aura Guardian to be able to use other Pokemon moves that aren't aura-based. Naruto carefully placed his Charmander to the floor and motioned him to wait, which he wholeheartedly did since this was the first time in years that someone took him as a Pokemon, and also to have a trainer that seemed to be able to use Pokemon moves. He didn't have to wait long as Naruto came back with a backpack 5 minutes later. Madara gave him a curious look at him which made Naruto chuckle. Naruto walked up to Madara and patted him in the head. If you're wondering what this is for, don't worry. It's just for us to go camping for a whole week in the forest where I can train you to your full potential. Madara seemed to understand and replied while raising its little claws in the air. Sweet. I get to get stronger with Master. Closing parenthesis. Naruto chuckled and patted him in the head again. That's great to hear, Madara, but please don't call me Master. Just call me Naruto. Naruto then stood up and started to walk towards the forest. He then realized that Madara wasn't with him, so he turned around to see a wide-eyed Madara standing in the same place. Turning around fully, he yelled out, "Hey, aren't you coming or not?" Madara snapped out of its shock and caught up to Naruto as they continued to walk. While they were walking, Madara looked towards Naruto. "How did you understand me, Master?" Naruto sighed before he looked towards Madara with a small smile. "Madara, remember, not Master, Naruto. We are friends after all." Madara seemed to scratch the back of his head in embarrassment while Naruto turned his head forward, and to answer your question. I can understand you through the use of my aura since, after all, I am an Aura Guardian. Madara's eyes grew again as he looked at Naruto. You're an Aura Guardian, but, wait, I thought Aura Guardians can only understand Pokemon that use aura, so how come you can understand me? Naruto chuckled at his Pokemon's curiousness and decided to elaborate. Yes, I'm an Aura Guardian, and it's also true that Aura Guardians can only understand Pokemon that use aura, but I seem to be special because I was born with a special type of aura that lets me connect with all Pokemon and also use Pokemon moves. Madara nodded dumbly as they continued on their way through the forest. Madara then gained an excited grin at the prospect of having an awesome trainer. After 10 minutes of walking, they came to a clearing with a river nearby. Naruto looked around and nodded his head in approval. He then stopped and dropped his backpack to the ground and pulled out his materials. Naruto then called Madara and motioned for him to help out. Madara nodded and they started to set up their campsite. When they were finished, they had a tent with 2 sleeping bags, rocks in circle formation with wood in the middle for the fire, and had 2 fishing rods with them to get something to eat. Naruto then stood up and walked to the river along with Madara. They then drank some of the water and relaxed. He then looked at Madara with serious eyes that made him pay attention intently. Now that we're here, we're going to train as hard as we can, and when we begin, there is no going back. Even if you beg, I will ignore it. This will be the harshest training you'll ever get. Now I ask you, are you ready for this? Madara looked at Naruto for a minute until his eyes gained a fire in them that showed incredible levels of determination and stood up. He then brought his head back and let out crimson flames to the sky to show how dedicated and ready he was. Naruto grinned at his Pokemon and said, "Then what are we waiting for? Let the training begin." 1 week later, Iruka waited patiently at his desk as he waited for his students to return. Once everyone was there, he took attendance and was surprised to see that Naruto was actually smiling. He smiled at that since he knew it was a good sign that Naruto's old self was returning. Iruka then told the class it was time to see the progress of everyone's relationship with their Pokemon. They then went outside of the school to show each of their progress. As he went by each student, he couldn't help be impressed with their progress. Hinata seemed to be more confident along with the usually shy Abra, which was now more confident, Shikamaru was less lazy with his Meowth, Choji was more confident with himself and closer with his Munchlax, Ino lost all of her fangirl attitude and became more determined with her Nidoran female by her side. Kiba and Growlithe were pretty much inseparable. Shino was more talkative with his Weedle, and Sakura was still a fangirl, but was more hard-working with her Bulbasaur by her side. He then came up to Sasuke and asked him as everyone watched along with their Pokémon. "Now it's your turn, Sasuke. Show us how well you bonded with your Pokémon." Sasuke smirked and said, "With pleasure." Sasuke then took out his Pokeball and pressed the button making it expand. He then threw it up into the air and called out, "Wartortle, show them the power of an Uchiha." Then with a red flash came out a Pokémon looked like a Squirtle, but that had a tail in the shape of a fishtail, ears in the shape of Cupid wings, and was a darker shade of blue. Iruka along with a class were awed that Sasuke actually managed to evolve his Pokémon in 1 week. "Sasuke, this is incredible. In 1 week you've already accomplished in evolving your Squirtle. Overall, I'm impressed." Sasuke smirked along with his Wartortle and said, "Of course, I think I'll take my prize now." "Now, hold up, Sasuke. There is still one more person and then we can determine who the winner is, okay?" Sasuke gritted his teeth in anger and asked, "Then who is it?" Iruka looked at the list and said, "Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, please step forward." Naruto did just that and everyone's eyes were on him. Naruto walked up to Iruka and smiled at him, which caused him to smile back. "Now if you please, Naruto, would you show us your Pokémon?" Before he could answer, Sasuke scoffed. "Please, like the dope actually has a powerful Pokémon. I bet that it's weak as he is." Everyone shouted in agreement with him except Hinata, Shino, Choji, and Shikamaru. Iruka was about to scold them until Naruto pulled on his sleeve, causing him to look at him. Iruka saw that Naruto had his Pokeball in his hand and he asked, "Iruka-sensei, do you still want to see my Pokémon?" Iruka smiled at Naruto for not letting their shouts get to him. He glared at the kids who flinched except a smirking Sasuke before turning to Naruto with kind eyes. "Of course, Naruto." Naruto nodded with a small smile and threw his Pokeball in the air. "Come on out, Madara." Everyone was confused when he called out a name they didn't know as a red flash appeared near the floor. The flash disappeared to reveal a dragon-like Pokémon with a red belly while the rest of its body was black, dark crimson-red flame on the end of its tail, and strange eyes with an unusual pattern consisting of colors red and black. The creature then roared into the sky, causing great winds to push the class slightly back and scare them. The creature's eyes landed on Naruto and rushed to him and stood next to him with its arms crossed. Naruto then moved his right hand so that his palm was facing the sky as he addressed to Madara. "Iruka-sensei, meet Madara, my Charizard, which was formerly a Charmander." Iruka's eyes widened in shock and jaw hitting the floor along with the class. He regained his composure and gained a proud and excited expression. "Naruto, this is by far the most amazing thing I have seen in my whole life. You accomplished what might be the most impossible thing ever, evolving a Pokémon to its final stage in only a week. It's easy to say that you have won the prize." Everyone snapped out of their shock and started to clap at Naruto and Madara, who were grinning at each other before Sasuke shouted, "That's impossible. The dope must have cheated. He probably used rare candies to easily evolve his Pokémon because he's too weak to train right." This made everyone grow silent as Naruto brought his head down while Madara was growling at Sasuke. Iruka then walked up to Naruto and placed a hand on his shoulder. "Is this true, Naruto?" Naruto looked at Iruka with disbelief before he glared at Sasuke. "No, it isn't. Sasuke just said that because he didn't win the prize." Everyone didn't know who was right and were confused on what might happen until Sasuke smirked and said, "How about this? We both battle with each of our Pokémon and whoever wins gets the prize. I'll also admit that you didn't use rare candies on your Pokémon as a bonus if you win." Iruka was about to protest, but Naruto yelled out, "Deal." Iruka sighed knowing that this was going to happen, but decided to judge the match. After Naruto and Sasuke got in position, Iruka raised 2 flags into the air while the class watched in excitement. "This will be a one-on-one battle between Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze and Sasuke Uchiha. Whoever's Pokémon faints first, loses the match." There is no substitution and no healing your Pokemon. Are you both ready? They nodded and Iruka brought down his hands. Begin. Naruto and Sasuke then took out their Pokeballs and threw it at the same time, making them hit each other while they yelled. Come on out, Madara, show them the power of the Uchiha, Wartortle. Then the Pokeballs bounced back as they each released the respected trainer's Pokemon. Once they were out, Madara immediately glared at Wartortle, making it flinch and take a step back, angering Sasuke. What are you doing? Don't be scared of that thing. You're way stronger than it. Wartortle seemed to gain confidence as it glared back at Madara, but he didn't flinch at all, but instead, smirked. Sasuke then called out, Wartortle, use water gun. Wartortle started to gurgle until it released a stream of water. When everyone thought that Naruto would say dodge, they were shocked when he said, Madara, stand your ground. They were further shocked when Madara did as it was told with no hesitation. The attack finally reached its target, causing a fog to arise, and Sasuke smirked. Looks like you lose. Everyone was about to agree and Iruka was about to raise the flag until they heard Madara use a weak ember. Then everyone saw a tiny flash of crimson and then a shout of pain that sounded like war. Sasuke gritted his teeth in anger, and when the fog cleared, everyone was shocked at what they saw. Madara was still standing in the same spot, drenched in water, but didn't seem to be affected by it, while Wartortle was on the floor with swirls in its eyes and a mark on its stomach showing the strength of Madara's flames. Iruka raised the red flag and said, Wartortle is unable to battle. The winner is Madara and Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Everyone was silent until they erupted in cheers on Naruto's win. Naruto himself was grinning ear to ear with Madara by his side. Iruka then told everyone to meet up in the classroom, where everyone left, leaving Naruto, who returned Madara, and Iruka alone. Iruka then walked up to Naruto and said, That was a fantastic battle, Naruto. You're improving each and every day I see you. Naruto scratched the back of his head and replied, Thanks a lot, Iruka-sensei. All I did though was put my trust into my Pokemon, and I know that they'll do the same. Iruka smiled at Naruto's words before he said, Well, since you won, it looks like you get the prize, but let's wait after everyone leaves when I give them their Pokeballs and Pokédex. Naruto nodded and they went into the class. Iruka then started to call everyone down and handed each of them their own Pokeballs and Pokédex until it finally came to Naruto, who was last and the only one left. Iruka then handed Naruto his very own Pokeballs and Pokédex colored blackish red. Here is 5 Pokeballs and your Pokédex, Naruto, but be sure to make the right choice in catching a Pokemon. Naruto shook his head eagerly and said, Thanks for everything, Iruka-sensei. Iruka smiled and went under his desk, making Naruto confused until he came out with a Pokemon egg in his hands colored pink. This, Naruto, is the prize I was talking about, if you're wondering. So congratulations, and I hope you become a great trainer. Naruto took the egg in his hands ever so gently and looked at Iruka with gratitude. This is awesome, Iruka-sensei. Is this one of your Pokemon's egg? Iruka chuckled at Naruto before he waved his hands. No, actually, that egg was found by Professor Sarutobi 10 years ago and it hasn't hatched since, but I think with you, it'll hatch pretty soon. Naruto grinned ear to ear and gave him a thumbs up. Don't worry, Iruka-sensei. This little guy will hatch before we even reach the next town. Iruka chuckled at Naruto again, glad to see that Naruto was getting better. I bet it will. Now, isn't it time for you to head out unless you want everyone else to get ahead of you? Naruto nodded and gave a quick, thank you, as he left. Once he was outside, he released Madara and told him to fly them to the house, which he did obediently. As they arrived at Naruto's house, Naruto jumped off of Madara's back and patted him on the belly in appreciation. Thanks for the lift, Madara. I know we could have teleported, but I don't want to be revealed that I'm an Aura Guardian just yet. Madara gave Naruto a smile, which would intimidate other people besides Naruto, and said, It's fine, Master. I actually like to spread my wings and fly. It gives me the sense of freedom and excitement. Closing parenthesis. Naruto sighed as he looked at Madara, who was currently smirking smugly, with a glare. How many times do I have to tell you, Madara? Just call me Naruto. Naruto. How is that so hard? Madara's smirk just grew bigger in response and he replied, It's not that hard actually, but I just like to call you master as I respect your prowesses as an aura guardian and also I know how much it annoys you. Closing parenthesis. Naruto sighed in defeat and gave him a small smile. Just wait here while I go get my bag and we can go. Madara nodded in reply and Naruto went into his house. As soon as Naruto was out of sight, Madara gave a soft smile as he thought about his trainer. Even if they only spent 1 week together, Naruto and Madara grew close as an aura guardian with his partner. When they would train, Naruto wouldn't hold anything back and used super effective type moves like water, rock, and ground, which later changed to electric once he evolved into Charizard, against him. This caused Madara's respect for his trainer to increase as Naruto showed how powerful a trainer he was and that he would help him get even stronger without holding back. Madara was also glad as Naruto was starting to be the cheerful and energetic Naruto that most people knew again, and he was incredibly happy to know that he helped with his progress. He looked to the sky with strong determination in his eyes as he thought. Naruto, my master and my closest friend, I promise to help you achieve your dreams and to get even stronger than I am now until I am the strongest Charizard in history. Closing parenthesis. With that he let out an incredible roar while spewing out shining white flames to sky that could heard and seen for miles and miles. With Professor Sarutobi and Iruka few minutes ago. So you gave Naruto that egg, huh Iruka? This was said by a dark-skinned man of below average stature with gray spiked hair and a small goatee. He also had pronounced cheekbones, few wrinkles, a wart near his left nostril, and a few liver spots. This man could be seen wearing brown dress shoes, brown pants, and a black shirt with a lab coat over it. This was Hiruzen Sarutobi, one of the greatest professors of all time, with him discovering 493 Pokemon and the local professor of Kanto. Iruka smiled at Hiruzen with a fond smile as he nodded. I believe that Naruto will be able to hatch that egg as he was able to train his Charmander to its max potential, where it eventually evolved into a Charizard, within 1 week. When Hiruzen first heard the story from Iruka, he declared that it was preposterous for a 10-year-old boy to be able to train a Pokemon to its final evolution within a week, but was later left shell-shocked after he witnessed a video recording of the battle by the school's camera system. Hiruzen chuckled at Iruka's statement. I have no doubt that Naruto will be able to hatch that egg. I believe that egg needs to be around such an incredible child like Naruto to hatch and not with me, a fragile old man. Iruka snorted at that comment, causing Hiruzen to look at Iruka with a raised eyebrow, which caused Iruka to scratch his head in embarrassment. Sorry, Professor. It's just that I doubt you could be so fragile as you were able to go toe-to-toe with an Infernape and Primeape at the same time. Before Hiruzen decided to fully commit his time as a professor, he actually was a master sensei at a dojo, which was now run by his son Asuma Sarutobi, when he was in his prime. Hiruzen shook his head in amusement. That was the past, Iruka. I can't do anything that's strenuous anymore at my age. Iruka gave him an incredulous look. I'm sorry, Professor, but that is incredibly hard to believe. Hiruzen gave Iruka a questioning glance. How so, Iruka? Iruka then gave him a deadpan look. I just saw you this morning training with your Infernape and I couldn't believe how fast you two were going. Hiruzen sheepishly scratched his face. You saw that, huh? Iruka just sighed but smiled as he thought about his favorite student. Hiruzen looked at Iruka and smiled as he asked, so how far do you believe Naruto will go? Before Iruka could answer, an incredibly loud roar that shook the very foundations of the building was heard and they turned towards the window where they could see the people of Pallet Town looking towards a gigantic torrent of white flames from the direction of Naruto's house in awe. Iruka turned to Professor Sarutobi, who looked utterly impressed and shocked with a smirk. I believe Naruto will go even farther than his father and mother combined. With Naruto regained his composure once the shaking was done and he just smiled while he packed as he knew what happened as he could feel Madara's feelings. I'm glad that I was able to have you as my partner, Madara. I don't think I could have had a better partner. Naruto shook his head, clearing his thoughts, and looked to see if his stuff was all prepared. Pokeballs. Check. Pokédex. Check. Food. Check. Water. Check. Clothing. Check. Poketech. Check. And potions. Check. Now am I forgetting anything? He looked around the room and saw that the egg he got from Iruka was on the bed. Can't forget about you, can I? He went over and grabbed it before putting it in his bag. Once he zipped it up, Naruto checked to make sure his backpack was secure and that nothing would fall out. Nodding in satisfaction, he left his house and whistled, catching Madara's attention, who immediately flew to Naruto's side. Naruto jumped on his back and he turned to look at his house one more time. He started having flashbacks of his moments with his parents, which started from celebrating parties, playing games like tag, running with his dad from his mother's fury, and more. He felt one tear fall, so he wiped his eyes and they shined with equal, or greater, determination to his Charizard. I swear, Mom, Dad, when I come back, I'll come home the strongest in the whole world. He turned back to face away from the house and he signaled Matter to start flying. While they were flying, Naruto's eyes widened as he swore he felt two pairs of arms hug him before it went away. Naruto closed his eyes with a smile as he heard, "We will always be with you, Naruto." Route 1. Once they were directly above the Route 1 entrance, Naruto ordered Madara to directly drop to the ground. They looked around to see if anyone was nearby, and when they didn't see anyone, Naruto used his aura to sense those around him, but found none of his classmates nearby. He sighed as he let his senses fade away. Guess they're already ahead of me. It doesn't matter. Heck, I bet I'll catch up to them in no time. Naruto turned towards his Charizard and said, "Okay, no one is nearby, so I'll be able to use my powers if necessary, but for now let's go see if we can find someone to add to the family." Madara nodded and they started looking for any Pokemon that caught their eyes. After 10 minutes of searching, they both sighed as Madara turned towards Naruto. "Master, I don't think we'll be able to get any Pokemon to come out, as our power is easily sensed by others, especially yours since you're an Aura Guardian connected to all Pokemon." Naruto nodded in agreement with his partner. Every time they would see a Pokemon, that Pokemon would immediately run or fly away due to their incredible alpha presence. "I know what you mean, Madara, but I just can't help but." Naruto was cut off as he had to swerve his head to the right to dodge a brown blur that almost hit his head with the speed of a bullet and hit the ground instead, causing a smoke cloud to appear. If Naruto wasn't able to travel faster than the speed of sound, then he bet that would have been hit by that brown blur. Madara was about to blast whatever almost hit his master with a hot fire blast, but was stopped when Naruto placed his right arm out to prevent him from attacking whatever almost hit him. Madara reluctantly dispersed his fire blast and they both looked at the cloud with curiosity in their eyes. Once the cloud was cleared, they were astonished. The brown blur was found to be a Pokemon. It was a small, plump-bodied avian Pokemon. It is primarily brown with a cream-colored face, underside, and flight feathers. Both its feet and beak are a pinkish-gray color. It has black, angular markings around its eyes and a small crest of brown and cream feathers above its eyes, which had a lightning bolt-like scar. This Pokemon was a Pidgey. The reason for their surprise was because they both knew how docile a Pidgey was and how easily they would run away when faced with danger, but this one looked surprisingly intimidating with its scar and glare. The Pidgey stood on its feet and flapped his wings high, trying to be more intimidating. "Let's go. Right here, right now. I don't care how strong you are. I'll kick your ass sky high to the moon, you overgrown lizard." Madara's right eye twitched at the comment while Naruto snorted until he started to laugh uncontrollably that he had to grab his stomach to try to lessen his pain as Madara's twitching grew at a rapid pace. He turned to his master and yelled at him, "Why the hell are you laughing? Aren't you supposed to be on my side?" Naruto's laughing slightly tuned down before he looked at Pidgey, who was glaring at them, before he looked at Charizard and started to laughing uncontrollably again as he fell to the floor while pointing at Madara. "Over ha 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 grown ha 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 lizard. You were ha 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 called an overgrown ha 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 lizard by a Pidgey. Ha 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 ha." Madara, deciding that he had enough, activated Metal Claw and smashed it on Naruto's head. This shocked Pidgey as it thought the Charizard was out of control and that Naruto would be dead, but was flabbergasted when Naruto got up with a glare aimed at Madara, who was whistling like he was innocent. "What the hell did you do that for, you crazy bastard?" Madara glared back at him and replied, "You wouldn't stop laughing, so I felt that I needed to teach you some manners." Closing parenthesis. Bullshit. I don't ever recall ever teaching you any manners, you piece of shit. You wanna go, Fishcake? You did not just call me, Fishcake. What if I did? What are you gonna do about it? I'm gonna kick your ass. Bring it. The Pidgey's eyes twitched until it finally had enough. Hello, are we gonna fight or not? This caused Naruto and Madara to separate from each other's when they were butting heads, and they looked at each other sheepishly before giving off each other a low, sorry. Naruto shook his head before he smirked to a smirk Madara. So you up for facing against this Pidgey? Madara cracked its claw and nodded. Hell yeah, I'm gonna make it wish it was never born. Closing parenthesis. Pidgey snorted at the comment, causing Madara to glare at it. I doubt you will ever hit me. You may be strong, but around here, I'm the fastest Pokemon around. Closing parenthesis. Madara's eyes to an amusement spark as he smirked. Oh, you wanna bet? Okay, how about this? If you win, you get to have all the Pokemon food in my master's bag, but if you lose, you have to join the team. Deal. Madara turned to Naruto and asked, you okay with that, master? Naruto raised an eyebrow and replied, sure, I am. This one is an interesting Pidgey, but I thought you were irritated by it. I was at first, but this Pidgey caught my interest. Closing parenthesis. Madara turns to the Pidgey and says, so you agree or what? Pidgey looked at Madara with calculating eye before its beak gave off the impression of a smirk. Sure, why not? With that, Madara turned to Naruto and nodded. He nodded back and he looked at the Pidgey with extreme focus and caution. The Pidgey started to fly as he prepared to fight. Madara craned its neck before it took a running man's stance. The wind blew by as they stared at one another until a leaf from a nearby tree started to fall to the ground at a soft pace. Once it touched the ground, the Pidgey immediately headed for Madara at an even faster speed than before, with a white trail following it. Naruto's and Madara's eyes widened before narrowing in thought. That's quick attack, but it's the fastest quick attack I've ever seen. Naruto smirked in interest. This is gonna be interesting. Naruto, as soon as Pidgey close enough, yelled out a command. Madara, fly up quick and then use Ember low powered. Madara, without any hesitation, flew at the speed of sound 10 feet above the ground, surprising Pidgey as it thought it couldn't go that fast with its stature, and shot a fast bullet like Ember at the Pidgey. Seeing the attack heading towards it, it used quick attack to dodge it and then used gust towards Madara. Naruto widened his eyes as he observed the attack, and commanded. Madara, get away quick. That's not a normal gust attack. Madara, hearing his master's command, moved to the left and watched as the gust took down a tree from its roots. He then looked at a smug-looking Pidgey in shock. That was an incredible gust attack for such a little Pidgey. Hey, guess I can finally get a little more serious and end this. Closing parenthesis. Naruto, thinking exactly like Madara, commanded. Madara use wing attack then follow up with metal claw to slam him down to end this fight. Madara instantly appeared and attacked the Pidgey with his right wing and slammed him down with metal claw, causing a gigantic dust cloud to appear. Once it cleared, it showed a barely standing Pidgey before it looked to an awe-looking Naruto and Madara and smirked before it fainted. They both slowly grew out of their shock and laughed until Madara commented. He's going to be one of the strongest Pokemon ever with that determination and spirit. Naruto smiled and nodded in agreement. Couldn't have said it better myself. Naruto then took out a Pokeball and threw it at Pidgey, instantly catching it. He then walked over to it with Madara behind him and picked it up while looking at it. Welcome to the team, Redo. He tucked the Pokeball away and turned to his Charizard, who looked slightly out of breath. We should start heading to Viridian City before it gets too late. Madara nodded his head in agreement, and Naruto decided to return him to his Pokeball to rest since he's been out the whole time. Naruto sighed as he felt it was a really long day. Just as he was about to head off to Viridian City, a humongous dark shadow overcame the whole sky. Confused, Naruto turned around and looked up in horror as he saw that it was a flock of Spearow who he guessed saw the battle and held a grudge against Redo. He instantly started to run as fast as he could to Viridian City, which was pretty fast as he was going at the speed of a car, but he didn't speed up any faster as he was in a panic and temporarily forgot he could use agility to get faster. As he gained some distance, he looked behind him to see that they weren't in sight, causing him to sigh in relief before he moved forward without looking, which ended with him falling of a hill to the floor where he sprained his ankle. He hissed in pain as he held onto his ankle, and, just as he was about to heal it with his aura, he saw that the flock of Spearows were approaching. With a grunt, he got up and started to limp towards Verdian City. He got as far enough that he was on the dirt path and a couple miles away from the city before he fell to the ground. He grunted as he got up to turn around and saw the flock of Spearows flying above him as the sky grew darker. Naruto laughed as he looked at them with a glare. If they think they can take me down just because my ankle is sprained, they got another thing coming to them. He then held up his hands as he charged psychic energy into his hands, causing them to glow pink. What he didn't notice was that the egg in the bag was starting to react to Naruto's energy. Naruto glared defiantly at them and yelled, "My name is Naruto Uzumaki Namekaze and I will be the strongest trainer in the history of the world. You overgrown chickens are not going to stop me from achieving that. Take this." With that, he yelled as loud as he could before he unleashed a huge amount of psychic energy surround all of them before he brought his hands down, instantly slamming all the Spearows to the ground unconscious. He sighed as he let his hands fall to the ground and he lied on the ground. After a few seconds, Naruto laughed happily as he cheered. "That's what I'm talking about. No one can stop me, believe it." Naruto, comprehending what he just said, blushed in embarrassment and coughed, regaining his composure, glad that no one was around. He then smiled as he looked at the sky that started to clear. It showed a rainbow and, to Naruto's shock, the legendary bird Pokemon, Ho-Oh, flying above where a feather fell on his stomach. Naruto grabbed it and looked at Ho-Oh with a smile. "Thank you for this, Ho-Oh." He swore he heard a "You're welcome," but just blamed it on his scrambled thoughts and the stress of using so much energy. He shook his head and decided to eat a snack to quench his hunger. When he reached in to find a snack, he was staring in shock as the egg started to hatch. He hastily grabbed the egg and took it out of the incubator and held it in his lap. Once it hatched, it revealed a pink, bipedal Pokemon with mammalian features. Its snout is short and wide, and it has triangular ears and large, blue eyes. It has short arms with 3-fingered paws, large hind legs and feet with oval markings on the soles, and a long, thin tail ending in an ovoid tip. Its fur is so fine and thin, it can only be seen under a microscope. It was the legendary new species Pokemon, Mew. The Mew looked at the flabbergasted Naruto and hugged his stomach while saying through telepathy, "Daddy." Naruto's response, he fainted with a curious-looking Mew poking his face. Naruto groaned as he got up from the ground while he held his head with his right hand with his eyes closed. What the hell happened? He opened his eyes and they widened as all he saw was white. He looked around from the sitting position he was in and looked around, but still saw white as far as the eye could see. "Forget what I asked. Where the hell am I?" "You were in your mind, young one." Naruto instantly stood up and backflipped as he got into a fighting stance with narrow eyes. "Who are you? Where are you and what the hell do you mean we're in my mind?" "Calm yourself, young one." As soon as the voice said that, Naruto felt a wave of peaceful and warm aura pass over him, causing him to instantly calm down and feel relief as he is deeply connected with aura. Naruto relaxed his fighting stance and his eyes were still narrowed, but a lot less threatening, and was more curious instead. "I'm sorry for my rash actions and response. It's just that I'm in an unknown place and I have a weird voice telling me that I'm in my mind. Sounds little unbelievable, don't you think?" The voice chuckled and Naruto, now that he was calmer, could hear that it was a feminine voice and held humongous power as he could sense it with his aura and psychic energy. "It is fine and I must admit, you are correct, young one. I must apologize as well for not thinking ahead and predicting your reactions." Seeing how the voice was friendly and wasn't go to harm him, Naruto immediately relaxed and put an easygoing grin on his face as he held his arms behind his head. "Well then, apology accepted." Naruto turns everywhere as he looks around. "So we're in my mind, huh?" "That is correct, young one." Naruto dropped his right arms as he scratched the back of his head with his left hand. "Well, I didn't think I was that dumb that my whole mind would be a whole blank." The voice replied amusedly, No, your mind's lack of any existence doesn't show the level of intelligence, but on the contrary, shows how balanced you are with yourself, the Pokemon of the world, and nature itself, which I must say is incredible to achieve at such a young age as yourself." Naruto blushed bashfully at the comment and gave a huge smile. "Hee, thanks, I guess. I think it was all thanks to my parents' instructions and how much I love being outside training, instead of inside playing games and stuff." Indeed, Naruto's blush faded away and he gained a more confused face. Sue, why am I in my mind and who are you? The voice, immediately remembering its intentions of being here, instantly got serious. The reason as to why you are in your mind is because of event that I must show you of the future that will take place not too far in time, but I am only allowed to show you only glimpses of the future because it could cause the ancient laws of the whole universe to be broken and all the sources of evil shall be launched on the universe as the laws will no longer hold them back. Naruto's eyes grew to massive proportions before narrowing in concentration. That would be bad. We already have enough evil in this world like poachers and evil organizations as it is, but adding more. He shivered at the thought before he replied, but if what you say is true, then why would you show me this with those risks and why am I so important? The voice hummed before it replied, I was told to tell you and show you the future as an evil presence, whether we like it or not, will befall the world in the near future and we need you to have this knowledge as it would help strengthen you as a trainer and an aura guardian. That is also why you are important, young one, as you are the chosen psychic aura guardian, the master of all aura and psychic abilities, that will fight against this evil. Naruto, although he didn't show it this time, was utterly shocked. To hear that he was this supposed chosen psychic guardian really shocked him to the core, but as he thought about it, as crazy as it sounded, was possible as he was the only aura guardian in history to be able to use all Pokemon types and psychic powers. He also thought about how strong he was now and he reluctantly asked, how would I do against this evil presence at my current level? The voice grew a somber tone as it replied, you would be instantly destroyed within a minute. Naruto started to sweat as he thought about how powerful could this one thing be that he would instantly be decimated. Then isn't it impossible to fight against this thing? You said it would come in the near future and I don't think 1 or 2 years is even enough to train to that level of strength. The voice, starting to sense his doubt, shook his whole entire mind with its power, causing Naruto to stumble to the floor, and replied in a strong tone. There is no such thing as impossible, young one. You will be able to fight this evil and you will be able to get that strong. When I say the near future, I did not mean it will appear within 1 year or 2, what I could estimate from your human years is that it will take about 5 to 6 years giving you enough time to train yourself and your Pokemon. You will not fight alone. You will have your Pokemon. You will have friends. You will even have the power of nature itself. Now I ask you, young no Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, will you sit down and give up or will you fight and come out victorious as you have overcome your parents' deaths and every obstacle that has come your way? Naruto looked towards the floor as he held out his right hand. Will I really sit down and just accept my end, my Pokemon's end, and this world's end? He closed his hand tight enough that he drew blood. Hell no. When have I ever let such things stop me? Never. Do I care if this thing is powerful enough that it could destroy me right now? Of course not. I will just get stronger and train along with my friends until we'll be able to take it down with no effort. Then, why the hell am I moping around for? Let's do this. Naruto stood up and yelled out with confidence, that caused the voice to feel happy, while he pumped his fist into the air. I will kick whatever that thing's ass and make sure it never comes back, believe it. The voice then said with pride, I knew in my heart that you wouldn't give up and stand up as you are now. Naruto nodded and asked, so what will this event, that you will show me, tell me? This event will show you your future companions that will join you and strengthen you in spirit and in body. Naruto seemed to accept the answer before he realized something. Hey, you never told me who you were. The voice chuckled. I suppose I didn't. Well, I'm sorry, young one, but you will find out later on as you continue your journey. Naruto, in a rare act of childishness, stomped his foot on the ground and pouted. Not fair. The voice laughed a heavenly tone as Naruto smiled. So, how will this future-seeing thing work? The voice responded with a motherly tone. I will project the images into your mind, where you will instantly wake up after going through everything. Naruto, Med, in response until he just realized that he passed out. Wait, how long was I out? The voice chuckled at Naruto's moment of ignorance. Do not worry, when you wake up, only 5 minutes will have passed since you passed out. Naruto held his chest with his right hand in relief. That's good. Naruto let his arm drop, so I guess this is goodbye. On the contrary, young one, this is only the beginning. With that, the whole mindscape glowed a bright light, causing Naruto to close his eyes and cover them with his left arm in response. Before he disappeared, Naruto heard one last message. Oh, and do be sure to watch out for the young hatchling, as my father made it possible for her to be with you. Deep within Naruto's subconscious, Naruto opened his eyes and dropped his arms to see he was surrounded by darkness before a light from ahead started to appear and expand as he walked closer. When he finally reached the end, he had to blink his eyes until he saw that he was in an area where trainers usually fight. He looked around until he caught sight of a figure in the distance. The figure raised his hand, which glowed blue, before it launched a wave of psychic energy. Before Naruto could launch his own psychic blast, a silhouette of a girl appeared before him. The girl moved her arms out and seemed to be defending him. He went to move her away, but was shocked as a person just passed through his body and shoved out of the way. Suddenly, the psychic blast hit the person while the silhouette of the girl yelled out to them. Naruto walked closer, and when he saw who it was, he grew pale and said one last thing before he woke up. That's me. Back with Naruto in the real world. Naruto held his right hand to his head as he gained a massive headache. After a while, he got up in a sitting position and shook his head. Naruto sat there for a while as he thought about the vision. Who or what was that thing? Who was that girl that tried to block the attack, and why was I there? This is too confusing to think about now. He was brought out of his thoughts as a pink appendage touched his left cheek. He turned to the left and saw the floating Mew looking at him with curiosity and worry. Daddy, are you okay? Naruto stared at it for a while before he realized how long he was staring and scratched his cheek. Daddy's alright. How are you feeling, Mew? Mew accepted his answer and did several spins as it cheered happily, causing Naruto to smile at her innocence. I feel really happy, Daddy. There's so many things to play with. Mew giggled cutely and Naruto chuckled as he got up. Well, I'm happy that you're happy. Now, I guess I have to catch you, he hummed as he placed his right hand on his chin in thought, but what should I call you? Naruto observed Mew for a while before he thought about one of his precious people and smiled, thinking it was perfect. How do you feel about the name, Kushina? Mew seemed to think about it for a while before it grew a cute smile and cheered as it celebrated for gaining its name and excitedly asked. I like it, Daddy. Can you please name that? Please, please, please. Naruto chuckled at Mew's eagerness and nodded. Of course, Mew. From now on, you are Kushina. Yay. Naruto removed his backpack and he showed it to Kushina, who looked at it curiously. Now, Kushina, which Pokeball would you like to be caught in? Kushina looked at the assortment of Pokeballs before her eyes sparkled at one and picked up, showing it to Naruto. It was a dream ball. Naruto grabbed it from Kushina's hand and looked at her curiously. Why this one, Kushina? Kushina giggled cutely and motioned towards the dream ball. Well, it looks really pretty. Oh, and it's pink, just like me. Naruto chuckled at her logic and nodded. Well, okay, if that's what you want. Now, you ready? I was born ready. Kushina giggled some more at her joke and Naruto chuckled as well. Well, here I go. Go, Pokeball. He threw the Pokeball up in the air as high as he could and Kushina flew to it happily and tapped it with its tail. Mew was instantly absorbed into the dream ball with a red light and the ball dropped to the ground. It shook for about 5 seconds before it dinged. Naruto smiled and grabbed it as he thrusted it into the air yelling. I caught Mew. He lowered his hand and looked at it with a smile. Together with you, Madara, Reto and whoever I catch, we will be the strongest and beat the hell out of that evil presence. Naruto nodded in satisfaction and tucked away his Pokeball as he continued his way to Verdian City. Unknown area, so you have shown him, my child. A silhouette of a creature bowed its head and responded. Of course, father. Another silhouette of a creature was shown, but this one was even bigger than the first. With this, we will surely win Agacinth the Dark One. I couldn't agree more, father. With Naruto 2 days later. Naruto smiled as he finally arrived at Verdian City. For the 2 days, Naruto has been training Madara, Reto after he healed him with his aura, and Kushina as much as he could, and he couldn't even be more proud. Madara was able to increase his endurance to even greater lengths, his speed to amazing levels as he was 2x faster than his old speed, which was pretty gosh darn fast, and his physical strength is strong enough to hold back a brick break barehanded or clotted. He also was able to learn Fire Spin and Inferno after mastering his moves to perfection. Redo easily evolved into a Pidgeotto after some light training and improved as well in his speed and strength. He was so fast in the air that you couldn't even see a blur, and they started training him to learn how to run with his feet to match his speed. The moves he learned were Twister, Aerial Ace, Feather Dance, Agility, and Wing Attack. Kushina, the one who improved the most, gained a high endurance against dark types as she kept asking for more damage as she was so stubborn like Naruto's mother, making him smile, and was able to carry 2 medium boulders with Psychic within the first day. The moves she learned were astonishing. Mega Punch, Metronome, Psychic, Thunderbolt, Earthquake, Toxic, Fire Blast, Shadow Ball, Hail, Hydro Pump, Aerial Ace, Dragon Claw, and Dark Pulse in only 2 days. Naruto was incredibly happy with their progress as well as his own. He now only got minor burns from Madara's Fire Blast, could break the psychic grip of Kushina, had the strength to carry medium boulder with regular strength, but enhanced with aura, can carry 2 Snorlaxes on each hand, and as fast as Redo. Naruto smirked as he took his first steps into Viridian City. The real adventure begins now. Naruto looked around Viridian City and saw that there weren't too many buildings, so he sighed in relief as he didn't feel like dealing with getting lost in a new city. Looking down towards his belt, he saw his 3 Pokeballs safely secured on. He decided to take them to the Pokemon Center because, even though his aura can heal them, it was better to get healed somewhere with people who are trained professionals to take care of Pokemon. With that thought in mind, Naruto proceeded to the Pokemon Center. As he walked, Naruto could see that, even if there weren't many people, the people of the city was genuinely happy and enjoyed living here with their families and Pokemon, which brought a smile to his face. Thinking about how happy they were, Naruto thought about his own life right now. Ever since he got Madara from Professor Sarutobi's lab, he's been slowly breaking out of his shell built over the years and was now more like his old self, cheerful and sociable. He was also more relaxed and didn't tense as much as he used to around strangers. He smiled to himself as he thanked his Pokemon for changing him back the way he used to be. Speaking of Pokemon, along with getting stronger the past 2 days with his Pokemon, Naruto grew a stronger bond with each one of his Pokemon. Redo, who used to be incredibly aggressive and arrogant, after he evolved wasn't arrogant anymore when Madara beat his ass so many times, but was instead confident in his skills gained from training and was less aggressive than he used to be due to the evolution, as it caused him to rationalize things more clearly now. His relationship with Naruto was like a bodyguard and his master, as he was thankful for Naruto's training that got him this strong in such little time and would be protective of him due to it. Naruto's sweat dropped as he remembered when Redo picked up a rock and launched it away from them with a medium-powered gust when he tripped over it. Kushina made Naruto always be incredibly happy, as she was always able to make him smile when he would have his moments of sadness from time to time when he thought about his parents. She would do things that ranged from flying near him and doing flips in her cute little way to using Psychic to make Redo fly over to Madara, causing a fight. He chuckled to himself as he remembered a time when Kushina accidentally disturbed a group of sleeping Weedles and was frantically running around while she was chased by them. Though she was still playful and cheerful, Kushina was incredibly smart for a Pokemon that hatched 2 days ago and would know when to get serious and not goof around, but despite all that, she still calls him daddy no matter what. Their relationship overall was a father and daughter type of relationship. Finally, his relationship with Madara has grown even closer, as they would spend the time at night just sitting by a fire while Redo and Kushina slept as they talked about random topics. Madara, due to his draconic nature, was a bit arrogant and would get a big head sometime, but to those who knew him, he was protective, kind, and would do anything to protect his friends. Their relationship was like older brother and younger sibling, but on rare occasions, was like father and son. Overall, without Redo, Kushina and Madara in his lives, Naruto wouldn't know where he would be right now. Naruto blinked in surprise as he was already at the front of the Pokemon Center. He shook his head in disbelief at how long he was deep in thought. He walked right to the counter as soon as he entered. There he saw a pink-haired woman with a typical Pokemon nursing outfit. This was Nurse Joy. Naruto knew that in every Pokemon Center, There was a Nurse Joy everywhere as they were all relatives in some way and looked similar, if not, all alike to one another. Nurse Joy smiled at Naruto and said, "Hello, welcome to the Pokemon Center. How can I help you today?" Naruto smiled back in response and removed his 3 Pokeballs from his belt. He then held it out to Nurse Joy and said, "I'm just here to get my Pokemon healed as we spent the last 2 days training." Nurse Joy took the Pokeballs from his hands and put it in a tray where it was taken by the Pokemon Center's complimentary Chansey to another area. She turned back to Naruto and said, "It will take a couple of minutes so you can look around the lounge while you wait and pick them up when we call for you on the intercom." Naruto thanked her and left as he looked for the lunch area. When he found it, his eyes shined as he saw the assortments of food on display. His mouth started to water as he smelled things from French fries to hamburgers and to things like chicken. Naruto rubbed his mouth with his left arm and immediately went to the food line. If there was one thing he missed while training, it would be all the junk food that was served at cities and towns. Although, Naruto doesn't eat junk food occasionally as he wants to stay fit and would spend 1 day a month on a junk food eating marathon before he went back to eating healthy. After he got his food, Naruto went to an unoccupied table and started to eat. Everyone in the whole area looked bug-eyed at Naruto's table for one reason. There, on Naruto's table, was a humongous number of plates filled with different types of food and covered the whole entire table as well as the unoccupied chairs near him. But the thing that shocked everyone was that Naruto was already halfway through the whole entire meal and looked like he wasn't going to stop. Also, Naruto has a high metabolism that he acquired over the years of training in Aura, which caused him to be able to eat so much, but the best thing about his metabolism is that it would break down the junk food he ingested to only get the good things for his body like protein and would make the other things go to waste. The downside about this is that the breaking down of the food isn't perfect as it would 70% wouldn't do its job of breaking down the food, which would cause a negative effect on his body. Naruto sighed in contempt as he rubbed his slightly bloated belly with his right hand. He burped and said, "That was some good lunch." This caused everyone still watching to face fault and think, "That's what he calls a lunch. What the hell is dinner then?" Everyone just shook their head in disbelief as they went on their way. Naruto tilted his head in confusion as he saw everyone disperse with flabbergasted expressions on their face. He scratched his head with his left hand and said, "What's wrong with them?" Naruto just shrugged it off and got up as he stretched. As soon as he was done, he slammed his left fist into his right hand with a smirk on his face. "Might as well train while I wait." With that, Naruto left the food court and looked around the Pokemon Center until his eyes caught onto something. Running track. Smirk widening, Naruto headed towards the track. In the running track, few minutes ago, 2 teenagers who looked around 14 years old, 1 boy and 1 girl, were currently breathing slightly out of breath as they stood near the stands, where people could watch, with water bottles in their hands. The boy was standing at a height of 5 feet 5 and had black smooth hair with brown eyes. He was currently wearing blue shorts, blue sneakers, and a white t-shirt. The girl was standing at a height of 5 feet 3 and had long brown hair with green eyes. She was currently wearing white sneakers, blue shorts that were above the knees, and a pink tank top. The boy took a gulp from the water bottle in his left hand and sighed as he smirked and asked, "So, Victoria, what's the score now?" The girl, now known as Victoria, scowled and grudgingly replied, 5-3. The boy's smirk grew as he puffed his chest in arrogance. "That's right, I'm the man." Victoria's scowl deepened further and yelled, "Shut up, Maxwell, you only won that last race because you cheated saying that my shoes were untied." The boy, now identified as Maxwell, shrugged and said, "Well, that's not my fault. It's your own for being so gullible." Victoria grew redder and redder as he continued on how she was so gullible, and her anger got the best of her before she yelled, "Oh yeah, if you're so great, then let's have a bet." Maxwell, slightly interested, replied, "Oh, okay, let's say I do agree to this bet. What would be the prizes?" Victoria, still angry, didn't even to think about the consequences. "I'll do whatever you want if you win, but if I win, you have do whatever I want." Maxwell, incredibly confident in his skills, smirked and said, "Then it's a deal." Maxwell and Victoria shook hands and they both looked towards the door, both with confident smirks on their face. As soon as the door opened and the person entered the track, Victoria grew pale while Maxwell's smirk grew bigger. The one who entered was a spiky sun-kissed-haired boy who was at a height of 5 feet 1 with bright blue eyes and 3 whisker marks on each cheek, which reminded both of them of a fox. The boy was also wearing black sneakers, black pants, and a crimson-red shirt with a black backpack that had crimson flames eating the bottom of it. The boy looked around in curiosity before his eyes landed on them. Maxwell, seeing that his attention was to them, immediately called him over. As he came over curiously, Victoria dropped her head in acceptance of her enviable defeat. Or so she thought. Once the boy was in front of them, Maxwell held out his hands as he gave a charming, yeah right, smile. "Hi there, my name's Maxwell Connors while this girl," he motioned towards Victoria who gave a weak smile, "is Victoria Sanchez. We were wondering if you could help us settle a dispute by having a race with me. So what do you say?" The blonde boy quirked an eyebrow before he asked, "Well, what do I get out of this?" Maxwell and Victoria looked at each other and blinked owlishly as they never thought this far before. Victoria remembered a rumor she heard. "Well, if you win against Maxwell, I'll tell you a rumor that I've heard around here that I think will interest you greatly." The boy, med, in response before he nodded. "Okay, I accept this proposal. Just let me change into something more comfortable." They nodded and watched as he headed towards the locker room to change before Victoria realized something. "Wait, what's your name?" The boy turned his head to the right to face them before he smirked that caused her to blush slightly as his face, despite being so young, was really handsome. "My name's Naruto." He then walked to the locker room, leaving a slightly blushing Victoria and a fuming Maxwell. With Naruto couldn't believe how he got involved into someone else's problems so quickly, but he did find the situation amusing as he could predict that they made a bet of some kind and it involved him in some way. He decided to go with it as he had nothing better to do. Once he reached a free locker, Naruto opened it up and stored his backpack inside of it after he got some training clothes. He then took off his clothes and switched into black running shoes with a crimson-red lightning bolt design on the side, black shorts, and a crimson-red tank top which showed his impressive developing arms and showed an outline of a six-pack forming. He then placed his clothes he had on into the locker and placed his own personal lock to make sure no one can hack into it as it required his aura and psychic energy to unlock it along with the code. He left the locker room as he wondered what the rumor they were talking about was. With Maxwell and Victoria were sitting on the bleachers as they waited for Naruto to finish. Maxwell, after he stopped fuming, turned to Victoria, who looked worried, with a smirk and asked, "So are you still confident that you'll win the bet?" Victoria, not wanting to show her nervousness, brought her head up. "Of course I am. I'm just worried how you'll react when you lose to a kid." Maxwell just HMPHED, and, just as he was about to make snide remark, Naruto was seen entering from the locker room. When they saw his attire, Maxwell fumed as he thought how a kid could have a body like that while Victoria was blushing up a storm before it cooled down as she reminded herself that he was a kid. Although, in a few years, I doubt he'll be such a kid then. Stop, come on, Victoria, keep your head in the game. Naruto, when he was in front of them, asked, "Well, are we going to race or what?" This shook them out of their thoughts as Maxwell and Naruto went to the starting line. The whole track, when running one whole lap, would equal to 1 mile, so you can pretty much picture how big it is. Victoria stood in front of them with a white flag in her left hand as she stood to the side. She held it up to the sky and said, "First to complete 1 whole lap will win. Ready?" They both raise their backs, get set, they step into the ground a little harder, go. She dropped her arms down along with the flag and they instantly ran off. A quarter of the way through, they were both still even, but Maxwell was breathing slightly heavier while Naruto was breathing perfectly fine. Maxwell turned his head slightly to Naruto in disbelief. Is this kid even human? There is no way he can still be breathing perfectly. Naruto sighed mentally in his head as he could feel the stare from Maxwell. Might as well get this over with so I can be done and hear about this rumor. When they were halfway through the lap, Naruto suddenly increased his speed and was already 3/4 of the way to the finish line while Maxwell was left in the dust-bugged eye. Naruto then crossed the finish line signaling his win and waited a couple of minutes for Maxwell to catch up. Once he caught his breath, Naruto turned to them and said, "Looks like I win, so you have to tell me the rumor." Victoria nodded happily as she won the bet and said, "Well, I heard from several people that around Route 22, you will find a Mankey that, unlike the rest of its species, is scary calm and can control his anger to enhance its strength and speed." Naruto, once he heard this, instantly grew interested. "Well, looks like I have something to do. Will Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze please come to the front to pick up your Pokemon?" Naruto blinked a little bit before he registered the announcement. Just in time. "Well, I guess this is goodbye." With that, he waved bye to them and left to the locker room to pick up his stuff and change, alighting behind a evil smiling Victoria towering over an incredibly terrified Maxwell. The last thing he heard before he left was, "Have mercy." At the front desk, Naruto smiled as he was given his Pokeballs from Nurse Joy. He sent them a message through telepathy. "It's great to have you guys back." They replied almost instantly. "It's great to be back, Master Naruto, Daddy." He thanked Nurse Joy and left the Pokemon Center. Once outside, Naruto turned and headed for Route 22. On the way, he had a telepathic conversation with his team. "So what's it like being healed in the Pokemon Center, guys?" They each told their own story of how each was treated. Madara said that he was given a massage on his stiff muscles in his wings and was put into a chamber where he could sleep. Reto described how they fed him different types of Pokemon food and how they let him relax in the trees behind the Pokemon Center. Kushina's story was the most interesting as she described how they took her to a room full of toys and how she used psychic to make the toys come to life, and she played the evil princess that killed all the dragons as she ruled the world, which caused Naruto to give nervous chuckle. He was glad that he explained beforehand that he had a Mew, but when they looked skeptically at him, he showed them his Pokédex and they were shocked, but promised to keep it a secret as it was trainer confidentiality. He thanked whatever god was watching him for their secrecy. Before he realized it, he reached Route 22 in record time. Naruto looked around the area, but didn't see anything special, just some trees and a few bushes. Then suddenly he heard something. Naruto listened closely and he heard something that sounded a little bit like growls. He was confused until he heard how numerous growls there were and his eyes widened before they narrowed in suspicion. Sounds like someone or something is in trouble. Better check it out. Naruto walked cautiously closer to the sound until he hid behind a tree as he saw the scene before him. A bipedal Pokemon with a round body covered in whitish, shaggy fur. Its nose is similar to a pig's snout, and it has red eyes and triangular ears with brown insides. Its hands, two-toed feet, and the tip of its curved, prehensile tail is brown. It was shown surrounded by quadruped, canine Pokemon. It has orange fur with black stripes along its back and legs. The fur on its muzzle, chest, belly, and tail is cream-colored, as well as an additional tuft of fur on top of its head. Its coat is noticeably longer on its chest and tail. It has gray eyes, a black nose, and large, round ears. Its forepaws have 2 visible claws, while its hind paws have 3 toes each. Each paw has a brown pad. This Pokemon were Mankey and Growlithe. Currently, there were 5 Growlithe that looked very aggressive surrounding the Mankey, but Naruto noticed how calm the Mankey was and instantly knew this was the rumored Mankey people were talking about. The Growlithe barked and jumped the Mankey at the same time. Just as Naruto was about to jump in to help him, the Mankey showed how much it didn't need his help. When the 5 Growlithe were all around the Mankey easily jumped in the air, causing the Growlithe to hit each other in the collision as they whimpered in pain, but it didn't stop there. The Mankey, when it was above them, slammed its feet down, slamming their heads down even more. It backflipped as it calmly watched the Growlithe slowly get up. The Growlithe growled in anger at being damaged and fired several blasts of embers at the Mankey. With impressive flexibility, the Mankey easily weaved through the embers as it ran to them and struck all of them with a spiral low kick. The Growlithe instantly fell to the ground and the Mankey hit each of them with a karate chop to the face, causing their whimpers to increase in occurrence. When the Mankey gave a threatening leer, the Growlithes instantly ran away. Naruto was highly impressed with the Mankey and knew that he had to have this Mankey as its Pokemon. The Mankey, impressing Naruto even further, looked towards the tree he was hiding behind and said, "I know you are there. Come on out, if you don't want to be hurt." Closing parenthesis. Looks like Mankey has some connection to Aura as he could sense me easily. Interesting. Naruto came out of hiding with his hands up in the air and looked across the field as the Mankey merely observed him before it asked, "Who are you and what is your reason of coming here?" Naruto, sensing some hostility in its voice, immediately answered, "My name is Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze and I came here because of some rumors that I heard about you and I can see that they are true." The Mankey gained interest in its eyes. "What's this? A human can understand me. How interesting." Closing parenthesis. Naruto, seeing the curiosity in its eyes, explained how he was able to understand it. "The reason I can understand you is because I am an Aura Guardian." The Mankey's eyes shined with recognition. "Ah, I have heard about you. Humans with the power of Aura like a Lucario who is said to be able to fight evenly with a Pokemon." Closing parenthesis. Naruto nodded confirming his statement. "That is correct. My parents were Aura Guardians themselves, which caused their powers to transfer to me where it is much stronger as I have more aura than both combined." The Mankey looked impressed with his comment before he questioned him. "So why would an Aura Guardian such as yourself bother to search and confirm about this rumor about me, a measly Mankey?" Naruto chuckled at what it said. "I doubt a measly Mankey could deal with 5 Growlithe at the same time and with such ease." The Mankey, surprisingly, chuckled as well. "I suppose you are correct at that statement. But what do you hope to achieve now that you have confirmed the rumor is true?" Naruto seemed to think of a way to word his answer before he snapped his left fingers as an idea came to his mind. "Well, I hoped you join my team as you are one of the most interesting Mankey I have ever encountered, and to make it more interesting, how about we fight, you and me, a 1 versus 1 match, and if you win, you get all the food in my backpack, and if I win, you join my team." The Mankey thought about it. This was the first time it ever encountered an Aura Guardian, and it's heard so many rumors how Aura Guardians were said be strong as legendaries if they were a master. Easily coming to a decision, the Mankey nodded in acceptance to the challenge. Naruto grew an excited smile as he cheered. Both stood face to face in the center of the field before Naruto grabbed a pebble. He then threw it up in the air before he got back into a fighting stance at the same time as Mankey. Once the pebble hit the ground, all hell was loose. They charged at one another with incredibly fast punches at one another, but they both kept dodging each other's punch. Seeing that nothing was happening, they started to add kicks into the fight, but yet again, was ineffective as they were blocked. Naruto, not seeing a rock nearby, tripped over it, causing him to lose his composure. "Shit, this is going to hurt." The Mankey, seeing him falter, smirked before it struck him in the face with a left kick and bounced on its right foot to get above Naruto with a flip. Its fist glowed white as it struck Naruto on his head again with a brick break, slamming him to the ground with a massive explosion of dust covering the field as it landed. Mankey looked at the field with narrow eyes as the field cleared. Its eyes widened when he saw that Naruto was gone. Looking around, it didn't see Naruto anywhere, causing it to think, "If he's not in front of me, left of me, right of me, or above then." Its eyes widened even further before it looked down, but it was too late. Naruto broke out of the ground under Mankey with his left fist striking it under its chin, and, as it was falling, Naruto charged a blue sphere in his right hand. It was fun while it lasted, but it's time to join the team. Naruto then struck Mankey with the sphere as he yelled, "Aura Sphere." The attack rocketed Mankey to a tree as it formed an indentation and fainted. Naruto was slightly out of breath as he used some of his energy in that fight. Naruto then stood up straight as he walked over to his backpack, that he left on the ground during the fight, and got a Pokeball. He threw it at the Mankey and it instantly sucked it up before it shook a couple of seconds. It then dinged in succession. He smiled widely and grabbed the Pokeball as he thrusted it in the air. "I caught a Mankey." He looked at it and thought, "Welcome to the team, Ippo." Naruto tucked Mankey's Pokeball away with satisfaction. He honestly did think that having Ippo on his team would be a major improvement on his team, as he was also a powerhouse like the rest of team. He picked up his backpack from the ground and stood up straight. "Well, Better get going before it gets too late. Just as he was about to leave, Naruto heard something that caused him to stop. Ah, he heard the scream was feminine and very young, which caused him to narrow his eyes. That was definitely the voice of a little girl, and if my ears are correct, then that came from the same direction the five growleth. He didn't even finish his thoughts as he immediately ran to the direction of the yell. I hope I make it in time. In a dirt path close by, a girl with a long black hair tied in two ponytails with brown eyes was seen standing pressed against a tree in fright as she was surrounded by five growleth that looked worse for wear. The girl was wearing a green dress that reached to her knees that looked a little roughed up near the bottom. This girl was 5-year-old Wendy Dragonil. She cried as she thought about how this happened. Flashback. Wendy was skipping happily along the city as she was eating an ice cream cone in her left hand. She turned around and pouted as she looked at a serpentine Pokemon with a blue body and a white belly. It has a white fin on either side of its head and a white bump on its forehead. Above its large, round, white snout or oval, purple eyes. This was a Dratini, who was currently slithering slowly towards her. She hit the ground with her right foot as she pouted more. Mo, go faster Grandini. You're always so slow. The Dratini known as Grandini seemed to chuckle in amusement at Wendy, causing her to pout more. Deciding to stop teasing her, Grandini slithered faster to Wendy, who seemed to slowly lose her pout until her eyes widened in horror, confusing Grandini until two men in black with a red R on their shirt ran by and kidnapped her. Wendy was yelling at them to stop, but they never listened, so she gave chase. As she was running, she was thinking of going back home to her parents until she shook her head as she wanted to take responsibility for once, so she continued to follow them. Despite her efforts, Wendy wasn't even close to getting close to the men as they ran farther away until they were out of sight. Being tired, she stopped in the middle of a dirt path as she bent over with her hands on her knees as she was breathing heavily. She looked up one more time at the direction they left and she started to cry as she lost Grandini. She fell to the floor in despair as she cried with her arms holding to her knees. Wendy, being incredibly sad, thought, how could this day get any worse? She would soon regret that thought as five growleth bursted from the bushes to the left of the dirt path and, when they registered her, immediately growled as they slowly and intimidatingly crawled over to her. Why is this happening to me? Flashback end. Wendy, seeing that they were really close by, screamed out in fright. Ah! The level of her yell and the close proximity caused the growleth to recoil in pain as their ears were incredibly sensitive. Once the ringing was gone from their heads, the growleth growled in anger at the pain Wendy caused and immediately jumped towards her with glowing white teeth bared, ready to tear her to shreds. Wendy closed her eyes as she was ready for the pain, but a voice that appeared not a second after she closed her eyes rang through the clearing. Reto used whirlwind, quick. She opened her eyes as she saw a big Pidgeotto fly through the trees from the same direction as the growleth and stopped in midair, where it immediately flapped its wings with great speed, causing a tornado the size of the trees to form and sent it towards the growleth. The whirlwind from the Pidgeotto caused the growleth to fly away from the air a great distance. Wendy watched, still slightly petrified, as the Pidgeotto slowly descended to the ground where it stood in the same place it stopped to attack the growleth, and a blonde boy walked from the bushes ahead. Her eyes were still locked on the scene before her as she didn't know what to think. With Naruto. Naruto sighed in relief as he watched Reto take care of the growleth with no problem. He thought that he might have been too late when he didn't hear the girl yell again, but was glad that he did make it. Seeing that there was no danger left, Naruto showed himself to the girl, who still looked scared out of her wits, and went towards Reto. Once he was next to him, Naruto turned to Reto and patted his belly as he smiled at him. Thanks for the assist, Reto. I'm still pretty tired from the fight with Ippo, so I'm glad you were available. Without you, I don't think we would have saved her on time. Reto looked down at Naruto before he screeched in happiness as he was praised. It's no problem, Naruto. This is the least I can do for you after you helped me become so strong. Closing parenthesis. Naruto shook his head at Reto's words before he looked towards the girl, who still looked at them with scared eyes. He slowly approached her as he showed his hands, showing that he wasn't going to harm her, but she still backed up in front, causing him to frown. She must still be processing the information as the mixture of fear of losing her life got to her. When he was close enough, he bent down to her level so he would be less intimidating. Naruto then asked, "Are you okay, little girl? Did you get hurt anywhere?" This caused the girl's attention to shift from Reto to him and tears started to well from her eyes and she jumped onto his form as she clung to his shirt, crying. Naruto was panicking as he never had to deal with this sort of problem before. He tried thinking of ways to cheer her up and he tried something his mom did to him when he was crying. He awkwardly patted her back, which caused her to stiffen a little bit, before he said, It's going to be okay. Nothing's going to hurt you." The girl seemed to calm down and Naruto sighed at thinking it was over before she started to cry again, but this time, even harder than before. Damn it, damn it, damn it. What the hell am I supposed to do? How the hell do you deal with a little kid crying? What to do, what to do, what do I do? Just as Naruto was internally panicking, he felt a light hit his eyes, causing him to look for the source, and he saw that the sun was reflecting from one of his Pokeballs on his belt. Naruto suddenly gained an idea. That's it. Why didn't I think of that before? I could call out Kushina and cheer her up as Kushina is cute and lovable. This will work, right? Right. Without even thinking of the consequences of showing a legendary Pokemon to a little girl, Naruto picked Kushina's Pokeball with his free right hand and dropped it to the ground. Once the Pokeball touched the ground, it opened up in a bright flash as Kushina was shown doing flips in joy. Yay, I'm finally out. Kushina looked around until her eyes caught onto the sight of Naruto and a crying little girl. She gasped in horror before her eyes narrowed in anger. Daddy, how could you hurt a little girl? Naruto, seeing that Kushina was being surrounded by threatening psychic aura similar to his mom's aura of pain when her hair was waving in midair, immediately explained. Wait, Kushina, it's not what you think. A pack of Growlithe attacked her and I saved her, but she started crying as soon as it was over. You know I would never hurt anyone, right? Kushina accepted his answer and flew over to them. Okay, but why did you call me out? Naruto thanked the heavens that Kushina was reasonable and said, well, I called you out because I was hoping that you would be able to cheer her up. Kushina, once hearing that, puffed her chest out in smugly, which caused Naruto to sweat drop at her behavior. Well, if it's something like that, then I can easily do that. Closing parenthesis. Kushina then flew over to the girl's face before she called out her name a few times to get her attention, which worked as she looked up from Naruto's chest. When the attention was on her, Kushina did some backflips and cheered many times, causing the girl to slowly smile before it tried to reach out to Kushina. She froze though when she realized that it was Naruto's Pokemon and looked over to him. Naruto nodded with a smile and with that the girl immediately grabbed Kushina from the air and hugged it softly to her chest as she petted it softly, eliciting joyous purrs from Kushina. Naruto smiled kindly at the girl, who was currently absorbed in petting Kushina. Feeling better, the girl slightly stiffened before she continued to pet Kushina and looked up at him before nodding. So, can you tell me who you are and why you are out here alone? The girl's eyes widened in remembering why she was out here until sadness overwhelmed her eyes. My name's Wendy Dragonil and I was out here trying to get Grandini back. Naruto seemed to get an understanding of the situation before he asked. Okay, well, can you tell me who Grandini is and why would they be out here? Wendy hesitated slightly when she was going to answer, but shook her head and answered. Grandini is my Dratini that I got from my parents and I raised her ever since she was an egg. She's out here because she was taken from me by two men in black. Naruto's eyes widened when he heard that Wendy had a Dratini and wasn't surprised that it was taken. Dratini were rare to find and even harder to catch as they would always be with their parent. They were one of the most sought-out Pokemon as they had the potential to evolve into its pseudo-legendary form, Dragonite. His eyes, though, narrowed in suspicion as he heard the description of the people who took Grandini. Even though it would make sense wearing black to hide a person's identity, it would be too stupid to wear black in broad daylight and not be considered suspicious, especially in a town with very few people in it. Naruto looked deep into Wendy's eyes as he gave her a soft smile, getting a smile in return, and softly grabbed her shoulders to make sure she listened to him. Don't worry, Wendy, I'll help you get Grandini back, but I'm going to need you to listen to me every step of the way, alright? Wendy's eyes widened before she nodded in understanding as she listened. Okay, I'm going to go send out 2 of my Pokemon to fly around the area so they can see if they have caught sight of the 2 men while you, Kushina, and I are going to wait for them to find them. Does that sound nice to you? Wendy stared at Naruto for a couple of seconds before she nodded with a small smile. Naruto smiled back and stood up before he turned around with a serious face as he faced Redo, who was standing at attention. He then grabbed Madara's Pokeball before throwing it in the air, releasing Madara, who roared as he exited from the Pokeball. Madara landed next to Redo and nodded to him, who nodded back, as he knew that this was time to get serious. They both looked towards Naruto with serious expressions on their face as Madara's eyes spun hypnotically. Behind Naruto, Wendy could be seen staring at Madara with wonderment as she thought how cool he looked as Kushina smiled happily up at her expression. I wish I had a Pokemon like that. Naruto observed Madara with his aura and then Redo before he nodded as he saw that they were in perfect condition, thanks to being healed and rested in the Pokemon Center. Madara, Redo, I want you 2 to fly around the area and, when you see 2 men wearing black, I want you to immediately head back and show us the way. Understood. They nodded obediently and they flew up to the air before flying away, both in different directions. Naruto turned Wendy and Kushina and walked over to them as he sat down, prompting Wendy to sit down as well. Well, now, we just wait until one of them come back and then we'll proceed to find Grandini. He turned to look at them, or more specifically, Kushina, I want you to transform to something else as it could cause problems when we deal with the thieves. Kushina nodded and transformed into a Poliwag, surprising Wendy. Seeing her surprise, he explained. Wendy, I told Kushina to transform as she is an incredibly rare, and I mean super rare, like your Dratini, so could you keep this a secret between us? Wendy nodded in acceptance and hugged Kushina a little tighter as she thought about Grandini. Don't worry Grandini, we're coming to save you. They sat there waiting for Madara and Redo to come back so they could go save Grandini. As they say there, Wendy looked at Naruto before she asked a question that was on her mind. Naruto. Naruto turned his head to the left to look at her. I was wondering about something. Where did you get that black Charizard? I know that there are shiny Charizard because my parents taught me about shiny Pokemon, but yours is darker, has a red belly, and has a weird design in his eye. Also, what is up with that design in his eyes anyway? Naruto blinked owlishly as he couldn't believe a young girl like her could say so much words in a sentence before he leaned back slightly as he looked to the sky with a fond smile on his face. So you've been curious about Madara, have you? Well, I got Madara about a week ago as a Charmander when my teacher took us to the local professor to get our starter Pokemon. He looked as lonely as I did before because no one would even look or acknowledge him at all, but I saw what the others of my class didn't. I saw his potential to be the best in his eyes and the incredible determination to never give up. From then on, we were partners ever since. Wendy's eyes widened in surprise and awe as she looked at Naruto with starry eyes. To train a Pokemon within a week to its final evolution was incredible, even for so-called Pokemon prodigies that are said to be the next members of the Elite Four or even the champion themselves. Wendy still realized that he didn't answer her second question. That's incredible, Naruto, but you didn't tell me what was up with his eyes. Naruto quirked an eyebrow at her before he looked back up at the sky. I guess I didn't. To tell you the truth, I don't even know how Madara's eyes work for the most part. I just know that they give him many incredible abilities to him, that no other Charizard will ever hope to gain. Heck, maybe even the legendaries wouldn't be able to have such an ability like Madara's ability. One ability that his eyes can do, I'm certain for sure, is the ability to read and predict his opponent's movements and act upon it because I have spared with him many times and, every time we fight, his eyes glow redder before every attack I make and he immediately knows how I'm going to attack. Although this sounds really impressive, Madara hasn't mastered this ability just yet, so we're waiting for him to master it before we attempt to discover any other abilities. Wendy couldn't believe what she was hearing. A Pokemon to have so many abilities just due to some eyes, and the fact that not even legendaries could have his abilities was simply astonishing to hear for her. Also, to hear that one of the abilities gives the Pokemon the ability to predict the opponent's attack would practically make the Pokemon invincible, as it could know what to do in that situation. Despite it not being mastered, Wendy has no doubt in her mind that this ability would give any person a huge advantage against any type of opponent. Her mind suddenly registered all of what he said before she looked at Naruto like he was insane. You spar with your Pokemon. Are you insane? How do you survive? Naruto rubbed his ear with his left hand before he sat up straight to look at her. Before I answer, could you stop suffocating Kushina? Wendy blinked before she looked down to see the comically agonizing face of Kushina in her Poliwag form. She immediately loosened her grip and Kushina gave a sigh of relief, causing her to give an embarrassed chuckle and looked at Naruto apologetically. Sorry, it's just that I've never heard of a person, besides my dad, fight their Pokemon personally. Naruto raised an eyebrow in curiosity. So her dad also spars with his Pokemon. Wonder what they're like. Naruto shook his head to think about that later and said, well, I guess it is hard to believe that a 10-year-old boy like me trains with their Pokemon and spars with them as well. Wendy and even Kushina nodded as it did sound incredibly incomprehensible, causing Naruto to sweat drop at their reaction. The only explanation I can give you as to why it's possible for me to train with my Pokemon is because I'm an Aura Guardian. Wendy's eyes sparkled in wonder, making Naruto believe that she knew what that was, before she titled her head in confusion. What's an Aura Guardian? Her statement caused Naruto to face fault along with Kushina as they simultaneously. If you didn't know what it was, why did you look so excited? If you didn't know what it was, why did you look so excited? Naruto sighed as he regained his composure. To tell you what an Aura Guardian is, I have to explain what Aura is. Aura, by definition, is the very essence of every living being, which include Pokemon and humans alike. An Aura Guardian is someone who can utilize their aura with their own will, making it possible for them to form weapons or even attacks they have created. The only limit is their imagination. Aura Guardians usually travel around the world and pass on their teachings to an apprentice. Wendy was in awe as she listened to Naruto's explanation. Though, I'm a special case. I'm a psychic Aura Guardian, which is incredibly rare to find the world as most psychics and Aura Guardians dislike one another. I'm able to use psychic powers as my aura makes me the only Aura Guardian in history to ever have the ability to use all the elements of Pokemon, which also means I'm able to use their attacks as well as create my own. So that's what an Aura Guardian is. Do you understand? Wendy nodded dumbly as she was still processing in her 5-year-old mind. Naruto didn't mind giving that knowledge to Wendy as he felt that she would seem like the type to tell others, and most of the things he said about Aura Guardians could be found pretty much everywhere as long as there was a library. Wendy, after finally processing all the information in her head, asked, if you're an Aura Guardians, does that mean you had a teacher? If so, how come they're not with you? Although it came as an innocent question from the 5-year-old girl's mind, Naruto winced as he contemplated on whether he should tell her or not. Thinking that maybe telling someone about his pain would cause it to lessen, despite the person being 5-year-old girl, said, well, I didn't have a physical teacher. I learned to become an Aura Guardian from my parents' notes that they left for me behind before they died. Wendy gasped in horror as she immediately apologized. I'm so sorry. I didn't know. Naruto chuckled as he felt slightly better from letting that off his chest. He waved his hand in front of his face, signaling to her that it was fine. No, don't apologize. It wasn't your fault that they died. But I must have brought some horrible memories. Naruto gave her a kind smile as he thought she was so sweet to care for his feelings. No, you didn't cause that to happen at all. In fact, I wanted to get that off my chat for a while, so thank you, Wendy. Wendy looked unsure at him for a couple seconds until she nodded with a small smile when she saw that Naruto wasn't sad at all. She thought about how strong Naruto must have been to be able to continue living on with his life and growing stronger. She knew that she wouldn't be able to live without her parents as they were everything to her. She brought her head down in sadness as Kushina looked at her with worried eyes. You must be super strong, Naruto. I doubt I could be as strong as you if my parents were to die. Naruto frowned as he saw that she really believed that before he reached out with his left hand and rubbed her head for a few seconds as she looked at him with teary eyes. He gave her an encouraging smile. Now don't say that, Wendy. I think that anyone can grow really strong as long as they never give up and not letting anything or anyone bring you down. I believe that you are one of those people with the potential to grow into someone that will cause a massive change in the world. Wendy rubbed her eyes to clear the tears and looked at Naruto. Really? Naruto nodded. I know so. I can see the massive potential in your eyes like I did with Madara, and look where he's at now. Wendy seemed to get better instantly and smiled a bright smile that caused Naruto and Kushina to smile in response as the smile on her face complimented her character. Thank you, Naruto. Naruto chuckled. You're welcome, Wendy. They sat there in a peaceful silence as they smiled while looking at the sky, both feeling happier than they have ever been. Naruto slightly turned his head to look at Wendy, who was smiling softly as the wind blew, and closed his right fist really tight. I promise, Wendy, we will get your Dratini back and kick whoever's ass that dared steal it. And Uzumaki never goes against his word, believe it. Suddenly, as if reading Naruto's thoughts, Madara came flying back to the clearing. I found it, Master. It's directly northwest from this spot. Naruto instantly stood up along with Wendy, who still currently held Kushina in her polywag form within her grasps. Great job, Madara. Go find Redo and fly back to me as fast as you can. Hurry. Madara nodded and flew back in the air and started to look for Redo. He turned to Wendy and nodded. Let's go get your Dratini back. Wendy nodded back as her eyes shined with determination to save her Dratini. Just a little longer, Grandini. We're coming to save you. They then ran in the northwest direction as fast as they could. 5 minutes later, Naruto hid behind a bush with a slightly out-of-breath Wendy next to him as he looked at the scene before him. He saw that the ones who took Grandini, who was currently unconscious inside a net being carried by the bigger grunt, were, in fact, 2 men. They both wore all black clothing. Black boot, black pants, black shirt, and black hat. Though, on the men's shirts they had a red capital R on their shirts, which caused Naruto's eyes narrow in anger. I should have known. Root was behind all of this the whole time. Root, that was the name of the evil organization that formed in Kanto a few years ago. They were known throughout the world, being notorious for stealing other people's Pokémon, robbing banks, experimenting Pokémon, and conditioning Pokémon to listen to all their commands, be it mind control or torture. In Naruto's eyes, anyone who would willingly work for Root were the scum of the earth and didn't deserve the right to own any type of Pokémon at all. Naruto held back a growl as he didn't want to frighten Wendy and Kushina, so he settled for grinding his teeth and clenching his fists until they bled. I swear, when I'm done with you, you guys will wish you were never born. They watched as the bigger grunt carrying Grandini walked up to a shed that they just noticed and knock on the door. They saw that he said a few words before the door was open and he walked in as the door shut behind him while the second grunt, that was slightly smaller to the first one, walked to the door and stood in front of it. He turned his head to right as he addressed Wendy. Wendy, I want you to take Kushina and yourself away from this area and hide until I come back with your Dratini, okay? Wendy was about to protest, but stopped once she saw the look in his eyes. The same look she saw in her dad's eyes when something bad was about to happen or when he got serious. She reluctantly nodded and ran with Kushina behind some trees not too far from the shed. Naruto, feeling that she wasn't nearby, closed his eyes as he channeled his psychic energy and connected to Madara's mind. Madara, have you found Redo yet? He waited for a few seconds until he got a reply. Yes, I found him just a couple seconds ago. We're heading to your position now. Why? Did something bad happen? No, nothing bad has happened that I know of, but when you get here, I'm going to need you to do something for me with Redo to distract the one of the men you saw. Can you do it? Naruto swore he could feel Madara's smirk form in his mind. Do you really have to ask, Master? Naruto smiled. I guess I didn't, but please, get here as fast as you can. Of course, we'll be there in a couple of seconds. Closing parenthesis. Naruto nodded in satisfaction. Great. Immediately commence with the distraction as soon as you're here so I can easily get in with no problem and deal with some bastards. With that, he ended the connection and waited for any signs of Madara or Redo. It was silent for a few minutes until Redo and Madara suddenly appeared in a great burst of speed, seemingly fighting. The grunt looked at the two with an evil smirk on his face. Hee, maybe if I catch these two, the boss'll give me a raise for doing such a great job. He then walked closer to them as he reached for a Pokeball on his waist. Naruto sneaked silently behind him. When he was directly behind the grunt's back, Naruto jumped up and hit him with an aura-charged chop to the back of the neck, making him go unconscious to the floor as the Pokeball rolled out of his hand. Naruto tied him up with some of the rope in his backpack before he took all of the man's possessions and stored it into his bag. He looked up at Madara and Redo. "Thanks for the distraction, guys. I know you want to help more, but I want to personally deal with them, so for now, you guys can watch from outside to make sure that no one runs." "All right." They begrudgingly accepted his proposal as they saw the fury hidden behind his eyes and shivered slightly in fright as they never seen him so pissed off. They simultaneously thought, whoever pissed of Master Naruto is totally going to get their ass beat so hard. Naruto then walked up to the door before he took in a deep breath. He brought his right fist up to his face and charged it with an incredible amount of aura. He brought his arm back before thrusting it forward. This caused the door to break off its hinges and fly directly to one of the root grunts inside, instantly knocking him out. What he saw inside caused him to see red. Inside were 5 grunts, not including the knocked out one, surrounding a table with what he presumed to be Grandini on the table. Although that doesn't sound bad, the thing that made Naruto pissed was that there was a scientist who looked like he just took some blood from the Dratini and that the Dratini looked like it was beat to unconsciousness again, if the purple bruises on her body was any indication. One word ran through Naruto's head: destroy. The grunts, seeing one of their own men being taken down easily by a kid, immediately stood at attention, facing him and released each of their Pokemon, which were a total of 10 Pokemon that ranged from Raticates to Zubats. Thinking that they would win because of their numbers, they smirked before one of them said, "Just give up, kid, there's a total of 16 of us and 1 of you. There's no way you can win against us." Naruto didn't even bother to listen to the man's statement as he looked at the Pokemon before he thought. Pathetic. He raised his left arm and opened his hand. This caused his hand to glow pink as the grunts and their Pokemon were surrounded by a pink aura. What the hell? I can't move. What's going on? Naruto looked into each of their faces before he said, "I have no time to deal with scum like you." He closed his fist, causing them to collide with one another. He then raised his fist slightly as they rose with his fist and brought it down, where they were brought down with stunning speed that knocked them unconscious as they moaned in pain. The scientist, while Naruto was dealing with the grunts, went as fast as he could, ejecting the blood of the Dratini into a test tube that was plugged with a cork. He then sat down on a machine that looked similar to the Pokemon trading system and typed into his computer a few keys. He hit one final key and watched as the test tube disappeared with a flash of white. He sighed in relief on making it on time, but wasn't able to enjoy it any longer as he yelped when he was grabbed roughly around the collar where he was face to face with a scowling Naruto. Naruto shook the scientist as he demanded, "What the hell did you do with the vial? Tell me." The scientist just shook before he smirked evilly at him. "I'll never tell you a thing, and even if I did, it wouldn't matter as it probably arrived at that place already." Naruto snarled and brought his head back before slamming his head against the doctor's face, which caused his nose to break with an audible crack. "Ah, my beautiful nose." Naruto shook him some more before demanding, "Tell me what you know now, or else your nose isn't the only thing I'll be breaking." The scientist stared defiantly at Naruto. "Never." Naruto smirked evilly before he said, "I was hoping you would say that." For a couple of minutes, all that could be heard from the area was girlish man shrieks of terror and agony. 15 minutes later, Naruto looked at the tied-up group of roots with an annoyed expression, especially towards a heavily bruised and bleeding scientist, while Madara and Redo looked at their trainer with comical fear. Note to self: do not anger Naruto, master, unless I want to die. Closing parenthesis. Naruto sighed as he rubbed his temples. The stupid scientist wouldn't even tell me anything. Must have been some training that he had to endure while en route. TCH, didn't even get any information out of him. Might as well return Grandini to Wendy before she gets too worried. Naruto turned around to look at Madara and Redo. "Can you two carry these idiots so we can hand them over to Office Jenny when we return to the city?" They both stood straighter and hooded obediently without saying a word as Naruto raised an eyebrow at them. What's wrong with them? He decided to shrug it off and carried the healed Grandini on her back and proceeded to find Wendy. Verdian City. Naruto smiled as he looked at to his right to see a happy Wendy crying tears of joy and hugging the recently conscious Grandini, who looked equally as happy to see her trainer again. When Naruto found Wendy, he presented Grandini to Wendy, who gasped and let go of Kushina, who changed back into her Mew form and flew over to Naruto's right shoulder, as she ran to him and hugged Grandini to her chest. She kept thanking him so many times while Naruto kept saying it was fine. He told Wendy what happened and how he dealt with the men, leaving out the part of brutally torturing one of them. They then left back to the city, where they met up with Office Jenny, who took the Root members into custody and praised them for their great work. "I'm glad that you have your Dratini back, Wendy." Wendy and Grandini stopped hugging each other for a second to smile at Naruto. "Thank you, Naruto. Without your help, I wouldn't have been able to save Grandini." Naruto's smile grew bigger. "It was no problem as long as you're happy." They chuckled and giggled respectively as they were happy with how the day ended. Naruto looked up at the sky to see that it looked like it was around the afternoon and gave Wendy and Grandini a sad smile. "I'm really sorry, Wendy, but I have to start heading out to the next town." Wendy's eyes widened in shock and sadness before they returned to normal, but with an understanding look in her eyes. "Oh, okay, it's fine. You have your own adventure to go on, right?" Naruto frowned a little as he saw how depressed she was before he crouched to her level and gave a smile. "Hey, don't be sad. This isn't the last time you'll see me. I promise, when I have the time, I will visit you, okay? And it's not like you're alone, right? You have Grandini and your parents, don't you?" Wendy looked up at Grandini, who smiled and called her name encouragingly, with teary eyes before she turned to Naruto. She wiped her eyes and looked at Naruto with happiness and no trace of sadness at all. "That's right. I have Grandini, Mommy, Daddy, and now, you, but you really promised to visit." Naruto's smile turned to a smirk. "Of course, I promised to visit, and if there's one thing about me that you need know, then it's that Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze will never break his promises, believe it." Wendy, when he heard his verbal tick, giggled at how cute it was. Naruto, despite being embarrassed about saying his verbal tick, was happy that Wendy was happy again. Naruto turned around so that his back was facing Wendy and waved behind him as he left. Wendy watched with a smile on her face, with Grandini resting her head on her shoulder smiling at her happiness until he disappeared from her view. "Wendy, Wendy." Wendy turned around and was suddenly enveloped in a hug along with Grandini by a brown-haired woman with green eyes who was wearing black high heels, blue jeans, and white blouse, while behind her was a man that had spiky black hair with brown eyes who was wearing black boots, white pants, a red vest with a white undershirt, and a scarf with a white dragon scales design. These were Lucy Hartfilia Dragoniel and Natsu Dragoniel, Wendy's parents, as well as one of the top coordinators and Dragon Specialist Elite member respectively. Natsu looked at his daughter with worry and asked what happened to her. For the rest of the day, Wendy explained what happened to Grandini and how Naruto was there to help save her from Root. Natsu, after the explanation, heard the explanation, smirked to himself. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, huh. So, Kushina and Minato's child is in Kanto. With him being their child, there's not telling how far he's going to go. Unknown area. Did it arrive? Fu. Yes, it arrived on time, Danzo-sama. In a basement-like area with the only light being the from the ceiling, with one kneeling down as they faced the other sitting down in a throne-like chair. One was a young man with auburn-colored hair and amber eyes. He wore a short, black jacket with red straps on the shoulders like all elite members of Root, which most likely shows allegiance to the organization. He also wore a red short kimono under the jacket with a black sash, a pair of black gloves, dark-colored pants, and regular sandals with straps that looked like it was possible to run in. The other was a frail, old man, who had a cane on his person as he sat down. He had black, shaggy hair, and his right eye was bandaged. He wore a white shirt, with a black or dark gray robe over the top of it covering from his feet to just over his right shoulder. The robe concealed his right arm, which, if one looked closely, was bandaged. These were Fukurai and Danzo Shimura. Danzo smirked. Naruto took a deep breath of air and exhaled it all out as he smiled. He looked all around him to see trees, bushes, grass, and several types of Pokemon as the moon's glow shined around the forest. He was finally making some progress in his journey by making it to Viridian Forest. Naruto looked down towards his belt to see that 4 Pokeballs were strapped on. After the incident with the Dratini, Naruto took his Pokemon to the Pokemon Center again to get healed, where he later had a talk with Ippo about his dream and how he would like him to be on the team. It is easy to see that Mankey decided to join Naruto on his journey. Naruto looked around him, basking in the very nature of the forest. Due to his connection to Aura, he always felt a great connection with nature, as it is one of the things connected to the very life of the earth, and everyone knows that the earth is the most liveliest thing in the universe. Deciding to not enjoy this moment alone, Naruto grabbed all his Pokeballs from his waist and threw them up at the air as they released all of his Pokemon. Naruto looked towards his Pokemon with his present smile as he said, "Hey guys, I just brought you guys out here to help set up camp and enjoy being outside, instead of resting inside Pokeballs." Madara and Redo smirked as they thought of ways to spend their time after helping Naruto set up camp. Kushina did several flips and called out her name in joy, and Ippo gave him an appreciative smile. "Let's get started. Redo, I want you to go with Madara to collect some sticks to use as firewood and bring it here. Mew, I want you to collect some fruit from some of the trees and bushes, and Ippo, I want you to help me collect some rocks to surround our fire. Once everything is done, you guys can do whatever you want." All the Pokemon cheered in their own way, with Madara roaring and spewing out flames to the sky. Redo brought his wings out as it cawed, Mew fist pumped as she floated up even higher, and Ippo bumped both of his fists together. They then left to do the job they were tasked with by Naruto. Madara and Redo easily collected several sticks where they were both glaring at one another, as it seemed they have started a competition. Mew was happily humming to herself as she used her psychic abilities to collect several apples, pears, and berries into a bag. Ippo had no trouble at all finding some rocks with Naruto, and they both set the rocks so that they formed a circle. Once everyone was back, Naruto told Madara and Redo to set some wood into the circle while they left the others outside near it, just in case they ever needed to refuel the fire. When they were done with that, Madara set the sticks stacked together on fire, causing the area to be illuminated in an orange glow. After Naruto ordered his Pokemon to do whatever they wanted, he took his backpack off and set it on the ground. He then reached inside and was moving his arm around looking for something before he finally got it in his hands and pulled it out. It revealed a case of sorts that seemed to hold small objects. Naruto opened it up and it revealed several capsules labeled with several names. He took one labeled pot and closed the case rest of the capsules as he put it back into his backpack. He clicked the button on top and dropped it to the ground as a smoke covered the area. Once the smoke cleared up, it revealed a cooking pot in its place. This was one of the inventions he came up with that allowed any person to carry something as big as a house with them with little problem. Naruto picked up the pot and placed it over the fire. With that done, he took out some ingredients and knives as he started cooking some curry. Thanks to his training in breeding, Naruto learned to cook several things in his life and was able to mix human food and Pokemon food that would give the Pokemon beautiful skin and proteins they need. When he was done cooking, Naruto took out 4 bowls and filled it up with Pokemon food. He then took his spoon and scooped up some curry and spread them equally over each bowl. Naruto stood up and brought his hands to his mouth and let out a whistle. Madara and Redo, who were deep into their spar, suddenly stopped in their tracks and flew back to the campsite. Kushina, who was currently in the form of a Caterpie and playing with a group of Caterpie, sighed in disappointment and transformed back into her original form, startling the group of Pokemon, and used teleport to get back to her daddy. Ippo, who seemed to be in deep meditation, opened his eyes very calmly and stood up as he walked back to his trainer's area. When they all arrived, they started to drool, even the calm Ippo, as the smell of food entered their noses. Their eyes looked around the camp until they landed on an amused Naruto, who was currently holding their dinner in his hands, and drooled even more. Naruto, being highly amused by their reaction, decided to entertain them. "I wonder, what should I ever do with this food in my hands? Should I give to you guys?" They all shook their heads in agreement rapidly, or to the other Pokemon that live in this forest. They all immediately shook their heads and looked pleadingly at Naruto. Naruto chuckled and, deciding they had enough, gave them the food. They didn't even wait to sit down to eat as they started digging into their food. When the food entered their mouths for the first time, they all complimented Naruto in their own way. "This is amazing, Master. You should cook like this every day." "Madara's right, Naruto. This is one of the best things I've ever eaten. Daddy, this is really good. Please tell me you're going to cook like this every day. Please." "I'd also like to agree with their statements, Naruto. This food is just heavenly." Closing parenthesis. Naruto scratched the back of his head with his left hand in embarrassment at their praises. "Ah, thanks guys. That means a lot, but I don't think I'm that good. If it makes you guys happy, I'll cook something like this every night. How does that sound?" "All right, hell yeah, yay, great." Closing parenthesis. With their cheer, they all ate their dinner in peaceful silence as they sat next to the fire. Almost immediately after they were done eating, Redo, Kushina, and Ippo fell asleep instantly, with Redo sleeping on a branch, Ippo lying against the tree Redo was on, and Kushina falling asleep in the Naruto's lap. Naruto smiled down at Kushina and softly stroked her head. He continued petting Kushina as he looked across to Madara, who smiled back. They continued to enjoy the silence for a while before Madara decided to start a conversation. "So, Master, how are you feeling now that we got this far?" Naruto's smile grew softer in response. "I've been feeling really great, Madara. Ever since I left Pallet Town, so much things have been going on already, and I'm not even at Pewter City yet, but they all ended up with amazing results. Thanks to that, I have Redo, the still ever aggressive Pokemon, Kushina, the little bubbly energetic Pokemon, and now, Ippo, the calmest Mankey I have ever seen." Madara chuckled as Naruto listed off each of his Pokemon. It seemed that Naruto's team would consist of unique and powerful Pokemon. Madara internally smirked in interest at the Pokemon that would join them later on their journey. "I'm glad to see you happy, Master. So, what is your plan for the first gym?" Naruto raised an eyebrow in curiosity at Madara's question before he came up with an answer. "Well, I know with you guys, we would easily beat most of the gyms in Kanto, but I plan to use Ippo for the gym battle. Even though I know you guys want to fight, I want to make it fair and let Ippo gain experience in fighting." Madara nodded his head in understanding, but was slightly disappointed at not getting to fight. As if sensing Madara's disappointment, Naruto added, "This doesn't mean you guys don't get to fight. No, instead, you guys will be able to face me." Madara instantly paled as he thought of all the torture they were going to go through. Naruto, seeing Madara's expression, laughed silently to himself so as to not wake Kushina up. Gently picking up Kushina, Naruto stood up. "We should probably be going to sleep now." Madara shook his head as he regained his composure and nodded. Naruto put out the fire and went to his sleeping bag with Kushina on his chest. "Good night, Madara." Madara smiled over at his trainer and lied on the floor next to him. "Good night, Master." Closing parenthesis. They never noticed a pair of eyes curiously watching them. Naruto slowly opened his eyes as the sunlight hit his eyes. He sat up as slow as he could as Kushina was still sleeping and he didn't want to disturb her from her sleep. Once he was upright with Kushina on his lap, he yawned as he stretched his arms above his head, where his eyes were forced closed due to the yawn, until they fell with his right hand scratching the back of his head. His eyes opened and he blinked owlishly as he observed something in front of his sleeping bag. In front of him was a small larva Pokemon with a beige, yellow, or rust-colored segmented body. Combined with its red, purple, or fuchsia nose and feet, it also had a conical, 2-inch venomous stinger on its head and a barbed one on its tail, but its other body parts are spherical. This Pokemon was Weedle, the bug poison type Pokemon. Naruto and the Weedle stared at each other for a while in awkward silence until Naruto lifted his left hand and waved. Hi. The Weedle stared at him for a long time until it replied with a nod. Naruto, not knowing what to do in this type of situation, looked around to see if any of his Pokemon were nearby and knew why there was a Weedle in front of him, but was disappointed to see that they were still asleep. He looked back at the Weedle and scratched the back of his head with a curious look on his face. "Why are you here, little guy? Did you get lost from your family?" The Weedle, yet again stared at him for a long time, until it shook its head no. It then decided to talk as if it were testing something. "I'm not lost at all. It's just that I saw you with your Pokemon and curiosity took over, so I decided to observe your group." Your unique group of Pokemon and your interaction with them intrigues me. It's as if you can understand what Pokemon are saying. Closing parenthesis. Naruto blinked multiple times as he tried to process all the words of the Weedle just said. The Weedle looked at Naruto while he was processing the words in his head and sighed to itself as it believed that Naruto couldn't understand a word it was saying. It was surprised, though, when Naruto did in fact reply to its statement. Well, you didn't have to hide and observe us. You could have just came out from hiding and we would have been fine with you hanging around and just watching and stuff. Also, I guess my Pokemon are unique in their own way if anyone else were to look at them. The Weedle looked at Naruto with its eyes wide in surprise before they returned to normal, but a gleam could be seen in its eyes. So, the rumors of an Aura Guardian that is able to talk to their Pokemon is true, but I didn't think that they would such a young child. Interesting. Closing parenthesis. The Weedle's stomach growled and it asked Naruto a question. Is it okay with you if I join you and your Pokemon for breakfast? I'm quite famished as I haven't had anything to eat in a while. Closing parenthesis. Naruto chuckled at his question as he heard the Weedle's stomach growl from his position. Sure, I'll just have to get up and start cooking so you'll have to wait a while. The Weedle nodded as it crawled over to a nearby tree stump to watch as Naruto prepared the food. Naruto picked up Kushina gently into his arms and stood up. He, once fully upright, placed her back on the sleeping bag, where he smiled softly when he saw that she buried her face more into the sleeping bag, and walked over to the piles of wood next to the campfire that was out as they put it out when they went to sleep. He picked up some wood and placed it within the circle of rocks. When he felt satisfied with the amount of wood placed in the circle, Naruto got back up and went over to his backpack, that was near Madara, and picked it up as he took it back with him. Naruto dug through his backpack, looking for something. Finding the objects he was looking for, he pulled his hands out, with a lighter in right hand and a bag barbecue sticks in his left hand. He put the lighter on the floor and took out a stick, where he placed the rest of the stick back into the backpack. He picked up the lighter from the floor and lit the end of the stick with it. He then threw the stick into the pile of wood, causing it to ignite. Once the fire was ignited, Naruto placed the lighter back into his backpack and took out a spatula, where he placed it on his lap. He then took his capsule case, opened it, and started to look through it. He took out a capsule labeled F-Pan, and activated it, causing a puff of smoke to appear. It cleared up and it showed Naruto with a frying pan in his left hand. He placed the frying pan on his lap after he placed the spatula on top of it and took out another capsule. He activated it and, this time, he threw it to an unoccupied area, causing a big cloud of smoke to appear. It revealed that in the capsule was a table that came with its own customary benches attached to it on both sides. Naruto took out some butter and bread from his backpack as he started to cook over the fire. As soon as the butter hit the pan, it sizzled as it was heated by the fire. This caused all of Naruto's Pokemon to start waking up as each of their ears were more sensitive than humans. When they were fully awake, they looked around until their eyes landed on Naruto cooking some bread. Their eyes gleamed in hunger and they each appeared at the table that Naruto set out, in their own unique way, with Kushina using teleport, Madara flying over the table with his incredible speed, Reto using agility to fly over as well, and Ippo, using his incredible leg strength, jumped all the way to the table with a backflip in midair. Naruto, who was still cooking, chuckled as he saw how eager they were to eat some breakfast. After a few minutes, Naruto finished cooking and he placed the bread that he cooked onto a plate he pulled out from his backpack. He stood up and walked over to the table and smiled at his Pokemon. He placed the plate down on the table and he said, "Here you go, guys. I didn't cook much as it is only breakfast, but here's some bread that are spread with some special butter that I created." They all said their thanks and each took two as they ate it with joy. Naruto, once they all took their share, went over to the Weedle, who was staring at the bread in Naruto's hands hungrily. Naruto bent down and placed the plate in front of Weedle and said, "I know it's not much, but I hope that you enjoy it." Naruto took one piece for himself from the plate and left the rest of them to the Weedle, which was 3 to 4 pieces. The Weedle, despite his hunger, cautiously approached the plate and smelled it. It looked over at Naruto, who was currently eating the bread at a sedate pace, and turned back to its plate. It immediately dug in as it saw Naruto eat the bread without hesitation. When it took a bite out of the bread, the Weedle was in total amazement at how exquisite the bread tasted and dug into its food at incredible speeds. It finished all the bread within a minute or so. Hearing a chuckle, the Weedle turned to the noise and saw that it was Naruto, who was currently staring at the Weedle with amusement, causing it to blush in embarrassment. I apologize for my manners. Your food was simply heavenly and it temporarily made me forget my manners. Closing parenthesis. Naruto chuckled some more in amusement while he waved his left hand in front of his face. It's all right. If I was extremely hungry like you, then I bet I would do the same as you. Also, I don't think it was that great. It's just some bread with butter that I created and nothing else. Probably just your hunger making you think that the food tasted better than it should. The Weedle stared at Naruto, who currently had his eyes closed, with amusement. My, such a modest young man. Only if everyone was like him. Closing parenthesis. Hey daddy, who's that? Naruto and the Weedle turned to the voice that spoke and showed that it was Kushina who asked the question while the rest of the team looked at Naruto questioningly as well. Naruto scratched the back of his head in embarrassment for forgetting to introduce himself and his team to the Weedle. Hee, sorry guys, I forgot to introduce you guys, as well as myself, to Weedle. He turned to Weedle, who was looking at him expectantly. I'm Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze and these guys are Madara. My Charizard, Redo. My Pidgeotto, Kushina. My Mew, and Ippo. My Mankey. Guys, this is Weedle who was watching us yesterday and was curious about us. Weedle looked at Naruto's team and was amused on how they each greeted it. Madara gave a smirk as his eyes glowed while they spun. Redo also gave a smirk and nodded. Kushina waved happily at it with her little appendage. Ippo put his hands together and bowed. Weedle turned back to Naruto. You have quite the interesting team here, Naruto. Closing parenthesis. Naruto smiled happily. Thanks. These guys are the best Pokemon I could have asked for and I wouldn't trade them for the world. They were happy to hear Naruto's statement, even Ippo who only recently joined and felt happy being a part of his team, and they all, besides Ippo who decided to stand in the sides with a smile, dogpiled him, surprising him as he grunted when he fell to the floor with them on top. They just laughed while the Weedle looked on with a smile as it thought. They don't act like trainer and Pokemon, but act like a family that love each other with all their heart. Just maybe, I found the trainer I've been looking for. After Naruto managed to get out of the pile, he decided it was a good time to do some light training with his team. Naruto stood up as he gave out a sigh of relief as he got out of the pile. He looked at his Pokemon, who were just looking at him with smiles, causing him to smile in response. The smile turned into a smirk though, after a couple of seconds. Alright, guys, I think it's a perfect time to do some light training. It might not get you stronger, but it'll probably help you master your moves and refine your movements so that you guys don't make unnecessary moves. They all cheered at finally getting some training, even if it was light, except for Ippo, who just tilted his head in confusion but had a slight spark of excitement in his eyes at the concept of training, and the Weedle, who didn't know what to do. Naruto, realizing that Ippo wasn't used to the group's training yet, turned to address Ippo. Ippo stood straighter at being addressed and looked straight into Naruto's eyes, causing Naruto to change his smirk to a caring smile. Since you just recently joined that group, you won't have to do the same amount of training as they do, but you and I can have a light spar. How's that sound? Ippo instantly smirked in excitement and confidence as he raised his right arm and tapped it with his left hand while nodding. Naruto then turned his attention to Weedle, who turned her attention to him, and remembered that it wasn't even his Pokemon. He scratched the back of his head with his left hand as his face took a sheepish look. Weedle, what are you going to do? You're not my Pokemon so you don't have to stay. Weedle contemplated for a couple of seconds until it came up with a response. While it is true that I am not your Pokemon, I think I'll stay for a while and just watch the show. Closing parenthesis. Naruto accepted her answer with a smile and nod. He turned his attention back to his Pokemon as his smirk came back. Alright, guys, you know that drill. We'll go one-on-one fights with me versus one of you then the next Pokemon until everyone's done. Alright, oh yeah, Ippo since you're new you'll be last so you can watch them first and get used to it, okay? They all nodded as they each stood next to one another in a line with their posture straight and excited smirks on their faces. Naruto's smirk grew as he stood straighter with his arms crossed on his chest. Now, who's my first victim? They looked at one another until Kushina flew forward while waving her left hand up in the air excitedly. I'll go first, Daddy. I'll kick your butt for sure this time, ya know. Naruto smiled at Kushina as she decided to go first, but faltered for a second when he heard what she said in the end of her sentence. Apparently, Kushina heard Naruto's, in his time of excitement, verbal tick and decided that she would be just like Daddy, and have her own and gave birth to, ya know. Naruto, after regaining his composure, brought his head down in defeat and glared at the rest of his team as he heard them snickering in the background. He sighed and brought his head back up, staring directly at Kushina. Okay, since this is only light training, I won't use any dark-type moves and will only use my aura, psychic, and fighting-type attacks in this battle. Kushina nodded in understanding and they both got into position. Naruto versus Kushina. Naruto was on the right field with his battle stance, left arm and leg in the front with the right arm and leg being in the back as he slightly bent down looking like he was going in for a rush, and Kushina floating on the left side with a look of deep concentration and determination. They stayed in their positions for a while until the wind blew and all hell broke loose. They charged one another at incredible speed, which was close to the speed of sound, but not quite there, and were surprisingly fighting in hand-to-hand combat, where Naruto's speed helped him dodge Kushina's fists that were packed with incredible strength for such a small thing and Kushina dodging Naruto's punches easily due to her small body. Naruto, seeing that this was going nowhere, surprised Kushina by bringing up his left knee that she was able to dodge, but this was what Naruto wanted as he punched her directly in the stomach with his right fist in the form of a jab. Although the jab from him wouldn't be considered normal as it caused Kushina to fly at least 12 feet back. Kushina was able to stop herself in mid-flight and held her stomach in slight pain. Daddy's punches are getting stronger. They usually feel like a tap, but now, they feel like someone threw a brick at me. Daddy, you are in so much trouble now. As soon as she finished her thought, she looked back up from her stomach to Naruto and gave him a glare that looked really cute on her face, which made Naruto nervous. She charged her feet with some energy and landed on the ground at great speeds. When her feet touched the ground, the whole area shook as the earthquake attack took immediate effect. This caused everyone in the area to slightly lose their balance, especially Naruto who tripped forward. Seeing Naruto trip, Kushina gave an evil smirk. She brought up her right fist and charged it with energy that caused it to glow white. Kushina then rushed Naruto at even faster speeds than before and punched him directly in the stomach. The result was Naruto flying back exactly like she did when he punched her, but only this time he went even further than she did and his back came in contact with a tree. Naruto groaned as he looked in front of him and growled slightly in annoyance when he saw that Kushina was looking at him with a smug grin on her face as she held up 2 fingers. You are so paying for that. He got up faster than a person should who just got their back smashed into a tree at speeds borderline speed of sound, and he brought his arms outward as he charged them with 2 orbs of blue, which caused Kushina's eyes to widen in humorous horror. Naruto smirked as he caught the expression on her face. Prepare yourself. That was the only warning she got before Naruto disappeared so fast that an afterimage was left behind for a few seconds until it disappeared. Kushina looked around frantically as she tried to sense for her Daddy, but ultimately failed. Naruto appeared directly behind her and hit her with the blue orb on his left hand. Aura Sphere. The Aura Sphere caused Kushina to give out a pained cry and to fly forward. Naruto, using his insane speed, instantly appeared in front of the still flying Kushina, and thrusted the Aura Sphere in his right hand at her when she was directly under him. Barrage. Kushina was instantly slammed to the ground by the force and a dust cloud appeared. It cleared to reveal Naruto standing with a smirk on his face looking down at the currently moaning in pain Kushina on the ground. Naruto bent down and picked her up in his arms as he charged aura into his arm to heal her. He looked down at Kushina who, despite the pain, looked up at him and gave her a soft smile. You did an amazing job, Kushina. Why don't you take a rest? Kushina smiled back at him and yawned cutely. Okay Daddy, but next time, I'll win for sure, ya know. Closing parenthesis. Naruto, instead of sighing like last time, chuckled in amusement. I'm sure you will. Now, rest. With those words she fell asleep and Naruto put her back into the Pokeball to sleep. He stood back up and smirked at the rest of Pokemon. So who's next? And for the next hour, Naruto fought each of his Pokemon individually in the same manner, yet at the same time, differently. When he fought Redo, he used his ability to use all Pokemon attacks and used Fly to fight with Redo in midair as they battled out. With Hippo, he pretty much used the same battling style when they first battled it out, but to a lesser degree, and also used some unpredictable punches, kicks, or any other attacks of the kind. The greatest battle, though, was against Madara. They were fighting on ground, in the air, and even underground. Their speed were so fast, the strength was incredible as it broke a few boulders in trees, and their attacks were just so powerful. As they trained, Weedle was off to the side looking in awe and utter fear. If this is them training lightly, then I can't even imagine them training for real. Just what are they? Can they even be considered human or Pokemon? This was the thought that would stay in her mind for the rest of the day. After they were done sparring, Naruto, like he said, assigned each Pokemon, besides Hippo because he was still new, the task of practicing all their moves until they can use each move with little effort. He then made them do laps around the campsite with some weights that he took out from the capsule case. Each Pokemon were given different weights because of each of their body structures. Madara had weights on his wings that weighed 100 pounds and 50-pound weights on his arms, legs, and tail. Redo had, like Madara, weights on his wings, but they weighed only 50 pounds and had 25 pounds on his legs. Kushina had 30-pound weights on her tail and 10-pound weights on her little arms and legs. Even though Hippo wasn't given weights because he was new, he still ran with the others to get some exercise to stay healthy. While they were running, Naruto was sitting on a rock not too far from them fiddling with each of their Pokeballs with some tools he had on hand as Weedle watched him curiously. Excuse me, Naruto. What is that you are doing? Naruto stopped for a second to look at the Weedle then went back to fiddling with his Pokemon's Pokeballs as he answered. Well, Weedle, what I'm doing is enhancing the Pokeballs so that they cannot be opened by any other person except me as they will only be able to be opened with my aura. The Weedle looked at Naruto in awe, but then realized something. That does sound ingenious, but that still won't stop someone from stealing your Pokeballs and discovering a way to open the Pokeball. Closing parenthesis. Naruto smiled at how smart the Weedle was on catching that fact. That was what I was thinking as well. I'm glad to see how you were able to catch on to that. I doubt any other Pokemon, besides my own, or even another human could catch on to that. Here the Weedle blushed at the kind words. That is why I will also be adding this thing I call a seal that will sense the intent of a person's actions and act accordingly. For example, if a person was thinking of taking my Pokeballs to keep for their own or to harm others in any way, then the seal will shock the person as soon as they touch the Pokeball. The Weedle's eyes widened in shock at Naruto's words. If he was able to accomplish what he said, then it would practically make it so that none of his Pokemon would ever be stolen. Naruto briefly glanced to the side as he was working and chuckled internally at the face the Weedle was making. Though, he couldn't blame the Weedle because if he was another person, Naruto would bet that he would be shocked as well. Naruto's creation of seals was actually an experiment that he did when he was 9 years old. When he was studying the attacks of fire-type Pokemon, he was curious about the attack Fire Blast. The attack was pretty much a great blast of fire in the shape of the Japanese kanji for Great. Seeing how the Fire Blast, like the kanji says, was a great blast of fire, Naruto was wondering if he could apply the Japanese kanji with aura in the same manner as Fire Blast. Through several trials and errors, Naruto was able to create a new use for aura. Naruto and Weedle pretty much sat in silence after that, enjoying some silent type as Naruto continued working on the Pokeballs while the Weedle watched. By the time Naruto was done with each of the Pokeballs, the others were done with their workout. Seeing how each of them were sweating, Naruto smiled in pride at how hard they worked. I'm proud to see you guys work so hard. I have no doubt in my mind that each of you will be the strongest of your kind. All of them smiled or smirked in response to his words. Naruto then spent the rest of his remaining aura into healing his Pokemon before he returned them all into their respective Pokeballs. Going back to the tent, He started packing his stuff into his backpack before checking his enhanced Pokeballs to make sure they were functioning properly. Just as he was about to start attaching his Pokeballs to his belt, Naruto heard a voice from the outside. "Excuse me, is anyone in there?" Sensing no ill intent from the voice, Naruto decided to check who it was, but not before taking one of his Pokemon with him, as he believes any one of his Pokemon could handle any threats that may occur. When he exited his tent, Naruto quirked an eyebrow at what he saw. The owner of the voice was a young boy at a height of 4 feet 5 with black eyes and was wearing samurai armor with what appears to be a bug-catching net and a sword on his back. The boy walks up to Naruto and narrows his eyes at him. "Do you come from Pallet Town?" Naruto, seeing no harm in answering the question, answered. "Yes, in fact, I do come from." That's all Naruto could say before his instincts kicked in and he dodged to the left to avoid being chopped in half by the boy's sword. Naruto growled at the boy and grabbed him by the collar of his shirt. He pulled him closer to his face and his eyes flashed red, terrifying the child even more. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" The boy, who was shaking like a leaf in fear, shakily replied. I apologize FF for my AA actions. I was just testing if you were WWW worthy of FFF fighting." Naruto growled a little bit more before he sighed as he dropped the kid, who fell on his ass. He gave him a glare as he pointed at him. No one in their right mind would attack someone with a sword to see how good a trainer they are. The boy looked down in shame. Naruto's glare softened a bit seeing how sad the kid was and put his finger down as he crossed his arms. "Just be sure to not attack another person like that again and we'll be good. Understand?" Hearing all anger leave Naruto's voice, the boy got up and looked at Naruto with a smile. "Okay, I promise to never attack a person like that again on my honor as a samurai." Seeing as the boy understood his words, Naruto nodded before he asked a question. "So why is it that you are asking if I am from Pallet Town anyways?" The boy's face suddenly gained a determined look that made Naruto quirk an eyebrow in curiosity. "It is because I have challenged 2 people from Pallet Town just 3 days ago, whose names I believe are Kiba and Sasuke, and they have defeated my team with such speed and strength, especially that Sasuke guy and his Wartortle. That was when I came up with the idea of challenging those from Pallet Town as I believe that they will be just as powerful and fast." Naruto's sweat dropped at the kid's reasoning while he was thinking on what he just heard. "So the others are already ahead of me by 3 days, huh? Well, it doesn't matter. I can catch up later." Naruto was brought out of his thoughts when he realized that the kid asked him something. "Sorry, did you say something?" The boy didn't seem to be deterred by his response and eagerly asked again. "Will you please do me the honor of battling me?" Naruto stared at the boy for a couple of seconds before he shrugged. "Sure, why not?" The boy cheered and jumped in joy before he looked up at Naruto with a smile. "So, the fight will be 2-on-2 I'm guessing with the Pokeball in your hand and the Weedle on your shoulder." Naruto was confused with his statement before he realized that he temporarily forgot about the Weedle that was with him. He looked to his left shoulder, staring directly into the Weedle's eyes. "I'm sorry that I forgot that you were here." The Weedle understood his reasoning for forgetting its presence as it already knew what happened between the boy and Naruto as it watched from Naruto's side. "It is all right." Closing parenthesis. Naruto was glad that it accepted his apology before he asked. "So, you heard what he said. Do you want to battle?" "You don't have to because you're not my Pokemon." The Weedle looked like it was in thought before it nodded. "I would like to battle, if you do not mind." Closing parenthesis. Naruto smiled at its response. "Awesome." Naruto blinked as he realized something. Sorry for not asking earlier, but what gender are you?" "It is quite alright and I am a female." Closing parenthesis. Naruto smiled at the now identified female Weedle. "Cool, so are you ready to battle?" The Weedle looked at Naruto with a smirk. "Whenever you are." Closing parenthesis. Naruto nodded and looked at the boy, who already was a couple of feet away from him and was waiting for his response. "Let's do this." The boy smirked as the battle he was waiting for was about to start. The boy took a Pokeball from his hip out and he threw it at the same time Naruto threw his Pokeball, who didn't know that Naruto actually charged some of his aura into it. "Come one out, Ippo. Aid me in this battle, PINSIR." As soon as those words came out of their mouths, both Pokeballs hit each other in the middle of the field and opened up, releasing the Pokemon within as the Pokeball was caught back into the respective trainers' hands. Naruto internally cheered as he saw the seal work properly and didn't seem to have any problem working. Ippo, when came out of his Pokeball, did a backflip to get some distance and got into a fighting stance, observing his opponent as he did so. The Pokemon the boy sent out, who was identified as Pinsir, was a bipedal Pokemon with a wide, dull brown body and a large pair of gray, spiky pincers on top of its head. Its mouth contained long teeth arranged horizontally. Its legs were short and thick while in comparison, its arms were long and thin. Each limb ended with 3 gray claws and its eyes looked as if it was angry. Naruto smirked a little as he saw how pumped up Ippo was into finally having a real fight. Looking across, he realized he never got the name of the boy because of the argument they had before. "Hey kid." The boy from across him looked at Naruto with a questioning look. "I forgot to ask, what was your name?" "My name's Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze." The boy grinned as he stood straighter while at the same time he brought his left thumb to his chest. "I go by the name of Samurai, and it is my honor to face one such as yourself, Naruto." Naruto chuckled nervously as he, and even Weedle and Ippo, sweat dropped at his name. Wow, really? What kind of parents name their child Samurai? Seeing how Samurai seemed to take pride in his name, he couldn't help but smile. "Well, I guess I can't be judging considering my name could be translated to ramen topping." Thinking more about the boy's name, Naruto's smile changed back into his previous smirk. What's funny is his name is Samurai and I always felt like ninja. Ninja versus Samurai, huh? Getting out of his thoughts, Naruto concentrated back into the battle. "Powerful name you have there, Samurai. Whenever you're ready, we can begin." The boy now identified as Samurai gave a bigger grin. "Thank you, Naruto, and I think I'm ready, so let us proceed with the fight." Naruto nodded and picked up a pebble from nearby. Lifting the pebble to show to Samurai, Naruto said, "I'm going to toss this pebble in the air and when it hits the ground, we start giving commands to our Pokemon, okay?" Samurai gave a nod in return and Naruto tossed the pebble in the air. The pebble, for both the trainers and their Pokemon, seemed to take such an incredible length of time to fall down. When the pebble was halfway from hitting the ground, Ippo bent his legs preparing to rush while the Pinsir brought down his head, as if getting ready to use its huge claws on its head. Finally, the pebble hit the ground and the first one to give a command was Samurai. Quickly, Pinsir used Vice Grip and follow with Seismic Toss. The Pinsir opened his thin arms and started to run at Ippo with surprising speeds for a Pokemon its size, but to Ippo and Naruto, who trained in even faster speed, saw it at a snail's pace. "Ippo, get low when Pinsir is in front of you and using its speed against it, use low kick." The Samurai, seeing where this was going, tried to command the Pinsir to stop. "Pinsir, stop." Pinsir tried to stop his attack, but it was too late because it was already in front of Ippo, who gave a grin. Ippo immediately spun with his right leg out while at the same time got lower. The leg made contact with Pinsir's legs, causing said Pokemon to fall to the ground face first with a slam due to its speed and the speed at which Ippo spun being used against it. Ippo stood back up as he looked down at the Pinsir with a smirk, thinking it was defeated. Samurai's sudden command, though, made Naruto and Ippo jump. "Pinsir, while you're close, use Bind." Naruto's eyes widened as he realized his mistake in also believing that Pinsir was defeated. "Ippo, hurry before it's too late. Jump out of the way." Ippo, who was just as surprised as his trainer, had little time to dodge and therefore, ended up failing to escape as Pinsir made some vines grow and hold Ippo in place. Naruto cursed mentally at himself. "What the hell is wrong with me? I can't be getting arrogant just because of my powers and how fast my Pokemon are progressing." Samurai then ordered, "Good job, Pinsir. Now that it's being held, use revenge and get some payback." Pinsir got back up and his left hand glowed with a red aura. It then looked at Ippo, who winced because of the vine's grip and the pain that was about to come, and gave an evil grin. Pulling back his left arm as far as it could, he sent it at Ippo's face. Ippo gave out a pained groan. Ippo, Samurai was incredibly happy as he finally thought he would win a fight. Yes, After many loses, I will finally achieve a victory. Naruto brought his left hand up to his mouth as he bit on the nail of his thumb. What am I going to do? How can I get him out of there? Looking closely at the trapped Ippo, he suddenly came up with idea. At the same time Samurai gave a command. Pinsir, finish this with brick break. Ippo, quick, use screech then cut the vine holding your leg with scratch. Pinsir, who was getting his right arm ready to use brick break, suddenly had to use its hands to cover its ears as Ippo's screech gave him unbearable pain. While Pinsir was occupied blocking its ears, Ippo took that chance and used scratch on the vine, easily cutting it. Naruto, now that Ippo was free, yelled. Now, Ippo, use focus energy and follow up with karate chop and end this with assurance. Ippo, without hesitation, followed command and his form relaxed as it cleared his mind and concentrated on using more power in its next move. His right arm glowed white and he brought it up high in the air before hitting the unprepared Pinsir in the face. The Pinsir backed up and brought his hands now to his face as he held it in pain while Samurai tried giving it commands, but he didn't know that its ears were still ringing. Ippo then jumped at Pinsir with his hands now together as his hands were shrouded with a black aura and brought down on Pinsir's head, shattering the claws on his head and knocking the Pinsir out cold, easily shown by the swirls in its eyes. Seeing that this time it was finally down, Ippo brought his hands up in the air as it cheered, even though he was incredibly exhausted. Naruto came up to Ippo and bent down to his level to give him a fist bump. I'm proud of you, buddy. You did an incredible job out there, but we were both a little arrogant to think that Pinsir would be defeated so easily. I guess we both have to work on keeping our egos in check, huh? Ippo was discouraged a little at that, but chuckled at the end of it. You were right, Naruto. We'll work on that together and we can make sure the other isn't arrogant next time. Closing parenthesis. Naruto smiled at Ippo, glad to see that his words didn't make him feel so bad. I look forward to it. For now, get some rest. You deserve it after training and battling so hard. Ippo nodded to Naruto in thanks and Naruto took his Pokeball out. Tapping the ball to Ippo's head, Ippo was returned into the ball in a red light. Getting up, Naruto was able to see Samurai thank his Pinsir for his handwork and returned it, just like he did. He noticed that Samurai brought his head down and guessed that he was a little depressed about losing, so he said with a smile. I have to say, Samurai, your Pinsir was one powerful opponent and it's incredible to see how well trained it seems to be. Samurai brought his head back up and saw that Naruto was giving him a genuine smile, so he gave a big grin. Thank you, Naruto. That means an incredible deal to me. Naruto nodded with smile still in place. You're welcome. Now, how about we get back into the fight? Samurai jumped a little in excitement as he realized there was still one more fight to go. Yeah, let's do this. While Samurai got out his Pokeball, Naruto turned his head to the left to look at Weedle. So, I guess it's your time to fight. Do you really not mind that I'll be giving you commands? The Weedle stared right in his eyes and said, as I said before, it is quite alright. In fact, I was actually going to ask if it would be alright join your team. Naruto, hearing those words, gave an excited smile. Really? Oh man, it would be so cool to have you on the team. Surprised by his outburst, Weedle backed her head back a little until she remembered that Naruto, despite being incredible smart and mature for his age, was still 10-year-old boy. Giving him a smile, the Weedle thought, yes, he's the perfect trainer. Being kind, strong, and still having fun as a child should, despite being incredibly mature. Closing parenthesis. Taking the Weedle's smile as a yes, Naruto jumped in the air with his right hand pumped up in the air. Awesome. When he was on ground again, Naruto turned his head at the startled Weedle. You won't regret joining the team, Weedle. I promise I'll make you the strongest and happiest Pokemon ever, and Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze never breaks a promise, believe it. Realizing what he said, Naruto blushed up a storm while the Weedle was giggling at his reaction. I look forward to being a part of the team. Closing parenthesis. Naruto just gave a smile so big that his eyes were forced to close, making him look like a Vulpix or its evolution, Ninetales. Why are you so happy, Naruto? Hearing a voice, Naruto and Weedle turned their heads to see it was Samurai holding his Pokeball. Naruto scratched the back of his head with his right arm with a blush on his face while the Weedle looked a little sheepish. Hee, sorry about that. It's just that this Weedle on my shoulder actually was a wild Pokemon, but decided to be my Pokemon just now. Samurai smiled at that. That's incredible, Naruto. I am happy for your achievement of acquiring such a fine bug Pokemon like Weedle. Naruto thanked him for his words and Samurai said, I believe it is time for us to begin the second round, is it not? Getting used to the way he talks, Naruto agreed and Weedle jumped off his shoulder. As Weedle was crawling to the battlefield, Naruto said, Hey, Weedle. She stopped and turned her head to him, so after this fight, I'll catch you and give you a nickname. Would you mind if I gave you one? Weedle stared at him for a few seconds before it gave an eye smile and nodded. Taking out his Pokédex, Naruto pointed it at Weedle and checked her stats. Might as well check to see what her moves are. Beep. Weedle the hairy bug Pokemon. Its poison stinger is very powerful. Its bright-colored body is intended to warn off its enemies. This Weedle is female and is level 6. Its moves are Poison Sting and String Shot. Nodding at the information he gained, Naruto turned his attention back to the field. Samurai, after Weedle was on the battlefield, threw his second Pokeball. Aid me in this battle, Metapod. The Pokeball opened in midair and sent out a white light before the ball returned to Samurai's hands. The white light cleared from the Pokeball and revealed its form. Metapod's whole form was similar to a chrysalis. Its body, which was green, appeared to be hard as stone. Naruto and Weedle looked at Metapod to see if it would do anything. It did absolutely nothing. They sweat dropped and Naruto turned his attention to Samurai, who seemed to be pumped up. Samurai. Samurai looked at Naruto, showing he was listening. Did you by any chance catch this Metapod in the wild? Samurai gave a proud nod, which answered all of his questions. Naruto sighed because he knew this was going to be a boring battle since a Metapod in the wild pretty much knew nothing, except Harden. Okay, then, let's get this battle started. Weedle used Poison Sting. Weedle quickly rushed to the Metapod and stabbed its body with her stinger on the top of her head that was purple. The Metapod was sent flying and hit a tree. Samurai, shockingly enough, still seemed confident. Metapod use Harden to strengthen your defenses. Metapod slightly glared at Weedle and used Harden, making its body shine silver before disappearing, leaving Metapod with shinier, tougher-looking skin. Naruto waited to see if Samurai would give another order, but when none came, he sighed again. Weedle used String Shot and wrapped Metapod's body before throwing it at a tree. Weedle, also being disappointed in this fight, followed the order lazily as it used String Shot and, without any effort, threw Metapod at another tree. Samurai looked like he was still confident, but if you look closely, you would see a bead of sweat falling from his forehead. No worries. Metapod use Harden yet again and make your defenses even stronger than before. Just like last time, Metapod used Harden and its body shined silver again before disappearing. Deciding that this battle was going nowhere, Naruto planned to end it. Weedle, let's end this already. Use. His sentence was interrupted by sounds of multiple buzzing hit Naruto's and Samurai's ears. Samurai was confused about the sound and wondered what it was while Naruto used his ability to use aura to sense around the area. His eyes widened as he felt what it was and quickly ran to Weedle to pick her up. Putting her on his shoulder, Naruto turned his attention to the confused Samurai. We got to leave quick. A swarm of Beedrill are heading this way. This immediately got Samurai to tense in fear and before he could act, the swarm of Beedrill appeared out of the forest from the direction of Naruto's tent, which contained his backpack and Pokemon. Naruto cursed at forgetting his Pokemon and not having the energy to use his aura or psychic powers because of the training from before. He reminded himself to go back to the tent when the Beedrill were gone. Luckily for them, the Beedrill didn't notice them yet. He then started to push Samurai from his back to start running. Come on, Samurai, we got to go before the Beedrill notice us and go after us. This made Samurai shake himself out of his fear. Okay, got it. Let's go. As they were about to start running, Samurai remembered that his Metapod wasn't with him. Turning around, he went back go get his Metapod but was stopped by Naruto's hand holding his shoulder. Where are you going? I have to go get back Metapod. Seeing that Metapod was still by the tree it was thrown at, Naruto let go of his shoulder, but said a warning. Okay, but hurry up before they notice us. Samurai nodded and started to run towards Metapod, but the swarm of Beedrill finally noticed them and started to fly towards their group. Naruto cursed and yelled at Samurai. Samurai, hurry, the Beedrill are coming. Samurai reached out with his right arm to try and get Metapod, but a Beedrill swooped in and took the Metapod. Metapod, no, shit. Naruto, as fast as he could, picked up Samurai and putting him on his back before running away from the Beedrill, narrowly avoiding being stung. Samurai, while on Naruto's back as they were chased by the Beedrill, yelled. Why did you run? My Metapod was just taken by those Beedrill. Why didn't we go and fight them? Naruto made a quick right and immediately went behind a tree. He then put his hand on Samurai's mouth to make him quiet and waited. Soon enough, the Beedrill appeared and looked around before they gave up and started to fly off to the east. When he heard no more buzzing, Naruto sighed and let Samurai down, who was glaring up at him. Naruto just sent him a stern look and said, the reason why we couldn't fight them is because both our Pokemon are exhausted and my other Pokemon were back in my tent. Samurai, listening to his words, just brought down his head because he knew Naruto was right, but was still sad his Pokemon was taken away. Thinking about it, Samurai started to cry. Naruto's face softened up as he saw Samurai cry. He placed his right hand on his shoulder, making him look up, and told him some reassuring words. Don't worry, Samurai, we'll get your Metapod back, safe and sound. Samurai slowly stopped crying until he only had tears on the brim of his eyes as he looked up at Naruto's face. Really? Naruto gave him a grin. Of course, I promise that you'll get your Metapod back in no time and I never break a promise. Samurai could hear the sincerity in his words and smiled back at him. Thanks, Naruto. Naruto's grin just got bigger in response. You're welcome. Now, here he looked towards the direction the Beedrill left, let's go. Samurai got determined and nodded his head. Beedrill Hive. Hiding behind a bush, Naruto, Weedle, and Samurai watched to see what the Beedrill were doing. From their spot, they could see several Beedrill flying around as they tended to Kakuna and Weedle. They looked around until finally they saw that Metapod was in the middle. Ducking back down, Naruto turned to Samurai and Weedle to explain his plan. Okay, I guess they mistook your Metapod as a Kakuna and took him to their hive, but don't worry. I have a plan to save him. He focused on Weedle. Weedle, when I the signal, I want you to shoot a string shot at Metapod and that's when, focuses on Samurai, you get ready to catch Metapod when Weedle pulls him in. Got it. Weedle and Samurai nodded with serious and determined faces. Naruto gave them an approving look and bent down to get Weedle and placed her on his left shoulder. He raised his left arm slightly up in the air and, when he saw the Beedrill were away from Metapod's direction, brought it down. Weedle immediately used string shot and it easily hit Metapod. Giving a yank, Metapod instantly went flying towards their direction. Samurai then jumped up a little and caught Metapod in his arms. Samurai looked down to see Metapod was looking up at him and he teared up before hugging Metapod. Oh, I'm so glad you're back, Metapod. I swear on my honor as a samurai to never let you get captured again. Metapod, hearing the honesty in his voice, also teared up because he was so happy that his trainer didn't abandon him and actually saved him. Naruto and Weedle off to the side looked at the scene with a smile until they heard a buzzing sound get louder. Hastily looking out of the bush, they saw that the Beedrill were heading in their direction and the Kakuna behind them were evolving. Shit, Naruto cursed and grabbed Samurai's arm. He then dragged him as they started to run away from the Beedrill. As they ran, Samurai started to get tired and wasn't aware of a rock in the ground and tripped. Naruto turned around to see Samurai on the ground with Metapod in his arms as the Beedrill was flying towards them. Samurai turned behind him to see the Beedrill getting closer and he looked back down at Metapod. He hugged his Pokemon and said, "Don't worry, Metapod, I'm not going to let them hurt you. I will protect you with my life." Metapod's eyes widened at his trainer's words and couldn't help but feel touched. Looking beyond his trainer, his eyes grew determined before he glowed white. Everyone in the clearing stopped moving as they watched Metapod glow. Naruto, Weedle and Samurai looked at Metapod in awe as Metapod started to fly out of Samurai's arms and his form immediately changed. When the glowing cleared, Metapod was shown in a new form. His new form resembled a butterfly and has 2 body segments and 4 light blue legs. It has 2 black antennae, a light blue snout with 2 fangs underneath, and large, red compound eyes. Its wings were white with black accents. Naruto broke out of his trance and took out his Pokédex. Pointing it at Samurai's Pokémon, he activated the Pokédex. Beep. Butterfree, the butterfly Pokémon. The wings are protected by rain-repellent dust. As a result, this Pokémon can fly about even in rain. This Butterfree is level 12 and is male. Its moves are Harden, Confusion, Poison Powder, Stun Spore, and Sleep Powder. The now identified Butterfree gave out a cry and flapped its wings at the Beedrill, causing green powder to spread and making them fall asleep. Samurai, after the Beedrill fell asleep, excitedly ran up to Butterfree. "You were wonderful, Butterfree. I can't believe you evolved." Butterfree gave happy cries and Naruto with Weedle on his shoulder were watching the scene with smiles. After Samurai returned Butterfree and Naruto went back to his tent to pack up his stuff, Naruto and Samurai stood on a dirt road heading for Pewter City. Samurai watched as Naruto bent down to the ground and let Weedle crawl to the floor. Weedle turned back around and looked at Naruto, expectantly. Naruto took an empty Pokeball from his bag and held it in his left hand. Looking back down at the expectant Weedle, he let a grin come to his face. Lifting the Pokeball up, he said, "Ready to make this official." Weedle didn't say anything and just nodded. Naruto's grin just got bigger and he threw the Pokeball in the air as Weedle jumped to meet it. "Welcome to the team, Suzumaki." The now named Suzumaki hit the Pokeball with her head and was instantly captured without resistance. Naruto leaned over and picked up the Pokeball. Saying some words to the Pokeball, Naruto attached the ball onto his belt. Getting up, he turned to Samurai and stuck his right hand out, who responded in kind, as they shook hands. "You're a marvelous trainer, Samurai. I hope we can see each other in the future and battle again." Samurai gave a big grin. "I also believe you're an extraordinary trainer, Naruto, and the next time we fight, I'll win for sure." Naruto chuckled as he let his hand drop from the handshake. "I'll look forward to it." With that, Naruto started walking towards Pewter City as he waved with his right hand. Naruto brought back down and clenched it into a fist with a grin. "It's time for me to catch up. Look out, here I come." After dealing with so many things in only a couple of days, Naruto was so exhausted by the time he reached Pewter City. His hands were on his knees as he took in some breaths. Finally, made it. Due to using most of his aura, Naruto couldn't use it to heal him and he had to wait a whole day or so until it recharged. Looking up from his bent-over position, he was glad to see that he made it around sunset. Breathing a sigh of relief, Naruto wiped his forehead with his left arm and looked around. He then looked around for a place to sit until his eyes landed on a couple of rocks nearby. Walking towards it, he swiped at the rock a couple of times before finally sitting down. Bringing his head back until his face was facing the sky, Naruto closed his eye as he released a sigh. "Ah, that's so much better." Before he could even relax, Naruto's peace was disrupted from a yell. "Hey, kid!" Naruto jumped up and off the rock as he backed up looking around. After some time searching, his eyes rested on a man walking to his direction. The man was at a height of 5 feet 7 and had a brown bushy beard. He was wearing brown pants, a yellow shirt with the sleeves rolled up, and a red beanie that shrouded his eyes in darkness. The man, when he was in front of Naruto, gave him an admonishing look. "You shouldn't be sitting on someone's property like that without their permission." Naruto looked down at the rock before looking up at the man with a raised left eyebrow. "This is your property. I don't see your name on it." The man nodded and picked up the rock before turning it upside down to show the word, Flint, on it. "See here, this is my name and that means it's my property." Naruto's sweat dropped and, through his connections with his Pokemon, also felt his team's sweat drop at the man. Is this guy serious? How the hell was I supposed to know to flip the rock to identify the owner? Better question, why hell would someone even have a rock as property anyways? The man, now identified as Flint, continued on. So if you want to sit on my property, you have to pay a fee. I also sell some rocks for souvenirs if you're interested. Naruto looked at Flint incredulously before he sighed. Forget it. I won't even try to understand how this guy thinks. I'll just explain my situation then be on my way to a Pokemon Center. Sorry, sir, for sitting on your rocks. I didn't think to look under the rock and, honestly, I was so exhausted when I got here and needed a place to rest, but the Pokemon Center isn't far from here so I should be okay to walk there after resting for a couple of seconds. Flint looked sternly at Naruto, directly in his eyes, for a while until he grew a small smile. I like the look in your eyes, kid, so I'll forgive you, just this once. Now, be on your way, before I take it back. Naruto didn't need to be told twice because he didn't want to be around this guy any longer and walked to the Pokemon Center as his Pokemon gave their own opinions through their link. We should have fried that guy. He was creeping me out. Closing parenthesis. As much as I hate to say it, I agree with the overgrown lizard. Closing parenthesis. Yeah, the guy was really weird, daddy. Indeed, that man had a peculiar personality. Closing parenthesis. Some humans can be really strange. Closing parenthesis. Naruto nodded, totally agreeing with all of their opinions, but gained a curious look on his face. Wasn't Flint the name of the father of the current gym leader? Must be a coincidence. Shrugging the thought, Naruto continued on his way, unaware of the eyes of Flint staring at his back. So it seems their legacy lives on and is starting his journey. If he's anything like his parents. Flint smirked. The world will be shaken to its core. Pewter City. Naruto looked around in awe at the amount of buildings in Pewter City because, back in Pallet Town, the numbers of buildings paled in comparison to Pewter City. I guess since so much happened in the last town, I didn't get to appreciate the beauty of a city. Smiling, Naruto continued on his way to find the Pokemon Center to heal his Pokemon and a place to rest after so long. As he was walking, he never even noticed the people of Pewter City that saw all of his actions, with several girls his age giggling with blushes on their face and the adults giving smiles, thinking how Naruto looked like a sweet and kind young boy. It didn't take Naruto that long to find the Pokemon Center, 5 minutes to be exact, and quickly entered it. Walking up to the Nurse Joy of Pewter City, Naruto greeted her with a smile. Good evening, Nurse Joy. Nurse Joy, seeing how polite the boy was, giggled into her right hand before returning his greeting with her own genuine smile, that showed how much she enjoyed her job. Good evening, young man. How can I help you today? Here, Naruto sheepishly scratched that back of his head, not unlike his mother. If it isn't too much trouble, could I have my Pokemon be healed in a room to rest? It has been an exhausting few days. Seeing signs of fatigue on the boy, Nurse Joy gave a slight frown, wondering what could have made a boy no older than 10 so tired, before her smile came back. Of course it isn't much trouble and you're in luck, young man. There is one more room left open. All you need to do is insert your Pokédex in here so we can get the payment for the cost of the room, which is around 150 Poke dollars, and make sure no one else can enter your room without your permission. Then a slot on the counter seemed to open and Naruto, without any hesitation, easily placed his blackish-red Pokédex in, not worried in the least about losing some cash. This was because Naruto, thanks to his ability to create several types of inventions, sold some of his useful ones that helped with daily lives, that he didn't mind anyone else using, under the alias of Maelstrom. And also, this thought slightly saddened him, the money left behind from his parents for him after they died, which was a lot considering their old positions, but only was able to get a fraction of it because he wasn't 18 yet. The counter seemed to shine white and chime several times until a robotic voice was heard. Room 9 now occupied by trainer Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze from Pallet Town. When Nurse Joy heard who Naruto was, her eyes widened and gasped, getting a worried glance from Naruto. What's wrong, Nurse Joy? Nurse Joy seemed to jump at the voice until she registered the words in her head. Shaking her head, Nurse Joy looked back at Naruto with an awe look on her face. I'm sorry, it's just that I remember the Nurse Joy from Verdian City told me of a unique and kind boy who had an incredible and equally unique set of Pokemon would probably be arriving, which appears to be you. Naruto scratched the back of his head with his right hand as he blushed bashfully while he could sense through the link with his Pokemon, aside from Ippo and Suzumaki, had feelings of smugness, causing him to sweat drop. Oi, seriously. What the hell guys? Internally shaking the thought away, Naruto replied back. I don't think that I'm that great. My Pokemon. Here Naruto grew a fond smile as he continued with pride in his voice. Now, those guys are the ones that are truly great. There aren't any other of their species as special as them, and I wouldn't trade them for anything, even if it's something like 100 Master Balls, believe it. Nurse Joy, who was watching his expression as he talked about his Pokemon, was in total agreement with the Nurse Joy from Verdian. Naruto was a kind young boy that you don't see every day that could speak about their Pokemon with such admiration and devotion. When she heard his verbal tick, Nurse Joy yet again giggled into her right hand, causing Naruto to blush. My, such a humble young man, and cute too with that little verbal tick of yours. Being reminded that he said his verbal tick out loud, Naruto's blush spread even more across his face. Damn it, I freaking hate when I do that. It's so embarrassing. I just want to die right now. While Naruto was complaining about his verbal tick, his Pokemon suddenly lost their feelings of smugness and were, instead, feeling incredibly happy that they had such a great trainer like Naruto. They all thought, even Suzumaki and Ippo who only recently joined, the exact same thing. We'll always be by your side and do our best to make you proud of us. Closing parenthesis. Nurse Joy then handed back to Naruto, who got over his embarrassment, his Pokédex. After that, she gestured to the cart on his right that a nearby Chansey was pushing. Just leave your Pokemon here and we will heal them in the back. We'll later inform you of when you can pick them up. Nodding, Naruto turned to the Chansey and greeted her with a smile, causing it to give a cheer. He then took his 5 Pokeballs off his belt and charged his aura into them before placing them on the tray. Turning to Nurse Joy with a begging and worried look that startled her, Naruto gave a heads up. When you unlock my Pokemon to heal them, please don't tell anyone what they are because I don't want anyone to try and steal my Pokemon. Even though he knew that the Pokeballs were secure with the seals, he was extremely worried about them when they were outside their Pokeballs. Seeing how truly worried he was about his Pokemon being, Nurse Joy reassured him with a smile. Don't worry, no matter what type of Pokemon they are, I won't tell a soul. Pokemon trainer confidentiality and all. Naruto sighed in relief before giving her a grateful look that Nurse Joy replied with a kind smile. She then gestured to her right of her, causing him to look in that direction, seeing a hall. While we heal your Pokemon, you may rest in your room that's just down this hall. To enter your room, just insert your Pokédex into the slot under the door handle and it will unlock. Just remember, when you are ready to leave, come back here and we will deregister you from the room. Naruto nodded, taking all the information and remembering every detail, and she continued, this time gesturing to her left, where there was foot court of sorts. Also, after you are done getting situated into the room, you may eat here, where you can either eat the food provided for you or you may ask to use the kitchen to cook your own food, but you must have your own ingredients. Naruto smiled at the information she provided and said, Got it, thanks for all of your help, Nurse Joy. Her smile just got bigger in response. It's no trouble at all, Naruto. Here she slightly backed up and bowed. Enjoy your stay here, and if you have any problems, don't hesitate to ask any of our staff or myself for assistance. Naruto thanked her one last time before he left towards his room. Nurse Joy watched as he left to his room until his form disappeared. He's one unique child, humble, kind, and charming. He's one in a million. When he grows up, there is no doubt that he'll have several admirers. Remembering how easily flustered the boy could get, Nurse Joy giggled into her right hand. I haven't laughed this much in a long time. Whoever snatches them for themselves will be only lucky girl. Back with Naruto. Naruto walked the halls looking for his room with his hands on the back of his head as he thought about the events that happened in the past few days. Let's see. I battled with an aggressive Pidgey who I caught as soon as I defeated it, kicked several Sparrow's ass, gained a Mew through an egg, fought a calm Mankey who later became my Pokemon, saved a little girl from a group of Growlithe, beat the shit out of some people working for an evil organization who kidnapped a little girl's Pokemon, met an incredibly insightful Weedle, battled with a boy named Samurai, and saved said boy's Butterfree. Realizing how much things he did in such little time, Naruto sighed as he brushed his hair from the top to the back with his right hand. Naruto muttered to himself as he continued looking for his room. I seriously need a break. After some time, 6 to 7 minutes to be exact, he found a door with the number 9 on it. Taking out his Pokédex, Naruto inserted it into the slot under the handle and, like Nurse Joyce said, the door unlocked. Turning the handle, Naruto opened the door and looked in his room. It was a medium-sized room with a bed on the right against the wall with a drawer that had a clock on the top of it, which read 6:45 p.m. Next to it, a window on the wall Naruto was facing, and a door on the wall on the left, which he immediately identified as the bathroom. Closing the door behind him, Naruto took his black backpack off and placed at the feet of the bed. Looking around the room, Naruto crossed his arms over his chest as he thought on what to do. Well, it'll take a while until the gang is healed, so I guess I'll take a shower and go to the food court to see if I can cook something to eat. Deciding what to do, Naruto went to his backpack and took out his capsule case. Opening it, he searched through the case until he finally found one labeled, clothes. Grabbing it with his right hand and putting the case back in his backpack, he pressed the button on the top with his thumb and threw it on top of the bed. Smoke erupted from the capsule, and when it cleared, a gigantic traveling bag was shown resting on the bed. Unzipping the bag, Naruto opened his bag and several clothing of different colors were shown. Contemplating on what to wear, he decided to wear some boxer briefs with frogs on them, dark blue shorts that went past his knees, and a white shirt with a red swirl in the middle that seemed to be on fire. With clothes on hand and a towel he also grabbed from the bag, Naruto headed to the bathroom and started his shower. Few minutes later, he was exiting the bathroom with steam coming from the room as his usually spiky blonde hair was flat against his head with a towel on it. Naruto sighed as he grabbed the ends of the towel with his hands when it was resting on his neck and his head facing the ceiling. Giving a content sigh, Naruto said, "Now that's better. It feels great taking a shower after an eventful day." Looking at the clock, which said 6:55 p.m., seeing that he had more time left and that his stomach growled in hunger, Naruto then decided to go to the food court to cook some food. Going back to his backpack, he took out a capsule with the word, "cooler," on it and activated it. Once the cooler appeared, he opened it up and grabbed ingredients for some curry rice. Putting it all in a bag, Naruto left his room with his Pokédex in his pocket and locked the door behind him. He then proceeded to the food court and looked in the bag to make sure he had the ingredients he needed and to make sure none of them have expired. "Looks like I got everything. They aren't too old, so it's still good to use." Nodding his head in satisfaction, Naruto stopped looking in the bag, that was held in his left hand, and just as he was continuing on his way, he knocked into someone. Due to his training, his body was incredibly tough, and thanks to that, Naruto didn't fall down to the ground, unlike the other person who fell completely on their ass. Getting worried, Naruto hastily got down into a crouch and grabbed the person's left shoulder in concern. "Hey, I'm so sorry. Are you all right?" The person, who was rubbing their butt in pain, looked up at Naruto with their eyes slowly opening. "I'm all right, thank you for your..." The person stopped in the middle of their sentence as soon as they saw who it was that knocked her down by accident. Both their eyes widened in surprise and they both said, "Hinata." Naruto. Naruto brought out his right hand to help Hinata up, which she accepted gratefully. When she was fully up, Naruto scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. "Hee, I really am sorry about that, Hinata." Naruto gave her a bright smile, causing her to blush slightly, "But man, it's great to see you. How have you been?" Hinata's blush deepened in color, but she shook her head to regain her composure. She smiled back at Naruto, glad that she was less shy than before thanks to her interactions with her friends and Abra. "I said, it was all right, Naruto, so you don't have to apologize. As to how I've been doing great, thanks to my Abra, Shino, and Kiba." Naruto grinned as he nodded at her answer. He clearly remembered that the day when everyone left for their journey, Hinata, Shino, and Kiba seemed pretty close, despite their different personalities. "That's great, Hinata. I'm actually going to the food court to cook some food." Here he brought up the bag of ingredients in his left hand. "You want to join me? We can also talk and catch up on the way." Hinata seemed to think about it before she nodded and accepted his offer. Both then started heading to the food court while talking about the Pokemon they've caught and people they've met. Food court. Naruto and Hinata, when they reached the food court, decided to go get their food and meet up later at a table nearby. After Naruto cooked his food and Hinata got her food, they met up again and sat down at a table and continued talking about their adventures. Naruto whistled as he heard the number of Pokemon she caught, which was lower than his, but still nonetheless impressive. Wow, Hinata, that's really impressive how you got a Bulbasaur, even though they're so rare to catch in the wild, and a Venonat out here. Hinata blushed from the praise she got from the person she admired and idolized the most, but shook her head in disagreement. I don't think I'm that great when compared to you. You have a Pidgeotto, Mankey, Caterpie, and Weedle all with unique personalities and incredible strength. Your team is almost full. Naruto chuckled as he couldn't help but agree that the chances of getting the team he currently had was near 0%. He decided to hold off on telling Hinata about Kushina's true identity as a Mew in his interactions with Root, not because he didn't trust her, but because he didn't want her to faint at knowing he had a legendary Pokemon, a Mew nonetheless, and cause her to worry at gaining the wrath of an infamous organization. They continued to talk as they ate their food and, just as they were about to leave and continue their conversation was interrupted by an obnoxious and arrogant familiar voice. Well, if it isn't the dead last. Naruto sighed while Hinata started to fidget when a boy around their age wearing a gray hoodie with a Growlithe by his side. Kiba smirked arrogantly, with his chest puffed up. How have you been doing since the day you cheated and beat Sasuke, huh? Hinata, uncomfortable with Kiba's attitude, spoke up. Kiba, you shouldn't be saying such mean things about Naruto that aren't true. Kiba looked at her in disbelief until he saw that they were both standing next to each other and came up with his own conclusion and glared at Naruto. How typical of you, convincing Hinata that you didn't use rare candies to evolve your freak of Charmander in just 1 week. When I didn't think you could stoop any lower, you've proved me wrong. Naruto, who didn't seem to care what Kiba said before, glared at Kiba with such intense anger that his aura and psychic energy started to slowly, but surely, burst from his form, which went unnoticed by Hinata and Kiba, but not Growlithe, who started to whine, warning Kiba not to mess with Naruto. I can handle and ignore you calling me a cheater and dead last, even though it isn't true, because, frankly, I don't give a shit, but when you make fun of my best friend and partner, that's when I had enough. Apologize. Naruto's eyes narrowed and glowed red before changing back to their intense red, that made Kiba slightly flinch. Now, Hinata stared at Naruto's back with slight fear because of how angry he seemed and could feel the strong presence that seemed to surround him, but understood where he was coming from. If anyone made fun of her Abra, she'd probably be mad too. Despite Naruto not yelling, Kiba was, not like he would admit it, slightly terrified of the intensity and anger in his words, but shook his head, and regained his arrogant posture, but his legs were shown to be shaking slightly. Well, I might consider apologizing if you can prove me wrong in a battle without your Charizard. Naruto glared at Kiba for a few seconds until his face grew stoic, which was still pretty intimidating. Fine, if I win a battle against you without my Charizard, then you have to apologize. Kiba lost his fear over Naruto and gained his smug and arrogant grin back on his face. Great, but if I win the battle, you have to admit that you cheated and that you are nothing compared to me. Naruto nodded and said, okay, but we have to wait for my Pokemon to be healed, then we can battle. Since I arrived just a couple of minutes ago, it'll probably take a couple of hours, so we'll have to wait till morning. Is that fine with you? Kiba agreed and Naruto left back towards his room while Hinata, who was forgotten during their argument, stared worriedly at Naruto's back. The next morning, Naruto explained the situation with the rest of his team when he got them back just a few minutes ago, causing his Pokemon to yell out in rage, with Madara being the most vocal for obvious reasons, but Naruto reassured them that they'd be able to make Kiba regret his words, satisfying them. Now, Naruto and Kiba stood across from another at the outside field near the Pokemon Center, both wearing different clothing from yesterday. Naruto was wearing red sneakers, black jeans, red t-shirt with an image of a Moltres, a silver jacket with a hood and a fur collar, think Nadaime Hokage, and a blue-green crystal necklace that he hasn't worn before. Kiba was wearing another gray hoodie, Except this one didn't have a fur design around the hood and end of the sleeves, brown shorts, and blue sneakers. They seemed to have gained a crowd, with most being girls around their age blushing at Naruto's looks, causing Kiba to growl in jealousy, who were waiting for their battle to start. Kiba growled in anger and yelled across the field. Don't think just because girls seem to like you means that you're something special, because you're not, and I'll prove it here by exposing to them that you really are just a cheater. Naruto raised an eyebrow at hearing the jealousy in his voice and glanced to the crowd before returning his attention to Kiba. Does this idiot really think I give a crap about the attention? Wow, how shallow can he be? At least you'll get to shut him up once you show what a real trainer looks like. Closing parenthesis. Naruto blinked as he temporarily forgot about the bond with his Pokemon and that they could talk to each other through telepathy. Naruto smiled as he replied back to his partner. Yeah, that's true. I'm sorry that you don't get to fight, Madara, but I promise that you'll get to battle some more later on. Madara smiled in concern and reassured his trainer that it was all right. Naruto was taken out of his thoughts by Kiba's loud voice. Hey, are you listening? Didn't you hear what I say? Naruto looked at Kiba with a blank stare, which seemed to cause the girls to swoon over how cool he looked, before answering. Yes, I heard what you said, and honestly, I don't think I'm that special because my Pokemon are the ones that are special. Naruto turned to Hinata, who stood near the crowd watching. Now, Hinata, if it won't be too much trouble, can you referee the match? Hinata blushed and nodded her head. She then got in the middle of the field and looked at both Kiba and Naruto asking if they were ready, which they responded in kind, and said. This will be a 2-on-2 battle between Kiba Inuzuka from Pallet Town and Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze also from Pallet Town. There will be no substitutions and no use of items to help their Pokemon in any way. If both trainers are prepared, send out your first Pokemon. Naruto and Kiba both grabbed a Pokeball from their belts and threw them, where they met in the middle and bounced back as they opened with a red light. Come on out, Ippo. Let's go, Mankey. When the light was revealed, it was shown two Mankey standing face to face, with one being smaller, but having firmer and tougher arms, and calm, while the other was bigger and jumping around in rage. The crowd chattered excitedly at seeing both trainers sending out the same Pokemon and started betting at which one would win, with Kiba's bigger Mankey being more favored due to its size. Kiba, hearing the crowd talk about how he was likely to win, made him grin. You hear that, dead last? Sounds like the people are starting to see how great I am and how much a loser you are. Naruto didn't even react to his insults and instead said, Ippo, end this quickly and use scratch and follow it up with low kick. Ippo quickly followed his trainer's orders and got up in the face of the other Mankey, who jumped back, startled, and scratched him across his face, causing it to give a shriek of pain. Before Kiba could even give a command or Mankey could react, Ippo got crouched down and spun with his right leg sticking out, hitting the other Mankey's legs and making it fall to the ground. Despite them being both fighting-type Pokemon, it seemed, even though it was bigger, Kiba's Mankey was at an unbelievably weak level and was instantly knocked out. Ippo looked at the downed Mankey, then to Kiba and finally to Naruto, giving him a look that said, Is this kid really a trainer? Which Naruto was easily able to decipher and nod his head, making shake his head in disappointment. Hinata raised her left arm, motioning to Naruto. Mankey has fainted, so Naruto wins the first battle. Kiba stared at his downed Mankey in shock, along with the crowd and Hinata, unable to comprehend how his larger Mankey could lose to such a smaller-looking Mankey so quickly before his face gained a scowl. Hey, that's not fair. I wasn't ready and you attacked before the match officially started, so I won by default. Surprisingly, Hinata was the one who corrected Kiba, instead of Naruto. No, you're wrong, Kiba. The match officially started once you sent out your Pokemon, so Naruto didn't cheat. The crowd started to chatter again, but this time, talking about how Kiba was such a sore loser that he would try to come up with an excuse for his mistake. Kiba grit his teeth as his anger grew higher. Fine, you won that one, but with Akamaru, you'll lose for sure. Kiba looked down at Growlithe. Let's go, Akamaru. Akamaru barked up at Kiba and was on the field. Akamaru growled at the impassive Ippo, ready to make his master proud. Hinata raised both her arms. Second battle between Growlithe and Mankey, brought down her arms, begin. Kiba was quick to give out an order. Akamaru start things off with a bite. Akamaru barked and rushed towards Ippo with his mouth open, showing his fangs glowing white with a black aura as they grew in length. Naruto, after hearing Kiba's order, gave out his own order. Ippo, use Screech and then take that hit. Everyone watching and even Kiba were confused as to why he would order his Mankey to use Screech, when all it does is lower the defense of a Pokemon, and why he didn't plan to dodge the attack. Ippo, despite being confused by his trainer's order, trusted him completely and gave out a loud shriek, which caused Akamaru to wince slightly at the painful sound, but continued with his attack and bit down on Ippo's leg, causing Ippo to shriek in pain, not expecting Akamaru to be so powerful. Kiba grinned. Alright, Akamaru, now we got him. Use. Before he can act, quick, Ippo, use Assurance. Kiba yelled out a, what? In surprise as he watched as Ippo's right hand was shrouded by a black aura before punching Akamaru in the face, making him yelp. No, Akamaru. Everyone, who questioned Naruto's move before, now understood what he was planning and thought it was ingenious. Because of the effect of Assurance, the damage that was dealt to Akamaru was doubled, not to mention that Akamaru's defense was harshly lowered because of Screech. Kiba stared worriedly at his starter, who was currently on the ground. Akamaru, are you okay? Akamaru, hearing the worry in his master's voice, slowly got up before he stared defiantly at Ippo, who looked on in surprise, and barked out in affirmative. Kiba gave a big grin. Awesome, I knew you were the best. Now let's show how strong we are. Akamaru barked again in agreement while Naruto stared in genuine surprise at seeing Akamaru getting up. Incredible, I thought Ippo would end this quickly, but I guess I underestimated Kiba as a trainer considering his attitude. It's not your fault for underestimating him, Naruto. I was also surprised to see how strong this Growlithe is, but now that we learned our lesson, shall we get serious? Naruto smirked as he nodded and looked towards Kiba. Oi, Kiba. Kiba looked at Naruto, slightly angered by what he did to Akamaru, yet at the same time in curiosity, I have to admit. I'm really surprised to see how well you trained your Growlithe and have to say you are a good trainer. Kiba looked smug, but you'd be a great trainer if you just lost that attitude of yours. Now that I've said that, I'm really going to get serious, so you better be ready. Even though he didn't show, Kiba was actually thinking on his words and remembered how his mother and sister also told him something similar. After witnessing how powerful Naruto's Pokemon was, he promised himself after this battle to change. Naruto brought out his right arm. Ippo, use Focus Energy, then when you're done charging, attack with Scratch. Ippo immediately closed his eyes and started to take deep breaths as a white aura surrounded his body, which steadily grew bigger. Kiba, not wanting Naruto's Mankey to get a power boost, quickly gave a command. Akamaru, don't let him finish, use Takedown. Akamaru growled and, due to the distance not being that short thanks to the last attack, easily hit Ippo with its body, breaking its concentration and dealing some damage. Akamaru, though, winced slightly at the side effect of using the attack. Naruto cursed slightly as he thought he would be able to use Focus Energy due to the amount of damage Akamaru took, but he guessed that was just wishful thinking. Deciding that giving Akamaru some damage then ending it with one move would be the best way to win, Naruto gave out his command. Ippo, new plan. Get up close and deal some damage with Fury Swipes. Kiba at the same time gave his own command. Akamaru use Flame Burst while it's on the ground. Ippo quickly avoided the Flame Burst by doing a backflip and rushed towards Akamaru, and when he was up in his face, scratched in the face multiple times before jumping back. This time, Kiba cursed at missing while Naruto grinned. Great job, Ippo. Let's keep up this pace and use Low Kick. As Ippo was running towards Akamaru, Kiba yelled out. Akamaru, use Flame Wheel to get out of there, and when you're far enough, use Ember. Before Ippo could even think of hitting Akamaru with his low kick, Akamaru's body was suddenly surrounded by flames and spun away. This caused Ippo, who was already in motion of kicking, to miss, and Akamaru used this opportunity to blast him with an Ember attack. Naruto quickly ordered Ippo to dodge, but wasn't able to in time and was hit. Alright, Akamaru. Let's finish this up with revenge. Akamaru barked out and rushed towards Ippo, who down on one knee in pain. Everyone waited with bated breath as Akamaru rushed towards Ippo and waited for Naruto to give out an order, but were surprised when he didn't say anything. Unknown to them, Naruto was speaking to Ippo through his aura. "How you doing, buddy? I'm a little battered up, but overall, I'm fine, Naruto. This Growlithe is something else. With the right training, it could reach unimaginable levels." Closing parenthesis. I agree, Kiba did well training his starter, but I think it'll be over with one more move. On my command, I want you to jump while spinning and using the momentum. Use assurance one more time. Ippo nodded and stood up while Akamaru was getting closer and closer. When Akamaru was about a couple inches away, Naruto yelled out, "Now!" Mankey immediately jumped while spinning his body counter-clockwise with his right hand was shrouded in a familiar dark aura. When Akamaru was directly under him, Ippo slammed his right fist onto the top of his head, creating a small crater. Ippo landed on the ground as he took some breaths while Akamaru laid on the ground with swirl in his eyes. Hinata raised her right hand towards Naruto. With two Pokémon unable to battle and with Naruto having two Pokémon ready to battle, the winner of the match is Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Everyone in the crowd cheered, with some crying out at losing their bets, at the amazing battle between the two trainers. Naruto returned Ippo back into his Pokeball, thanking him for battling for him, which he waved off while Kiba approached the fainted Akamaru and hugged him, muttering some thanks into his fur before promising to take him out of his Pokeball again when he was healed, in which he later returned him to said Pokeball. Naruto and Kiba met in the middle, where they stood there staring at one another, before Kiba stuck out his hand without a sorrowful expression on his face, which made Naruto smile and grab with his own hand. "You win, Naruto. I know it was a bet, but I really am sorry for calling your Pokemon a freak and you a cheater. In all honesty, I was just jealous of how powerful and great you were as a trainer. While battling with you, I realized how horrible my attitude really was. I hope you can forgive me." Seeing Kiba bowed down his head, Naruto gave a kind smile. "You don't have to be sorry. It is true you were kind of a dick, but you were able to come out as a greater person thanks to this battle. Also, you don't have to be jealous because you were already good trainer and thanks to today, you are now a great trainer. You just have to get stronger." Kiba looked gratefully at Naruto before his face took on a determined look. "Thanks, Naruto. I will get stronger and when I do, I want a rematch because next time, I'm kicking your ass." Naruto chuckled and let go of Kiba's hand. "We'll see." After Naruto and Kiba got their Pokemon healed, they, along with Hinata, decided to go to the Pokemart, with Naruto checking his Poketech, seeing that it was around noon. As soon as they reached it, Kiba turned to Naruto and Hinata with excited grins on his face. "Hey guys, you want to go check out the Pokeballs they're selling? Maybe we can even find a Master Ball." Naruto chuckled at Kiba's excitement over some Pokeballs while Hinata smiled kindly at him. Naruto shook his head while still chuckling. "Kiba, do you really think they would sell a Master Ball here? Even if they did, do you honestly expect it to be at a cheap price? One would probably cost 10 million Poke Dollars. Unknown to Hinata and Kiba, Naruto could actually recreate any kind of Pokeball, even the Master Ball if he wanted, and all he needed was the right tools, but he wasn't going to tell them that. Kiba brought his head down in depression at realizing that was true, but got better when Akamaru, who's been riding on the top of his head, licked his cheek. He scratched Akamaru's left cheek with his left index finger with a grin. "Thanks, Akamaru." Akamaru barked happily and Kiba turned back to an amused Naruto and Hinata. "Well, whatever, who needs them, right? With our luck, we can probably catch legendaries easily as we can catch a Caterpie with just a regular Pokeball. Right, Akamaru?" Naruto and Hinata's sweat dropped as they watched the scene of Kiba coming up with crazy scenarios that couldn't possibly happen, and their sweat drop got even bigger when Akamaru seemed to be encouraging him. What they didn't know was that a certain whisker-faced blonde would actually be facing these types of situations. Hinata decided to end Kiba's ridiculous and humorous rant by tapping his shoulder, getting his attention. Kiba, maybe we should just get what we need and go." Kiba looked around him and noticed he gained attention by his loud shouting and blushed in embarrassment before muttering in agreement. It took only around 3 minutes to get what they needed, with Naruto restocking in food and potions while Hinata and Kiba got pretty much some of everything else. When they were in line, they saw a 5 feet tall boy with a white jacket and hood, which they were all familiar with. Kiba decided to be the one to get his attention, and he did that by patting him on his right shoulder with his left hand. "Hey Shino, guess who Hinata and I just met up with?" Shino was slightly alarmed at the hand touching his shoulder, but relaxed slightly when he recognized the voice. Shino quirked an eyebrow in curiosity at Kiba's proclamation and turned around. He saw Naruto give a small smile and a wave with his left hand while Hinata waved kindly at him as well. Naruto walked up to him and stuck out his right hand. "Hello Shino, how have you been since PTA?" Shino's, under his sunglasses, eyes widened at Naruto slightly because he remembered how he would barely talk to anyone at PTA after the accidents with his parents, but when he noticed that he seemed better and actually remembered his name, which barely anyone knew besides Kiba and Hinata, he smiled. Shino took his hand and shook it. "Hello, Naruto, I've been well. I can see that you are doing quite well yourself." Naruto chuckled at how formal Shino sounded, but knew that's how he preferred to talk when he was talking to someone. "Yes, I have. That is thanks to my wonderful Pokemon." "Thanks Master." "Thanks Naruto." "Thank you so much, Daddy." "You have my thanks, Naruto." "I appreciate the compliment very much, Naruto." Naruto's smile grew bigger, which made Shino, who was in front of him, come to the conclusion that he was thinking about his Pokemon, and replied back. "You're welcome, guys." Closing parenthesis. Shino noticed that the guy who was before him in line was finished and turned to Naruto. "Would you, as well as Kiba and Hinata, like to purchase our items together?" Naruto accepted his offer and they all paid for their items and left the store, with Naruto next to Shino on his right and Hinata next to Shino on his left and Kiba on Hinata's left. Hinata wondered where they were going, so decided to ask about it. Naruto." Naruto turned his head to her. "Where are we going if you don't mind me asking?" Naruto blinked and then realized that they were following him. "Well, I thought you guys would go back to the Pokemon Center after we were done shopping, but anyways, I'm going to the gym to challenge him for a badge." He then looked curiously at them. "I've been wondering, since we left the PTA to go on our own journey, what are you guys planning to do?" Kiba grinned and pointed his right thumb to his chest. "I'm going to challenge the Indigo League by getting the 8 badges like you. So we'll definitely have our rematch now." Naruto grinned at Kiba's response and nodded before looking at Shino and Hinata. Hinata brought her hands closer and touched her 2 index fingers together as her nervous habit. "Well, I actually wanted to get stronger and I thought I would be able to by traveling with Kiba and Shino." Naruto nodded and Shino lifted his glasses up using his right middle and index finger. "I plan to discover and maybe capture some bug types on my journey and just to take in the sights of nature of the world. I thought it was logical to tag along with these two as our families are close and it is better to have more people when a situation occurs." Naruto expected that from Shino, thinking on how his personality worked. After all the questions were answered, they continued on their way to the gym. Pewter City Gym. When they arrived, everyone, aside from Kiba, sweat dropped at the design of the gym, wondering if they could have been more original and imaginative. Looking at the door in front of them, Kiba walked confidently towards the door. "Let's do this. With my team, I'll win for sure." Naruto gave a big grin and stepped up next to Kiba. "I'll also win. After all, this will be my first step towards becoming a greater Pokemon trainer than my father and mother combined." They both then walked in after the doors automatically opened and Hinata and Shino followed them in. The sight that greeted them was darkness, to their confusion, but suddenly had to close their eyes, except Shino who had shades, when a bright light appeared before them. They blinked their eyes rapidly to get their sight back and by the time they cleared their eyes, Shino made a comment. "It appears the gym leader was expecting our arrival." Shino's statement proved to be true as at the other end of the rocky terrain-looking field was a lone teen. This teen stood at a height of 5 feet 6 and had spiky hair. He had very skinny eyes that it looked like lines. He wore the clothing you would see on a hiker. Brock observed the 4 kids, who entered his gym, and he didn't know why, but he could feel an incredibly strong presence from the whiskered blonde. "Which one of you are here to challenge me?" Kiba and Naruto stepped up, causing Brock to nod. So it appears I have two challengers at the same time. Luckily for you, I have some extra Pokemon to face you both. So who will go first? Kiba and Naruto looked at each other before Naruto nodded to Kiba, causing him to give a grin and nod in thanks. Brock saw that Naruto stepped back, signaling Kiba was the first to go. Brock motioned to his left with his left hand and a row of seats were shown. You can wait with your friends right over here. Naruto, Hinata, and Shino left, not before wishing Kiba luck in their own way, with Naruto patting his shoulder, Hinata saying good luck, and Shino nodding. Kiba stepped up to the drawn box and a machine rose up right next to him with a slot, which was big enough for a Pokédex. He then took out his gray Pokédex from within his jacket and inserted the Pokédex inside the machine. The machine took it in and blinked several times before ejecting the Pokédex, which Kiba grabbed and stored away. A referee was seen above them, directly above the middle of field, on a platform lifted by a machine with a podium in front of him, and he looked down at the name that popped up on the screen on the podium. He nodded and lifted his head back up from the podium. The referee had two flags in his hands, with the one on his left being green facing Kiba and the one on his right being red facing Brock. He lifted both flags in the air and said, "This a 2-on-2 Pokemon battle between Gym Leader, Brock, and the challenger, Kiba Inuzuka from Pallet Town. The Gym Leader will not be able to substitute at any time and shall send out his Pokemon first. The challenger may be able to substitute his Pokemon if he wishes to do so and will have the first move. You can only use the first two Pokemon you sent out. Without further ado, let the battle," he brought down his flags, "begin." Kiba vs Brock. Brock took out a Pokeball from his right pocket and clicked the button, causing it to expand. He then threw the Pokeball, which later returned to him, as it opened up releasing a red light and the Pokemon within it. Go, Geodude. The Pokemon known as Geodude looked like a gigantic rock with rocky eyebrows and brown eyes. Its arms were muscular with 5-fingered hands. Naruto, from the sidelines, took out his Pokédex and checked on Geodude. Beep. Geodude, the rock Pokemon. It is impossible to distinguish from rocks. It slams against others in contests of hardness. This Pokemon is level 11 and knows the moves Tackle, Defense Curl, Mud Sport, Rock Polish, and Rollout. Geodude gave out a few calls of its name as it punched its right hand into its left palm. Kiba let Akamaru down from his head and looked down at him. You wait there, Akamaru. I'll let Mankey handle this first and you come in after he's done. Akamaru barked, agreeing with him, and Kiba looked back up. Taking a Pokeball off his belt with his right hand, Kiba yelled out while throwing his Pokeball. Let's go, Mankey. Kiba's Mankey was shown jumping on foot to the other foot while he waved his arms everywhere. Kiba was quick to give an order to his Mankey. Mankey used Leer to weaken it a bit and follow up with a good old scratch attack. Mankey's eyes narrowed and he glared right into the Geodude's eyes, causing said Pokemon to flinch, and ran towards it with a white glowing right hand. Brock didn't even seem fazed by the move at all. Geodude used Rollout and Tackle at the same time. Geodude brought its arms to its face and started to spin so fast that it started to move across the terrain while a white trail was behind it. Kiba looked slightly nervous, but he came up with an idea, but was a little risky. Mankey, cancel your scratch attack and use a low kick. Mankey looked questionably at his trainer, but decided to go with it. He stopped running and his hand stopped glowing white. He crouched down and spun in a similar manner to Ippo with its left leg sticking out. When it came into contact with the fast-approaching Geodude, the result was surprising. Geodude's body was sent flying across the room into a wall behind Brock and landed on the ground with swirling in its eyes, showing that it fainted. The referee stared slightly wide-eyed at the unconscious Geodude, then to the panting Mankey on the field. He brought his left hand up with the green flag raised. Geodude is unable to battle. The winner is Mankey. Gym Leader, send out your next Pokemon. With Naruto and the others. Shino shook his head, Hinata giggled into her hands, and Naruto chuckled at the way Kiba took out Brock's Pokemon. Kiba has done a very risky move. If that didn't work, he could have lost that battle. Naruto stared at Shino with amusement shining in his eyes. At least it succeeded. You have to give him credit for creating up with an interesting move. Hinata nodded her head in agreement and Shino just sighed, but smiled. That's true. Back to the field, Brock returned Geodude to its Pokeball, whispering it a little thanks, before taking out a second Pokeball from his right pocket, clicking the button, making it expand. Before he threw it, Brock smiled at Kiba. That was quite an interesting move, Kiba. How did you come up with it? Kiba blushed bashfully and scratched the back of his head with his left hand. Well, to be honest, with the way Geodude rolled and had a white trail, it looked like a soccer ball. So I thought, why not kick it like one? Everyone in the gym, even Akamaru and Mankey, sweat dropped at his reply while simultaneously thinking the same thing. Really, really, really. Brock shook his head and brought the Pokeball in his right hand close to his face. You should look out, this Pokemon in my hand is my third best Pokemon. He threw it out and yelled out the Pokemon's name. Go, Rhyhorn. Naruto, taking out his Pokédex again, used his Pokédex to check on Rhyhorn's stats. Rhyhorn was shown to be a rhinoceros-like creature with a body covered in gray, rocky plates. It had 4 short legs with 2 claws on each foot. It had a triangular head with narrow, red eyes, 2 fangs protruding from its upper jaw, and small, triangular openings on the upper sides. Beep. Rhyhorn, the Spike's Pokemon. It is inept at turning because of its 4 short legs. It can only change and run in one direction. This Rhyhorn is level 23 and knows the moves Horn Attack, Tail Whip, Stomp, Fury Attack, Scary Face, and Rock Blast. Rhyhorn let out a roar while stomping the ground in front of it. Kiba gulped nervously at seeing such a Pokemon, but got over it when Akamaru rubbed his head against his left leg. Kiba nodded his thanks towards Akamaru and the referee lifted both flags in the air. Let the second match between Rhyhorn and Mankey, he brought down his flags, begin. Brock acted faster than Kiba could. Rhyhorn, use Rock Blast. Rhyhorn roared in affirmative and its horn glowed a brownish white as 5 rocks formed in front of it before the rocks launched themselves at Mankey. Kiba didn't waste any time giving a command. Mankey, dodge quick. Then when you're done dodging, use focus energy. Mankey followed his trainer's order, jumped to the left, to the right, jumped back, and repeated this pattern until all barrage of rocks finally stopped. This was what Brock wanted. When he saw Mankey start dodging, Brock gave an additional command. Rhyhorn, while Mankey is occupied, use Horn Attack when it's midair. Rhyhorn, when it saw Mankey jump in the air, instantly ran towards him with its horn glowing a bright white and getting longer and sharper. Kiba tried to tell Mankey to dodge, but while in midair, it couldn't possibly hope to dodge, so he was attacked right in the stomach. Mankey closed his eyes and shrieked in pain as his body was sent flying to the wall behind Kiba, similar to how Kiba took out Geodude. Referee brought the red flag in his right hand up and said, Mankey is unable to battle. The winner is Rhyhorn. Challenger, send out your last Pokemon. With Naruto and the others. Hinata frowned sadly at Kiba's loss while Shino stayed silent and Naruto stared at Rhyhorn with narrowed eyes. That is a powerful Pokemon. If that's his third strongest Pokemon, then when it's my turn to face him, it could be a tough fight. Madara and Reto, when they heard that, excitedly replied. You're going to use me, right master? Naruto, you should totally send my out, I'll kick his Pokemon's ass, no problem. Naruto chuckled and replied back. We'll see guys. If his Pokemon is really as powerful as he says it is, then I'll be sure to use one of you guys. They thanked him and he went back to watch the match, but for some strange reason, he felt like when it was his turn to fight, something would go wrong. Back to the fight, Kiba returned Mankey to his Pokeball, thanking him for putting up such a great fight. He then looked down at Akamaru and gave him a grin. It's finally your time to shine, Akamaru. Akamaru barked and Kiba stretched his right arm out. Let's go, Akamaru. Akamaru ran to the field and was low on the ground as he glared at the Rhyhorn. Brock smiled at seeing how close Kiba and Akamaru were before he said. You have given me an interesting battle, Kiba. I can see that you and this Growlithe are very close, so I expect a great fight. Kiba's grin grew, showing nothing but confidence in his partner. Don't you worry about that. Akamaru is my best friend and strongest Pokemon. We'll kick your ass for sure. Brock just smiled and replied. I look forward to it. The referee, seeing that they were done talking, raised his flags in the air. Let the final battle between Rhyhorn and Growlithe, he brought down his flags, begin. Kiba and Brock gave their Pokémon an order at the exact same time. Akamaru, use Flame Wheel. Rhyhorn, use your Rock Blast. Akamaru started spinning and charged right at Rhyhorn at the same time said Pokémon launched 5 rocks at him. The others were worried for Kiba because of the type disadvantage, but they were surprised when Akamaru actually broke all 5 rocks hurtled at him. Brock, of course not expecting that, was stunned so he was too late to make Rhyhorn dodge. Rhyhorn roared in pain when its body was struck in the side by a flaming Akamaru and Kiba yelled out. Nice. Now, Akamaru, while you're up close, use Bite. Akamaru's body stopped burning and opened his mouth, showing his canines glowing white with a black aura as they lengthened. Akamaru bit down hard on Rhyhorn's front left leg, causing it to roar in even more pain. Brock's voice sounded desperate as he gave his next order. Rhyhorn, try shaking him off using your stomp attack, hurry. When Kiba saw Rhyhorn lifting his leg that Akamaru was biting, he yelled out. Akamaru, let go of his leg and jump back. While in the air, fire a flame burst attack right under it. Akamaru opened his mouth, letting Rhyhorn go and did a back flip. While it was upside down, it shot a medium-sized ball of fire directly under Rhyhorn, whose leg hit the ground after the fire attack was under him. When the flame burst made contact with the ground under Rhyhorn, a miniature explosion was seen under Rhyhorn. Rhyhorn, it seemed, couldn't take any more damage, so it fainted right on the spot. The referee raised his left hand with the green flag in it saying, Rhyhorn is unable to battle, so the victor of this match is Kiba Inuzuka from Pallet Town. Kiba ran to Akamaru and hugged him close to his chest as he licked his face. We did it, Akamaru. You were the best. Akamaru barked happily and waved his tail back and forth. Brock walked up to the pair and reached into his left pocket. Finding what he was looking for, Brock pulled out a small item that looked like a rock and stuck it out to Kiba. Kiba, you have really impressed me with your skills as a trainer and the way you defeated my Pokémon proved that. I am happy to say that you have earned this badge. Congratulations. Kiba accepted the badge with a grin and the others approached him, also giving their congratulations. Brock turned to Naruto and gave him a grin. Looks like you're next. I can tell you are more powerful than your friend right here, so I'll be giving it my all. Naruto gave an excited smirk. I was hoping you would say that. Now, I won't feel too bad when I kick your ass. Suddenly, the doors to the gym were open, gaining everyone's attention, and a girl that looked 12 with long blonde hair that had accessories that looked like a Lucario's ear wearing black was shown to be standing there. The girl gave a smile and said, I'm here to challenge the gym. Kiba, Naruto, and even Shino blushed as the girl walked in, showing that she was a true beauty. Hinata, of course, noticed this and was jealous of how good she looked while Brock chuckled at the faces of the boys. Naruto shook his head and told the girl, well, I'm sorry miss. The girl blinked a couple of times before she answered Naruto staring right into his bright blue eyes with her own gray eyes. Cynthia. Naruto nodded, accepted the answer and said, Cynthia, but I was scheduled to go after my friend. You can watch if you'd like though. Cynthia looked a little depressed, but brightened up instantly. That sounds great. Naruto smiled at seeing her happy, and turned to the others, with Kiba still looking at Cynthia with a blush. What about you guys? Are you planning to stay and watch too? He was slightly surprised when they shook their heads, and Kiba, after he stopped staring at Cynthia, gave him an apologetic look. Sorry, Naruto, but we actually plan to leave as soon as I won my gym battle here. Kiba grinned and stuck out his left fist. So you better win this because I'll be waiting for you at the Indigo League, Naruto. Naruto smiled at Kiba, Hinata, and Shino before bumping Kiba's fist with his own. You can count on it, Kiba. They then left after Hinata gave him a small wave in goodbye and Shino a nod. Naruto watched as them go until the doors closed and he sighed. At least I got to hang out with them for a while. Kushina felt bad for her daddy, so she tried to lift his spirits. It's okay daddy, you'll see them again, I'm sure of it. Closing parenthesis. Naruto gave small smile and thanked Kushina, who of course waved it off. Brock approached Naruto and patted his right shoulder with his left hand. Your friends seem like a nice and powerful bunch. Naruto stared up at Brock and nodded his head. They are great. Brock smiled before he said, well, shouldn't we get this battle started or what? Naruto lost his sad look and gained a grin as he nodded. Cynthia, who watched the whole thing from the stands, smiled slightly at seeing Naruto's grin. Brock went back to the other end of the field at the same time Naruto got into the drawn box Kiba was in previously. Brock grabbed his 2 Pokeballs he used against Kiba, and when a door opened behind him, a live boy who looked a lot like Brock walked in with a tray containing 2 Pokeballs. Brock put his 2 Pokeballs on the tray and grabbed the new ones. He then looked down at the boy and ruffled his hair. Thanks, Forrest. Now, go take these guys to the Pokemon Center and get them healed. The boy, now known as Forrest, nodded and ran off. Brock turned his attention to Naruto, who already inserted his Pokédex into the machine, and nodded to the referee above. The referee nodded back as he looked down at the name on the podium, causing his eyes to widen when he saw Naruto's full name. Naruto grabbed his Pokédex from the machine and the referee raised both flags into the air. This a 2-on-2 Pokemon battle between Gym Leader, Brock, and the challenger, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze from Pallet Town. Brock and Cynthia stared at Naruto with wide eyes while thinking. No wonder I felt a strong presence from him. He's the son of the former champion and top coordinator of all the regions, Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. If he's anything like his parents, then I'm in for a tough challenge. So this is the son of the champion and top coordinator my grandma keeps talking about. To think that there was son of such legends. I wonder if he could get as powerful as his parents. Cynthia smiled at the thought as a sparkle shined in her eyes. The gym leader will not be able to substitute at any time and shall send out his Pokemon first. The challenger may be able to substitute his Pokemon if he wishes to do so and will have the first move. You can only use the first 2 Pokemon you sent out. Without further ado, let the battle, he brought down his flags, begin. Naruto vs Brock. Brock chose a Pokeball from the 2 he got from Forrest and stored the other one in his pocket. He then threw the Pokeball, calling out its name. Go, Onix. From within the Pokeball, a giant snake-like Pokemon made up of rocks that grew smaller to the tail appeared. On the top of its head was a large horn. The Onix gave a loud roar that made Naruto's hair ruffle while Naruto checked out Onix's stats. Beep. Onix, the rock snake, usually lives underground. It searches for food while borings its war through the ground at 50 miles per hour. This Onix is level 31 and knows the moves Bind, Tackle, Harden, Mud Sport, Curse, Rock Throw, Rock Tomb, Rage, Stealth Rock, Rock Polish, Gyro Ball, Smackdown, Dragon Breath, Slam, and Screech. Naruto bit his lip a little at the information he got from his Pokédex. That Onix could give me some trouble, but with Ippo, it should be a cinch. You can trust in me, Naruto. Closing parenthesis. Naruto nodded and grabbed Ippo's Pokeball from his belt and threw it. Come on out, Ippo. Ippo appeared in all of his glory, standing in a fighting stance. Brock looked interested in Ippo and said, that Mankey sure looks calm and powerful. Naruto smirked. Oh, trust me, Ippo also has the power to back up his looks. Brock chuckled and motioned for Naruto to make his first move. Ippo, start things off with a good old karate chop to his face. Ippo ran at Onix with incredible speeds as his right hand glowed white. He jumped in the air and was about to strike Onix, but Brock came up with a counter. Onix, use Screech to push it back. Onix let out a loud and painful shriek that made Cynthia, Naruto, and Ippo, who cancelled his attack, cover their ears. The shriek was so powerful that Ippo's body was sent flying towards a boulder, eventually crashing into it, making a dust cloud appear. Ippo. Naruto cursed and communicated with Ippo through the link. Hey, Ippo, are you alright? I am fine, Naruto. That wasn't as painful as I thought it would be. Closing parenthesis. Naruto released a sigh of relief and told Ippo his next command. Alright, Ippo. Brock doesn't know that we can talk through aura, so I want you to use focus energy while still being hidden, and when the dust clears, use low kick. Ippo sent out an affirmative though the link, and with some aura in his eyes, Naruto could see Ippo's form glowing white. Brock wondered why Naruto hasn't said anything in a while, so he decided to take this as a chance. Onix, Use Rock Tomb to trap him in a circle of boulders. Onyx form several boulders near his tail and launch them in a circle formation around where Ippo's last position was. Naruto then yelled out his order when Onyx's tail was in the air. Now, Ippo stopped charging and ran so fast across the room that he appeared a second later in front of Onyx with his right leg already in motion, glowing white. Ippo's attack hit true and made contact with one of Onyx's boulders that was making him stand, causing Onyx to collapse to the ground and shriek in pain at the super effective move. Brock yelled out, "Onyx!" Naruto quickly followed up with another order. "Ippo, while he's down, use Seismic Toss, and while it's in the air use Screech." When Ippo's arms bugled, Brock gave out a desperate shout. "Onyx, use Bind while it's close." "Shit, Ippo, get out of there." Ippo couldn't dodge in time because of him bulking up for his attack and was quickly grabbed by Onyx's tail. He struggled to get out of the grip, but was immediately shrieked in pain when Onyx squeezed him. Naruto bit his lip again, thinking on how to save Ippo, but paled as he heard Brock's next order. "Onyx, use Dragon Breath." No, Onyx's mouth glowed blue and a blast of blue fire in the shape of an eastern dragon launched at Ippo. An explosion occurred and Onyx was shown standing tall, but one could tell it was in pain. On the other hand, Ippo was shown on the ground, face on the ground. Naruto stared in horror at Ippo's down form, but he sensed with his aura that he was still conscious and quickly shouted, "Ippo, if you can hear me, get up buddy. I know you can do it." The referee was about to declare Ippo unable to battle, but stopped when Ippo's hands was on the ground pushing his body up. Ippo was on his knee and he turned around giving Naruto a thumbs up. "Let's win this, Naruto." Closing parenthesis. Naruto gave a big smile and replied, "Of course." Brock stared, impressed, at Ippo somehow surviving a close-up shot of his Onyx's dragon breath and said, "I'm really impressed that your Mankey could stay up after taking such a combo of an attack, but I'm not going to hold back." Onyx used Gyro Ball. Onyx's body spun as it charged towards Ippo, who just got on his 2 feet. Naruto felt total confidence in Ippo and said, "Show him how powerful you are, Ippo. Use Karate Chop." Ippo followed his trainer's orders without hesitation and let out a loud yell as his form glowed a bright white, causing everyone to gasp. His arms and legs lengthened and his body grew bigger and his new form was shown to have black-like bracelets on his wrists and ankles. His fur seemed to be even more unruly. Cynthia was the one who said all their thoughts. It evolved into a Primip. Ippo's right hand glowed white and struck Onyx's face. Unbelievably to Brock, Cynthia, and the referee, Onyx's body was actually forced to the ground from the attack. Onyx was shown to have swirls in its eyes and Ippo was standing with his arms crossed. The referee lifted his left hand with the green flag and said, "Onyx is unable to battle, the winner of the match is Primip. Gym leader, send out your next Pokemon." Naruto rushed to Ippo and hugged him. "Awesome job, Ippo. I can't believe you actually evolved." Ippo hugged back his trainer with a small smile. "I also can't believe I evolved. I just felt an incredible burst of power from inside and boom, I became a Primip." Naruto then took out his Pokédex. "Here, let me check out your stats." Beep. Primip, the pig monkey Pokemon. It is always outrageously furious. If it gives chase, it will tenaciously track the target no matter how far. This Primip is level 32 and knows the moves Scratch, Leer, Low Kick, Focus Energy, Covet Fury Swipes, Karate Chop, Seismic Toss, Screech, Assurance, and Rage. Naruto chuckled as everything, but the description of his Primip was accurate. "If we keep this pace up, we'll win for sure." Ippo nodded agreeing, and Naruto returned to his spot. Just as Naruto returned to his spot, Brock already returned his Onyx, after giving it some thanks, and held out another Pokeball. "That was fantastic, Naruto. Now you have the honor of facing my strongest Pokemon. Prepare yourself." Cynthia, meanwhile, stared at Naruto with interest. Naruto stood with his arms crossed, a serious expression on his face, with a slightly wounded and out of breath but determined Ippo in front of him, staring at Brock, wondering what Pokemon is next. Brock, who was barely reaching his left hand into his pocket to get his last Pokemon, felt someone staring at him. Looking up, he saw Naruto's serious expression and the determined fire within the recently evolved Primip. He smirked to himself in amusement. Even after getting a win, he never lets his guard down for a second and is prepared for any situation. I knew Naruto was an interesting person and not just because of who his parents are. Well, I better not keep him waiting. Brock looked away from Naruto for a second and reached his left hand fully into his pocket, grabbing the desired object. Pulling his hand out with a Pokeball in his grip, Brock held it up close to his face while smirking right at Naruto. Like I said before, Naruto, you are going to face my strongest Pokemon. You should be careful about the moves you make from now on, as one mistake can lead to your loss. Naruto just stared into his eyes and smirked back, as if saying, I accept your challenge. That sounds great to me, Brock. Also, thanks for the advice, but I won't be needing it. Brock's eyebrows rose in curiosity and amusement, staring at Naruto with his smirk changing into an equally amused smile. Why is that, Naruto? Naruto's smirk just got bigger. I always take anything related to Pokemon seriously, and this is my first gym battle, so I won't be making any type of mistake from here on out. Meanwhile, by the stands, Cynthia watched the interactions between the two with a small smile on her face, as most of her attention was on Naruto. He just keeps getting more and more interesting. I guess my grandma's words of Naruto being something great doesn't seem as far-fetched now that I witnessed what he can do firsthand. Brock smiled at Naruto's reply. Those are very bold words. If I hadn't seen what you could do, I would think you were very arrogant and cocky. Naruto chuckled at those words, thinking about a certain duck-assed-haired boy. Brock's face grew stern and he brought back his arm. I think it's finally time to reveal to you my strongest Pokemon in my whole team. He threw his arm forward, causing the Pokeball within his hand to fly out and land on the ground, opening as a white light covered the area. Go Raiden. When the light cleared, a large, gray, bipedal Pokemon with features of both dinosaurs and rhinoceroses was shown. It has a cream-colored, drill-like horn on its snout, a spike curving forward from the middle of its head, two triangular points resembling ears to the sides of the spike, a wide, wavy crest under the ears, and spiky ridges on its cheeks. It has red eyes and two fangs protruding from its upper jaw. It has a cream-colored stomach and a row of spikes down its back and has a long tail with skinny black stripes. Raiden gave out a roar and stared down at Hippo, who only stared calmly back into its eyes, but if one looked closely they would see some sweat start to form at his forehead. Naruto's and Cynthia's eyes widened at the sight, not expecting a large Pokemon like Raiden to appear on the field, before Naruto's Pokédex made some noises. Taking it out of his right pocket, Naruto aimed it at Raiden and read its stats. Beep. Raiden, the drill Pokemon. It begins walking on its hind legs after evolution. It can punch holes through boulders with its horn. This Raiden is male and level 47. Raiden knows the moves Stomp, Horn Attack, Fury Attack, Horn Drill, Tail Whip, Mega Horn, Scary Face, Rock Blast, Bulldoze, Chip Away, Take Down, Hammer Arm, and Drill Run. Naruto was slightly fearful for Hippo when he heard at the stats of Raiden from his Pokédex, but was eased of his worries by said monkey Pokemon, who turned to him and gave him an encouraging smile and a message through their link. It's okay if I lose, Naruto. You still have the others to rely on as well. Let's at least damage him a couple notches and let one of the others finish this so we can win our first badge. Closing parenthesis. Naruto stared at Hippo and, seeing no hesitation and only determination to at least deal some damage to the drill Pokemon, returned his smile. Okay, let's do this, Hippo. I know you won't let me down. The others also gave their own words of encouragement to Hippo. I know you won't let Master and us down, Hippo, so do some real damage to that Raiden so I can quickly finish it up with my flames. Closing parenthesis. Naruto's totally right. You would never let any of us down, so I know you'll be able to kick some major ass and, unlike what Madara says, I'll be the one who swoops in and finish things off. What Daddy said, you can do it, even if you can't beat him, you don't have to worry because I, the great and powerful, not to mention beautiful, Kushina, shall be the one to finish things off. Despite not knowing you as long as the others, I believe you are able to accomplish this goal set for you by Naruto. Closing parenthesis. After they encouraged Hippo through their link, Madara, Reto, and Kushina started to argue about who was going to finish Raiden off while Suzumaki sighed in annoyance. Naruto and Ippo's sweat dropped internally at their antics, but nonetheless, Ippo was thankful for their words and replied with a smirk and bumping his fists together, nodding to his trainer before turning back around. Cynthia looked confused at Naruto's facial expressions as they changed along with his Primape's expression, wondering what was going on until she felt something really familiar to her. Is that aura? Is he communicating through aura? Despite not being an aura guardian, Cynthia had some knowledge on aura, knowing that every living thing in the world has it, and was also someone born with the ability to sense aura. Although, her sensing abilities are very low considering she didn't really try to train in this ability, but nonetheless, was impressive for someone who wasn't an aura guardian. She decided to ponder about it later, but she was determined to ask Naruto about it when he was done with his gym battle. Brock, seeing that the silent conversation between Naruto was done, gave the referee the signal to start. The referee raised both flags in the air. Let the second battle between Primeape and Raiden. He dropped the flags down. Begin. Ippo vs Raiden. Both trainer and gym leader were quick to give orders. Ippo, use dig. Raiden, use drill run. Ippo's hands gained a whitish-brown color before he started to ferociously dig the ground under him as he disappeared under the floor just as Raiden's rotating body flew over the hole Ippo just created. Naruto grinned, seeing that his plan worked perfectly and relayed another order to Ippo through their link. Ippo, great job. Now, I want you to use focus energy and when I give you the signal, I want you to come back up out of the ground near Raiden and grab him as you burst out of the ground, where you will then use seismic toss to hopefully deal some damage. Alright. Brock frowned slightly at not hitting Ippo, but that didn't deter him that much. Raiden, use your bulldoze attack to damage Primeape who's underground. Naruto grin grew bigger at hearing Brock's command and yelled out. Now, just as Raiden lifted its foot off the ground, it was taken by surprise, causing it to lose its balance, when Ippo bursted right in front of it and grabbed it by its left arm as Ippo and Raiden flew up into the air. While in the air, Ippo's arms bulged as they turned slightly red and using as much strength as he could, threw the Raiden back towards the floor at surprising speeds. Raiden slammed into the floor with a roar of pain while Ippo landed on the floor perfectly, but due to his body not being at full strength, fell to one knee. As this took place, the referee, Brock, and Cynthia watched in shock at how fast and powerful Ippo was in his current state as he launched Raiden to the floor. Incredible. So this is the power of a champion and top coordinator's son. How could his Primeape be that fast and strong in his current state? That chances of that happening should be close to impossible. What kind of training does he do with his Pokemon to get them as strong as this? I don't even think my Pokemon can be this strong in Primape's state. Naruto felt amused and satisfied with their reactions before he complimented his Pokemon. That was perfect, Ippo. I knew you could do it. Ippo turned his head to his trainer, giving him a thumbs up, before turning his head back. Naruto's shout brought all of them out of their shocked state and Brock, seeing the Raiden was getting up, gave another command. Raiden used Scary Face and follow up with Rock Blast. Before Naruto or Ippo could even react, Raiden's face gained a black aura and its red eyes glowed brighter as it stared into Ippo's eyes. Due to its injury from the fall, Raiden's face was bruised and cut with some blood falling from its head, enhancing the already terrifying look. Ippo flinched and took a step back, but due to his injuries and fear, his legs were shaking so he tripped a little in taking that step. Raiden brought its arms up and his hands closed together before a brown aura formed within them. Naruto grew fearful for Ippo and quickly shouted out. Ippo, get out of there, quick. Ippo tried to follow his trainer's command, but due to the scary face from before and his injuries, his legs wouldn't listen to him. The brown aura within Raiden's hands seemed to darken and a rock bursted from the aura before another came out, then another and another. This happened for a total of 5 times, causing 5 medium-sized rocks to slam into Ippo, who recoiled back for every hit he took. After the 5th rock slammed into him, Ippo was down on his knees. Ippo. Cynthia stared sympathetically at Ippo as she thought. I can't imagine what it's like being struck by those rocks after already being injured from a previous battle. Brock looked sadly at causing Pokemon so much pain before his face grew stern and advised Naruto. Your Pokemon is severely injured. Return it to its Pokeball so it can rest. Naruto looked up at Brock and agreed with his words, so he grabbed Ippo's Pokeball from his belt to return him until he saw something that shocked him as well as everyone else. Ippo was seen standing with his head and arms down, but his whole body was surrounded by red aura with steam coming off of him. A couple seconds later, Ippo brought his head back up, showing his eyes were narrowed and let out a deep shriek. That's when Naruto remembered Ippo's abilities. How could I forget? Ippo has the abilities Anger Point and Defiant. When Brock had his Raiden use Scary Face, Ippo's Defiant ability must have activated and then his Anger Point must have activated at being hit by that last Rock Blast attack. Everyone must have reached the same conclusion as him because their eyes widened. Despite the sudden advantage he gained, Naruto was still worried that Ippo was too damaged to continue. Ippo, are you alright? Do you want to take a rest? I know you went through a lot and... Before he could even finish, Ippo shook his head no, vehemently. I am not ready to rest just yet, Naruto. I can feel how close we are at beating this Raiden, so please allow me to finish this. Closing parenthesis. Naruto felt conflicted at what to do until his other Pokemon spoke up as well. Master, if Ippo wants to continue, you should let him. This is probably the first time Ippo's really asked for something. Closing parenthesis. Naruto, as much as I hate to say this, I agree with the wannabe dragon. You should let Ippo do what he wants. Closing parenthesis. Daddy, I know you're worried about Ippo, but don't be. You already know that Ippo is capable of holding his own. Closing parenthesis. I agree with the others, Naruto. I have interacted and talked with Ippo and can say without a doubt that he knows what he can and cannot do. Closing parenthesis. Their words made him come to a decision. Naruto sighed before he smirked. Let's finish this, Ippo. Brock heard his words and quickly told Raiden. Raiden, before he has time to react, use Hammer Arm. Brock would later regret his decision as Ippo gained a smirk similar to his trainer. Ippo, jump over Raiden's Hammer Arm and while you're in midair, use Screech. After that, use Karate Chop on Raiden's legs and end it with Assurance. Ippo, with his strength from his abilities, easily front flipped over the arm surrounded by reddish-brown aura and let out a big high-pitched shriek that made everyone, besides Naruto who was using his aura to block out the sound, to cover their ears in pain. None had it worse than Raiden who was the closest to Ippo as it thrashed around in pain, covering its ears with its hands. Ippo's hands glowed a similar reddish-brown aura of Raiden's Hammer Arm attack and struck Raiden's legs, causing it to fall to its knees. Ippo's right hand was then surrounded by familiar black aura that had a slight red tint to it, due to his abilities enhancing his strength, and punched Raiden in the middle of its stomach. Raiden coughed and Ippo stepped to the side, letting Raiden fall to the ground face first. Ippo brought his arms up and Naruto grinned. We did it. Cynthia smiled as she watched Naruto rush over to Ippo to give him a hug. He really is an amazing trainer. His Pokemon must be really happy to be with him. Despite his loss, Brock smiled at the scene of Naruto hugging his Pokemon. I knew that he was going to win when he first stepped inside, so I'm not really surprised about that, but I am really surprised at how incredibly strong he already is. If this is only the beginning for him, then what will he be like in the future? Brock shivered and felt sorry for Naruto's future opponents. Brock shook his head and looked towards the referee, who noticed him. The referee brought up his green flag and said, Raiden is unable to battle. The winner is. He never got to finish as Raiden suddenly stood up. No one was expecting this and wondered how that was even possible. Worried for his Pokemon's health, Brock approached Raiden. When he was near him, Brock slowly reached out to touch him while saying, Hey Raiden, are you okay, buddy? I don't think you should continue. You're still. Just as Brock's hand came in contact with Raiden, Raiden lashed out with his left arm, punching Brock right in the stomach and causing him to be sent a few feet away, where he landed on the ground holding his stomach in pain. Brock, Naruto quickly returned Ippo, not want him to be injured anymore, and rushed over to Brock. He placed his left hand on Brock's stomach and his hand glowed blue as he charged his aura, relieving some of Brock's pain. Naruto knew that it would only relieve Brock's pain for a while, so he looked up at the terrified referee and yelled, Contact Officer Jenny and Nurse Joy. Hurry! The referee broke out of his stupor and quickly rushed to do as he was asked. Naruto cursed at not being able to prevent Brock from being hurt, but was soon stopped by Brock, who grabbed his left hand with his right hand. Naruto looked down at Brock and Brock said, "Please, Naruto, help Raiden. I don't know why he's like this, but please help him." Naruto looked straight into Brock's eyes and saw nothing but worry for his Pokemon, so Naruto nodded. "Of course. Don't worry, Brock, your Pokemon will be safe and sound after this. Just rest until Nurse Joy gets here." Brock nodded to his words slowly and closed his eyes to rest like Naruto said. Naruto placed Brock gently on the floor and stood back up. He then turned around to look at Raiden, who was surrounded by a black, purple, and red aura that screamed dangerous. He narrowed his eyes in concentration and was deep in thought. How could this have happened? Why is Raiden standing even though he should be down after receiving so much damage from Ippo? Does it have to do with that weird aura around him? As he stared at the aura surrounding Raiden, Naruto's eyes widened as he remembered the words from his dreams. Flashback. An evil presence, whether we like it or not, will befall the world in the near future. Flashback end. This must be the evil that the voice from my dream was talking about, but wasn't that supposed to be later on in the future? Looks like I'm going to have to do some serious training starting now. As this was going on, Cynthia in the sidelines couldn't comprehend the scene in front of her and was left at a loss at what to do until she was broken out of it by Naruto yelling at the referee. Her eyes grew determined to help and looked towards the Raiden, that was surrounded by a black, purple, and red aura. She got to the field as fast as she could and stood next to Naruto, who was surprised that she was still here. "What are you still doing here? Shouldn't you be outside, waiting for Officer Jenny?" Cynthia glanced at Naruto for a second before she concentrated back at Raiden, who was now glaring at them. "I could say the same to you." Naruto never took his eyes off Raiden, but still replied, "Well, I'm still in here because I promised Brock to help his Raiden and I never go back on my word." Cynthia, despite the situation, smiled at Naruto's willingness to help someone he barely even knew. "Well, if you promised Brock that you were going to help his Pokemon, then so am I, so count me in, and if you try to stop me, then you're out of luck because there's no way you'll be able to stop me." Naruto chuckled at the stubbornness of the blonde-haired beauty. "Actually, I wasn't going to stop you. I think it's a good idea to have another person help me because, after all, 2 is better than 1. Cynthia smirked. "You got that right." Raiden seemed tired of waiting for them to do something, so he roared and charged at them. Naruto and Cynthia looked at one another before nodding and grabbing a Pokeball from their belts. Naruto and Cynthia threw their Pokeballs in the air, releasing the Pokemon within. Both the Pokeballs opened up, releasing a red light, and it revealed the Pokemon. The first Pokemon was a bipedal, canine-like Pokemon, with fur that is blue and black. It has a short, round spike on the back of each forepaw, in addition to a third on its chest. It has a long snout, ears, and 4 black small appendages on his head. It has cream-colored fur on its torso, and blue fur on its thighs that resembles shorts. It has a medium-length tail of the same blue color as well. It stands on its toes rather than on its entire foot. This Pokemon was Lucario, an Aura Pokemon. The other Pokemon that was revealed was a dragon-like Pokemon with a red belly, as the rest of its body was black. It also had dark crimson-red flame on the end of its tail that was as big as an average-sized human head and strange eyes with an unusual pattern consisting of colors red and black. This was Charizard, a flame Pokemon, aka Madara. Both Pokemon and their respective trainer moved out of the Raiden's way as he crashed into the wall of the gym, shaking the whole building. Naruto looked over at Cynthia and her Lucario and, when he saw that they were safe, sighed in relief before looking towards Madara, who was staring intently at the wall where Raiden crashed into. Without even activating his Pokédex, it let out a sound and gave some information on Lucario. Beep. Lucario, the Aura Pokemon. By reading the auras of all things, it can tell how others are feeling from over half a mile away. This Lucario is female and is level 42. This Pokemon knows the moves Quick Attack, Foresight, Detect, Metal Claw, Dragon Pulse, Counter, Feint, Power-Up Punch, Swords Dance, Metal Sound, Bone Rush, Quick Guard, Double Team, Shadow Ball, and Aura Sphere. Naruto was glad to hear that Cynthia's Pokemon was strong and, even though his face didn't show it due to the serious situation, was incredibly impressed with the stats of Lucario. With a fighting type on our side, this should be over faster than with just Madara, but with that evil aura surrounding him, I'm not sure if it'll be enough. Naruto bit his lower lip as he continued to think of the kind of power the evil aura gives. He was broken out of his thoughts by Raiden roaring in rage as the evil aura grew bigger around him. Naruto shook his head and narrowed his eyes in concentration, staring at Raiden's form. Now's not the time to be overthinking things. We'll just have to attack it with all we got and hope for the best. Naruto glanced at Madara and sent him a message through aura. Madara, I want you to power up as much as you can using Sword's Dance while I tell Cynthia what to do. When you are fully charged, I want you to rush towards Raiden as fast as you can and strike it with your metal claw. Madara gave a brief glance to Naruto and turned back to the enraged Raiden, nodding his head. All right, Master. Closing parenthesis. Ignoring how Madara addressed him, Naruto turned to Cynthia, who got up from the ground, and yelled over to her. Cynthia, said girl looked towards him, I need you to have your Lucario to distract Raiden for a bit and maybe even damage him so when my Charizard reached his maximum limit, he can give the final blow to knock it out. Cynthia nodded her head with a serious look on her face before turning to Lucario, who was standing to her right. You heard him, Lucario. Let's do this. Lucario gave an affirmative nod and walked a few feet in front of Cynthia, getting into a battle stance. Raiden, seeing Lucario get into a battle stance, roared and charged Lucario, with a brown aura mixing with the purple, black, and red aura. Cynthia widened her eyes in recognition of the attack about to be used, despite it being more sinister, and quickly gave out her orders to Lucario. Lucario, use quick attack to dodge to the side and as you're right next to him, I want you to use metal sound by his ear, followed up with aura sphere. As Raiden's body spun like a drill towards Lucario, her body was shrouded in a white aura and quickly did a spin to the right, barely avoiding the dangerous-looking drill run attack. Before the Raiden's body passed her, Lucario quickly brought up both of her forepaws up and, using the spikes on the back of each paw, created an unbearable and horrible sound by Raiden's ear by colliding the two metal spikes. The brown aura around Raiden's body dissipated and fell to the floor, clutching his ears and roaring in pain. Lucario dropped her left arm and flipped over her right arm so that the spike on the back of her forepaw was facing the ground. The appendages on her head seemed to levitate a bit as she charged aura into her forepaw, forming a blue sphere the size of a basketball. She aimed the attack at Raiden and launched it from her hand. The sphere collided with Raiden's stomach as he skid on the floor. Both Naruto and Cynthia winced at the damage Raiden took, but knew that this was the only way to subdue him. They thought he was down for the count, but were proven wrong when Raiden got back up, angrier than before. Raiden glared at Lucario, who was staring at him in shock, for causing him pain and wanted revenge. The aura around him shrunk, but it was darker and even seemed denser than before. Before anyone knew it, Raiden appeared by Lucario's side, which should be nearly impossible with how big it is, and his horn glowed white, with tints of black in it, as it spun. Cynthia desperately gave out a command. Lucario, use detect, quick. Luckily, her command was in time as Lucario's appendages on her head levitated and was outlined by a blue glow before evading the horn drill attack in time. This didn't deter Raiden at all. In fact, he seemed to have been anticipating that kind of move because after his attack was evaded, he used Tail Whip, tripping Lucario, causing her to fall to the ground, and used Stomp. Lucario, being 2 times smaller than the Raiden, was greatly affected by the attack and let out a cry of pain. Cynthia cried out worriedly, Lucario. Naruto grit his teeth in anger, which was mostly directed at himself for letting this happen to Cynthia's Lucario, and looked over at Madara, hoping to see that he was done charging his attack. When he saw his partner gripping his claws in anger, he knew that he wasn't ready to attack yet or else it would just be a waste. Not wanting the rest of his other Pokemon get hurt, Naruto decided to handle this by himself. Cynthia could feel tears ready to fall from her eyes as she watched one of her closest Pokemon cry out in agony and not being able to do anything about it as she was too far away to return her Pokemon and wouldn't even be able to get close with Raiden most likely striking her. Just as she thought all hope was lost, she saw Naruto walk towards Raiden. NN Naruto. Raiden, finally getting a hit on Lucario and trapping her so she couldn't run away, lifted his foot to finish her. Naruto, seeing Raiden lift his feet, stuck out his right hand towards Lucario's down form as his hand was surrounded by a red glow along with his eyes glowing the same color. Lucario's form was suddenly outlined by the same exact glow of Naruto's eyes and hands. Before Raiden's foot could smash Lucario, Naruto yanked his right hand back as if he was pulling on something, which caused Lucario to be sent flying towards him. Using his psychic powers, he slowed down Lucario's body so she didn't crash into him harshly, and instead, landed in his arms slowly. Naruto set her down on the ground carefully as Cynthia ran to her side and placed his left hand on her head. He used his aura to heal as much damage as he could before pulling his hand away. Cynthia let tears of joy flow down her face as she hugged her Pokémon. Naruto gave a small smile before he continued to walk towards Raiden, who just glared daggers at him, with narrowed eyes and a stoic face. He closed his hands into a fist and they gained a reddish-brown aura to them while at the same time, Raiden's horn glowed white and ran at him at astonishing speeds for a Pokémon his size. Raiden went to stab Naruto with his horn, but ended up missing as Naruto leaned back. Naruto, while still leaning back, punched Raiden directly on his chin with a mock punch using his left fist, making Raiden's head snap back and stumble. He didn't stop there as he quickly got up and, using the momentum of getting up, punched Raiden in the middle of his chest, the same place he was struck by Lucario's aura sphere. This made Raiden roar in pain again at the damage of the super effective move as he skid across the floor. Naruto let his right arm drop and walked towards Raiden, with a bluish-maroon aura surround his right fist. Raiden got off the floor by pushing himself up with his arms and when he did, glared at Naruto, with his eyes glowing red and black. Finally understanding that close-range combat wouldn't work, Raiden brought his hands close together and a familiar brown aura, mixed with the evil aura, surrounded his hands before a rock the size of a soccer ball formed in between them. He roared, launching 5 rocks from his hands at deadly speeds. Naruto just stared at the incoming rocks with a bored look in his narrowed eyes and used aura to easily dodge the rocks. After dodging the last rock, Naruto was surrounded in a white aura and was next to the Raiden in an instant. He brought back his right arm and punched Raiden in the side with a powerful force palm attack. Raiden backed up in pain, holding his side and grit his teeth in anger when he felt his body unable to move. Naruto saw the paralysis take effect on Raiden from the force palm attack and looked towards Madara to see if he was ready. Madara, who was surrounded in a humongous white aura, grinned towards Naruto, who smirked back. Naruto decided to take this opportunity to weaken Raiden to the point where Madara's metal claw attack will finally knock it out. Naruto's hands were covered in a greenish-maroon aura before he appeared by Raiden and jumped up, causing said Pokémon to follow his movements by moving his head. Naruto brought his 2 hands together behind his head and, as he fell, slammed it down on top of Raiden's head, which also caused the Drain Punch's energy-draining ability to be doubled. Raiden couldn't handle the attacks anymore and fell on his left knee. Naruto quickly jumped back and yelled out. Now, Madara's wings turned a dark silver and rushed Raiden by pushing off the floor, creating a crater. Madara, once he was above the drill Pokémon, slammed his wings down on Raiden's back, forcing him to fall on the floor and created a dust cloud. Naruto and Cynthia, who returned her Lucario so that it wouldn't suffer the pain it gained from Raiden's stomp attack, watched the dust cloud anxiously. They didn't have to wait long as the dust cloud was cleared by Madara, who flapped his right wing once. It revealed Madara standing victoriously over the unconscious form of Raiden, who finally lost the evil aura. Both trainers released a sigh of relief and Naruto approached Madara. Naruto smiled up at Madara, who gave his usual smirk, and patted him on the stomach. Great job, Madara, I knew I could always count on you. Madara brought his head up arrogantly, with his smirk still in place, and let out some fire from his nostrils. Of course you can count on me. I am the strongest after all. Naruto's sweat dropped at his reply, which grew even more as he heard the input of his only flying-type Pokémon on his team. Whoever said you were the strongest, you wannabe dragon? This made a tick mark appear over Madara's right eyebrow and glared at a specific Pokeball on Naruto's belt. I just did. I also have the power to back it up, Saha. Stop trying to act so high and mighty, you oversized chicken. What did you call me? You heard me. Oh, it is on. After all this mess is cleaned up, prepare to fear my wrath. Bring it. I'll just burn your ass easily like I have been for the last couple of weeks. Naruto just chuckled at the conversation between his Pokemon before he grabbed Madara's Pokeball from his belt with his left hand. Alright, guys. Calm down. You guys can talk about this later. For now, Madara, I'm going to return you and see if Cynthia's okay. Madara nodded in acceptance and Naruto pressed the button on the Pokeball with his thumb, causing a red light to hit Madara, returning him to the Pokeball. Naruto put his Pokeball back on the belt and walked to Cynthia, while telling Kushina and Reto mentally that he'll explain later why he didn't use them in the battle. Cynthia saw Naruto approach her and smiled at him while looking in his eyes, as she was only a few inches shorter than him. Naruto gave her a small smile as well while his eyes showed some slight concern. Are you alright, Cynthia? Did you get hurt in any way? Also, is Lucario going to be okay? Cynthia's smile grew at hearing Naruto's concern for her. I'm okay. No, I didn't get too hurt too badly, just a few scrapes and bruised here and there. Lucario will be back to normal once I get her to the Pokemon Center. Naruto nodded, glad to hear that everything was fine, and it seemed just as they finished their conversation, Officer Jenny with a few other cops and Nurse Joy came in through the door. The next day, after Officer Jenny returned Raiden to his Pokeball and Nurse Joy got some Chansey to carry Brock to the Pokemon Center on a stretcher, Naruto and Cynthia followed the group to the Pokemon Center to heal their own Pokemon and check up on Brock. A couple hours passed before Brock finally woke up and was told the story of what happened in the gym along with Officer Jenny, who needed to write up a report for this, and Nurse Joy, who wanted to see how bad each Pokemon and person were damaged by Naruto. Brock, Officer Jenny, and Nurse Joy were incredibly impressed with Naruto's ability to take down Raiden and were even in awe at his capabilities of using Psychic and Aura. Officer Jenny shook Naruto's hand in gratitude and Nurse Joy also expressed her gratitude by hugging him, causing said boy to blush a bit in embarrassment. When it was revealed that Brock didn't have major permanent damage, he was released from the Pokemon Center and was advised by Nurse Joy to not do anything strenuous for a couple days, which he agreed to with hearts in his eyes as he would listen to any pretty girl's words. This made Naruto and Cynthia instantly come up to the conclusion that he was a pervert. Who knew? Anyways, after being released, Cynthia asked Brock about her gym battle and he said he would gladly accept the battle after her Pokemon were healed, which she was grateful for. All the Pokemon were healed, where Naruto took this time to explain to Kushina and Reto why they weren't used. Suzumaki was a given considering her level. Kushina was a legendary so he didn't want to reveal her just yet. Reto, despite having some super effective moves against Raiden, would have a major disadvantage than Madara, who was a higher level and had a better chance of beating the drill Pokemon faster. Kushina easily accepted her daddy's explanation and Reto begrudgingly accepted the explanation, causing Madara to gloat. Going back to Cynthia's gym battle, after receiving her Pokemon from the center, she battled with Brock like he promised and beat his Onix and Rhyhorn with her Gible. Gible was a small, bipedal dragon-like Pokemon that is primarily blue. It has a big mouth filled with sharp teeth, no neck, and arms that start at the outer edges of its jaws. A red underbelly stretches from its abdomen to the bottom of its jaw. It also has two horns that resemble jet or plane engines, each with a light blue stripe in the middle, a single light blue stripe wrapping around its back, and on top of its head is a dorsal fin. When Naruto, who was watching her battle, saw this, he took out his Pokédex and got some information on the Pokemon. Beep. Gible, the land shark Pokemon. It nests in small, horizontal holes in cave walls. It pounces to catch prey that stray too close. This Gible is female and knows the moves Tackle, Sand Attack, Dragon Rage, Sandstorm, Takedown, Sand Tomb, Flamethrower, Dig, and Dragon Claw. They were now standing in front of the gym with Cynthia shaking hands with Brock as Naruto watched from behind Cynthia. That was an amazing battle, Cynthia. It was as much fun as battling Naruto and your strategies are really interesting. Cynthia grinned. Thank you, Brock. I also had fun battling with you. Brock and Cynthia let go of each other's hands and Brock approached Naruto, who smiled up at the team, holding out his hand. Looking at Brock's hand, Naruto grabbed it with his own right hand and shook hands with him. I'm really glad to have met you, Naruto. You are an amazing trainer, and that's not because of your abilities. You have amazing strategies that would no doubt stump many people and have strength that will make you go far in this world. I would also like to thank you again for saving my Raiden. Without you here, no one here would have been able to beat him. Naruto grinned at the team. I'm also to have met and battled against you, Brock. I can tell that you are a very caring person that would do anything to help any Pokemon or person, and I respect that in a person. Also, like I said before, don't mention it. I was just doing my duty as a human being and helped as much as I could. Both of them let go of each other's hands and Naruto backed up so that he was standing next to Cynthia. Brock stared at the two trainers and wondered about something. Are you two going to be traveling together to collect badges and compete in the Kanto League? Both trainers blinked and turned to one another, staring at each other in the eye. Both of them thought about how strong the other was and always wanted a rival that could stand up to them. They smirked at each other before turning to Brock, nodding. Yeah, it'll be fun having someone who can actually put up a fight against my Pokemon. I always wanted to travel Kanto with someone since this is my first time being on Kanto. Brock smiled sadly at the two as he could see an amazing adventure with these two. I wish I was able to go with you guys. I know that with you guys, you're bound to encounter many amazing and mysterious things. I actually wanted to be a breeder, but since my dad left after my mom died, I was forced to be the gym leader and take care of my siblings. Cynthia and Naruto frowned sadly at Brock for his situation. Before they could say anything, they heard a shout. Brock! They all turned to the direction of where the setting sun was and saw the silhouette of a figure, which was revealed to be Flint, who Naruto first met when he got to Pewter City, when the sun finally set. Brock's eyes widened and he could only whisper, "Dad." Flint approached the group and explained the situation to them of why he left. He also explained how he heard that Brock got hurt and felt terrible for hurting him unintentionally, as he said that if he didn't leave then that would have never happened. Flint ended his speech by telling Brock to go with Cynthia and Naruto to follow his dreams as a breeder. Brock felt so happy to finally pursue his dream that he hugged his father and thanking him while on the sidelines. Both blondes watched with a smile. After giving his father a list of instructions, Brock followed Cynthia and Naruto with a backpack and a huge smile on his face as they left Pewter City. Thanks.